Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black votes. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is sub thick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 million. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man make them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man
Black family. Greetings. And thank you for tuning in to another episode of Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah. We should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka San Corey, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. And on this season 5, episode 11, part 2 of the Frontline Blacc News, we will be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 1. The first one is how immaturity undermines Black empowerment. Then we got day 2 of the LA anti-ICE protest continues. Dustin, Valencia's life claimed by Lake Lanier. Breaking, Trump threatens to destroy Elon Musk, aka the Musty Man, if he switches sides to the Nimmers. Shutting down. Let me pause this for just a second. Shutting down Job Corps to force low-income citizens into the military. Sudanese immigrant accuses Black Americans of this. Cop who brutalized Black driver on ground gets slap on wrist. Lord JAMAR punks all the way out and crawls back to DJ VLAD, aka Agent VLAD. And Candace Owens Wannabe said this about Black Americans. And last but certainly not least, we got attorney Kristin Nimmers breaks down California's latest reparations proposals. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Blacc News. The links to all our channels are in the chat, including Kukizis, who does the intro track, and Jay Militant, our Bay Area loc. And so make sure y'all sub up to their channels as well. So I'm going to hop right into this. Professor Black Truth is going to give us an update on how immaturity undermines Black empowerment.
To be on code. If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. It's just a fact that you're never too young to learn what it means to be on code. In fact, the younger a person is, the more deeply ingrained that principle becomes in them. And likewise, the older a person gets, the less likely they are to get on code or to stay on code. But this is something that we need to discuss, because if there is going to be a future for our people, it's going to begin with the young people and instilling these virtues in them. I recently saw a video online where some young people were poking fun at or otherwise ridiculing an older woman simply because apparently she had passed by. In fact, we see this kind of behavior frequently in the society, and it's been going on long before the rise of social media. And yes, we're talking about young people and having respect not merely for people who are older than them, but also just for people in the society in general. Now, you could try to claim that this is a matter of young people merely being immature. Yes, not just online, it's all around us, and there is a certain amount of that in truth. But let's be honest. We in the Black community have an epidemic of this. And it's not just limited to young people poking fun at some stranger they don't know in the local Walmart or downtown or what have you. This kind of behavior is taught in the home. I said taught. It's not just something that somebody picks up. When parents fail to check their children on certain behaviors, that teaches the child as much as if the parent had actually drilled it into their heads. This kind of thing starts in the home. Parents are supposed to teach their children how to behave in public. And they also should teach their children that respect is a two-way street. And this kind of thing matters deeply, because as we begin to finally exercise the principles of self-determination amongst ourselves, we also have to make sure that the young people understand what those principles are, and they also understand why it's important. You know, it's bad enough when young Black children try to practice this kind of behavior out in the society, but the fact that a number of them think nothing of posting this kind of behavior online says a lot. But then again, why would they think anything of it? If you've ever been on the metro train or the city bus, you also see that behavior there also. You know, about the only place that you don't see too many examples of it is in the airports. And that's because these delinquents don't have enough money to go to the airport, but unfortunately, they are able to go practically everywhere else. And when young people are allowed to practice this behavior, as they get older, it degenerates into chronic behavioral problems, which eventually putrefies into criminality. But no matter how you try to slice it, the one thing it doesn't become is being on code. Now, this matters among children, but let's be honest here. In the Black community, we happen to have an epidemic of immature behavior. It doesn't stop when these people are kids. And the level and the spread of this behavior amongst our group, that is something that must be called out. And yeah, while we do see this behavior among other groups as well, it would be a lie to say that it's some Black pathology. The problem is, I'm not talking about other groups. I'm talking about this one, ours. So let's not change the subject. All of us are dedicated to the ideal of an empowered Black society. But no society can endure unless it is an ordered and structured society. It can't just be any old kind of thing. That old 60s idea of, you just let me do my thing and I'll let you do your thing and don't bother me, that is a delusion that Black people cannot afford. Today we hear it as, you do you and let me do me. Well, unfortunately, if you're going to live together as a group, as a society, everybody can't just be allowed to do whatever, because that kind of behavior degenerates. If anything, Black people should be the most sober and serious group on the entire planet, especially considering the odds that we're up against and the dire situation that we're enduring. Instead, we see Black people trying to compete to see who can be the most frivolous, the most unserious. And we see this kind of behavior in all settings, places where it shouldn't be at all. And I'm sure you also notice that in too many places, the main ones who we see Black people poking fun at are other Black people. Now, when people act this way, especially as children, they lack manners and other social graces. When people grow into immature behavior, the odds are they won't grow out of it. Practice doesn't make perfect. Practice makes permanent. It's like a football team that organizes to win a few games even though their strategy is crap and their team organization is horrible. If they're able to win a few games in spite of that, they'll tell themselves they're on the right track. Now, when you screw up and you manage to be successful, or at the very least you don't die, you're going to start to convince yourself that you're getting things right, but in reality, you're behind the 8 ball. This lack of maturity among too many of us, it strikes at the very heart of why it is so difficult to get Black people on code for things. There are too many of us who have conditioned themselves to believe the only thing that they're supposed to be doing is finding something to laugh at. And if there's nothing to laugh at, well, they'll make something up. Black people are always trying to find things to laugh about when there's nothing funny. We've developed a well-earned reputation for being very good at making humor. In fact, that seems to be our main export. Black comedians are the most thoughtful and the most clever in human history. They find humor in places that people didn't even think of. And of course, that's precisely because they were the only ones allowed to be in a venue where Black people could speak to a large group without having to sing or dance. It is true that under the king, the court jester is the only one who can speak truth to power. But why comedy in particular? Why did that become the main thing that so many of us decide to focus on as a form of self-expression? Not to play the part of a social psychologist, but when a group of people are being subjected to trauma, their first response is to try to deny it. And that typically will take the form of trying to laugh it off or otherwise make humor about it. It's a defense mechanism, and everyone uses it. If people focus on their trauma and pain, especially when they're powerless to stop it, then they're just as likely to slit their own throats, especially if it goes on for a long time. And for all of these centuries that we have been repeatedly and nonstop traumatized and brutalized, we have a lot of practice at trying to make our suffering bearable by making light of it. We have effectively used humor and laughter as a way to dull the pain of living under anti-Black racism. Laughter is the best medicine, but when you take a medication for too long, you can wind up becoming dependent on it. For example, as Black people, we oversample when it comes to entertainment in general and comedy in specific. In fact, we are the #1 consumers of comedy. And then we wonder why we can't get Black people to ever focus and take anything seriously. Entertainment is mostly for escapist reasons, and we use consuming entertainment as a way to escape the reality of the oppression that we're enduring, but that doesn't work. Confronting the forces of antagonism, though, does. You got Black people who will be showing up at a place to protest the police murdering a Black.
I'm going to have to restart this video because you completely missed it. But greetings, Shabaki.
Hey, what's going on?
So the first topic is how immaturity undermines Black empowerment. So I'm gonna how immaturity undermines Black empowerment.
Oh, okay.
Put it over so you can hear it from the beginning.
All right. And then it's a
Be
pleasant
notified when
100 degrees out here.
Yeah,
You got excessive heat warning out here.
that doesn't sound pleasant at all. 100 degrees.
Well, I love the heat. I'm just glad it ain't cold, you know.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna start. Like I said, I'm gonna start this over from the beginning so you can hear it.
Okay. Who's in the studio with us?
It's just us. Underrated was here, but he left.
Yo, is he coming back?
I don't know. It's super late there, so probably not.
Oh, okay, yeah, because he is, because he's going to clock it.
But I was on his podcast with Foley. I got into a discussion like me and you get into. We try to agree disagreeably. He had some dude on there. He put some Pan-Africanism, and I'm like getting into it with him like I get into it with you on even Eldridge Cleaver, and they were like, "Oh, we have respect for him." And I'm like, "Why do you have respect for him? Like he's a traitor and a woman beater and all this stuff." And
yeah, Eldridge had some issues. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He really did. You know. And then also too, have you covered Los Angeles yet?
Yes, Sabaka, that's on the topic list. But first, I wanted to get through this.
Oh, okay.
Whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. It's just a fact that you're never too young to learn what it means to be on code. In fact, the younger a person is, the more deeply ingrained that principle becomes in them. And likewise, the older a person gets, the less likely they are to get on code or to stay on code. But this is something that we need to discuss, because if there is going to be a future for our people, it's going to begin with the young people and instilling these virtues in them. I recently saw a video online where some young people were poking fun at or otherwise ridiculing an older woman simply because apparently she had passed by. In fact, we see this kind of behavior frequently in the society, and it's been going on long before the rise of social media. And yes, we're talking about young people and having respect not merely for people who are older than them, but also just for people in the society in general. Now, you could try to claim that this is a matter of young people merely being immature. Yes, not just online, it's all around us, and there is a certain amount of that in truth, but let's be honest. We in the Black community have an epidemic of this, and it's not just limited to young people poking fun at some stranger they don't know in the local Walmart or downtown or what have you. This kind of behavior is taught in the home. I said taught. It's not just something that somebody picks up. When parents fail to check their children on certain behaviors, that teaches the child as much as if the parent had actually drilled it into their heads. This kind of thing starts in the home. Parents are supposed to teach their children how to behave in public, and they also should teach their children that respect is a two-way street. And this kind of thing matters deeply, because as we begin to finally exercise the principles of self-determination amongst ourselves, we also have to make sure that the young people understand what those principles are, and they also understand why it's important. You know, it's bad enough when young Black children try to practice this kind of behavior out in the society, but the fact that a number of them think nothing of posting this kind of behavior online says a lot. But then again, why would they think anything of it? If you've ever been on the metro train or the city bus, you also see that behavior there also. You know, about the only place that you don't see too many examples of it is in the airports. And that's because these delinquents don't have enough money to go to the airport, but unfortunately, they are able to go practically everywhere else. And when young people are allowed to practice this behavior, as they get older, it degenerates into chronic behavioral problems, which eventually putrefies into criminality. But no matter how you try to slice it, the one thing it doesn't become is being on code. Now, this matters among children, but let's be honest here. In the Black community, we happen to have an epidemic of immature behavior. It doesn't stop when these people are kids. And the level and the spread of this behavior amongst our group, that is something that must be called out. And yeah, while we do see this behavior among other groups as well, it would be a lie to say that it's some Black pathology. The problem is, I'm not talking about other groups. I'm talking about this one, ours. So let's not change the subject. All of us are dedicated to the ideal of an empowered Black society. But no society can endure unless it is an ordered and structured society. It can't just be any old kind of thing. That old 60s idea of, you just let me do my thing and I'll let you do your thing and don't bother me, that is a delusion that Black people cannot afford. Today we hear it as, you do you and let me do me. Well, unfortunately, if you're going to live together as a group, as a society, everybody can't just be allowed to do whatever, because that kind of behavior degenerates. If anything, Black people should be the most sober and serious group on the entire planet, especially considering the odds that we're up against and the dire situation that we're enduring. Instead, we see Black people trying to compete to see who can be the most frivolous, the most unserious. And we see this kind of behavior in all settings, places where it shouldn't be at all. And I'm sure you also notice that in too many places, the main ones who we see Black people poking fun at are other Black people. Now, when people act this way, especially as children, they lack manners and other social graces. When people grow into immature behavior, the odds are they won't grow out of it. Practice doesn't make perfect. Practice makes permanent. It's like a football team that organizes to win a few games even though their strategy is crap and their team organization is horrible. If they're able to win a few games in spite of that, they'll tell themselves they're on the right track. Now, when you screw up and you manage to be successful, or at the very least you don't die, you're going to start to convince yourself that you're getting things right, but in reality, you're behind the 8 ball. This lack of maturity among too many of us, it strikes at the very heart of why it is so difficult to get Black people on code for things. There are too many of us who have conditioned themselves to believe the only thing that they're supposed to be doing is finding something to laugh at. And if there's nothing to laugh at, well, they'll make something up. Black people are always trying to find things to laugh about when there's nothing funny. We've developed a well-earned reputation for being very good at making humor. In fact, that seems to be our main export. Black comedians are the most thoughtful and the most clever in human history. They find humor in places that people didn't even think of. And of course, that's precisely because they were the only ones allowed to be in a venue where Black people could speak to a large group without having to sing or dance. It is true that under the king, the court jester is the only one who can speak truth to power. But why comedy in particular? Why did that become the main thing that so many of us decided to focus on as a form of self-expression? Not to play the part of a social psychologist, but when a group of people are being subjected to trauma, their first response is to try to deny it. And that typically will take the form of trying to laugh it off or otherwise make humor about it. It's a defense mechanism, and everyone uses it. If people focus on their trauma and pain, especially when they're powerless to stop it, then they're just as likely to slit their own throats, especially if it goes on for a long time. And for all of these centuries that we have been repeatedly and nonstop traumatized and brutalized, we have a lot of practice at trying to make our suffering bearable by making light of it. We have effectively used humor and laughter as a way to dull the pain of living under anti-Black racism. Laughter is the best medicine, but when you take a medication for too long, you can wind up becoming dependent on it. For example, as Black people, we oversample when it comes to entertainment in general and comedy in specific. In fact, we are the #1 consumers of comedy. And then we wonder why we can't get Black people to ever focus and take anything seriously. Entertainment is mostly for escapist reasons, and we use consuming entertainment as a way to escape the reality of the oppression that we're enduring, but that doesn't work. Confronting the forces of antagonism, though, does. You got Black people who will be showing up at a place to protest the police murdering a Black person in cold blood, and you'll have some Negroes out there literally dancing in the streets, trying to twerk, acting like it's all one big party. That is not just being off code, that is a mental derangement, and unfortunately, too many Black people suffer from it. They choose to indulge it. But this rampant immaturity also applies to the organizations that we try to start. You can have a bunch of Black folks in a room, all of them can be people who are doctors, lawyers, professionals, PhDs, and yet you will still have a number of them who decide that the proceedings should devolve into some sort of half-baked attempt to try to make people laugh. They'll be trying to find ways to snicker at or otherwise poke fun at other people in the room. It just never stops. This is why it's so hard for Black people to have organizations of any meaningful caliber. Now, of course, this is not every Black organization to a man, but unfortunately, it happens far more often than it should. Seems that too many Black people, no matter what their educational level or tax bracket, are determined to act like children who grew up with no adult supervision. And they're also equally determined and adamant that they will do it at every turn, no matter where they are. They want to turn every organization as immature as they happen to be. Always looking for something to amuse them, or for someone or something they can guffaw at. It just never stops. But if you observe these immature individuals for a long enough period of time, you'll also find that when you go out in public, these are Negroes who are ready to fight at the drop of a hat. More often than not, it isn't those serious and sober black people, the ones who are not always joking and kidding, shucking and jiving, who you see getting into angry fistfights with people. It's usually the very ones who apparently couldn't take anything serious to begin with. That's because their immaturity is a lack of discipline, it's a lack of self-restraint and self-control, and that will contaminate every aspect of a person's behavior in life. That's the reason why the very people who are the fastest to throw hands if you scuff their shoes or if there's some slight, real or imagined, will also be the main ones trying to find things to laugh at, find people that they can poke fun at, etc. This is the reason that the church happens to be a cesspool of scandal and backbiting and recriminations. It's one of the places where instead of people focusing on trying to be more moral, they're instead focusing on how they can have a good old time, usually at one another's expense. This undermines the basic integrity and trust and the ability to have some sort of camaraderie that every organization relies on simply to exist. This has to be called out, and frequently, because you got hood rats, dusty dudes, half-baked social scientists, most of whom are fully baked nitwits, and other assorted big mouths who will be the first ones to make excuses for this kind of mess. And while we are people who have become the most ingenious in the world at using humor as both a sword and a shield, the reality happens to be that when we look at this immature behavior that keeps being put on display, this is not an expression of culture, any more than smoking weed and walking around eating a bowl of cereal out in public is culture. This is the bottom of the barrel having contaminated the entire barrel. Other groups don't cultivate this kind of immaturity, and when they see it among their own ranks, they call it out. And these forever children, regardless of how old or young they happen to be, are out in public. Whenever these people are seen in any capacity, other groups realize who and what they are, and that no organization is going to be effective when it's got people like that inside of it. They are threats to us precisely because they show everybody else that we are theirs for the taking. It marks black people and the groups that we try to have as foolish. And when you're dealing with groups who cultivate seriousness and power, and they see a bunch of laughing, guffawing fools, that looks like prey to them. Nobody will take you seriously, and nobody will respect you. And what do I mean by respect? It means that people think before they deal with you. That's basically what respect means. It means they got to stop and consider things. They can't just take you for granted. There's a time and a place for practically everything, but when it comes to groups, especially those that are oppressed, there is no time or place for practicing immature behavior. I'm not entirely sure where we as a group picked up these bad habits or decided that it was okay to put them on display for the world, but even without social media, these things should not be happening amongst us at all. I know that there's a number of practices that we've taken upon ourselves that have to stop. When you don't have control over the resources or the rules of your particular group in the places that you live, then dysfunction becomes inevitable. When people are in control, however, they tend to be in control of themselves. That's the entire point of this evening address. As black people, whether you have children or not, we need to make sure that we start striking the right tone with one another, a serious tone, because that's the beginning of respect. We have to make it a point to not allow the lowest common denominator amongst us to set the tone for everyone else. See, this is the reason why it's suicidal to be shy about calling out off-code behavior. And I do recognize that a large part of the reticence that goes along with that is we don't have a robust enforcement mechanism amongst ourselves. Notice the wording that I used. I didn't say we don't have an enforcement mechanism at all. I said we don't have a robust one. And that is important because robustness means not just potency, but it also means ubiquity. Is it in enough places that it can act as both a deterrent or at the very least as a remedy for certain behaviors that we recognize to be against our interest? Admittedly, we're not there. Not yet. But we're never going to get there unless we decide that this is going to be our focus. Look, a lot of black folks have been allowed to get away with all kinds of mess for the longest time, precisely because we fooled ourselves into believing that everything that might have taken hold within our community somehow came from us. And we got to be honest, a lot of the stuff that we have that we do, these are not things that we chose. They were either things that we got saddled with, or they were some sort of dysfunction that we might have picked up along the way. Or it was the result of some aspect or another of our own noble culture becoming distorted or otherwise mangled under the anti-black racism that we endure. You can't be forced to live in the middle of a toilet like white supremacy and then claim that you never got dirty. Well, let this be the beginning of us cleaning up our act. And that starts with us deciding that once and for all, we're going to be a thinking people. We're going to be a considerate people. That we recognize the danger of all of this immaturity that's been allowed to run rampant. And that we fully recognize how it undermines everything that we try to do, from trying to organize groups to making sure that the groups have the spirit that they require in order to be coherent and to be unified. The foundation of any relationship is respect. But a group of people who make it where every single stranger that they meet, or at least every person who's not part of their particular clique, immediately becomes a target for some sort of humor, ridicule, or what have you, these are people who are not practicing unity. They're practicing factionalism. And has that not been the very bane that has cursed us for way too long? Time for a fresh start. And I say that knowing full well, as you do, that these class clowns amongst us, they're not going to like it when somebody makes it very clear that the comedy show is over. But I could care less what they think. Because power is no laughing matter. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Ms. Riz Scott, Jimmy Whitfield, Craig Simmons, Sa, and Mini FBA. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, I agree with everything the professor said. Like, we gotta start taking this shit seriously, Black family. Like, later.
Most definitely.
Joking around and all that shit. Like, I get told I'm too serious. That I don't.
You and me both.
I don't party. I don't do all that stuff because there's nothing later for that shit.
Because it's counterproductive.
Exactly. It is. And then, a lot of our people do it because it's like, okay, well, I got to cope with all this trauma. I don't want to face reality. I don't want to face what I'm dealing with. But like you said, that shit becomes a habit if you do it too much.
In other words, you're normalizing the unnormal, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, and then just like what's happening out there in Los Angeles, okay,
let's just stick on this. We're about to get to that part next, so let's just stick on this.
Okay.
The immaturity is undermining the Black empowerment, like you said, started in the 60s when most was like, I'll do my thing, you do your thing.
Right.
And here we are in 2025, and now most got the same mentality. Like, I'm gonna do me, you can't correct them, you can't check them. If you try to check them, they try to fight you. All of that.
Yeah.
Like, what are you supposed to do? Like, you're just supposed to keep letting this shit go on, or no? I don't know.
No, you can't let it go on. And to prove your point even further, then when these other groups see this shit, of our lack of cohesiveness within ourselves, right? Then that's pretty much giving them a pass to flagrantly and blatantly disrespect us, like all these OTBs using this NGR term.
Yeah.
See what I mean? Say, number one, in the 1960s, man, them crackers wouldn't dare say that shit. Why? Because they knew they was getting knuckle sandwiches. So then what had happened was, here comes along the disco age, KC and the Sunshine Band, the Average White Boys, Tina Marie, and all that shit. Because I got into an argument with a brother about Tina Marie, and of course we all know that she was promoted by Rick James, right? Okay. Yeah. Now, there's 3,500 other sisters out there, much, much better than Tina Marie. But Rick James didn't pull them along. You see, look how Rick James went out. You see what I mean? You say, as soon as you make you some money, they start coming to you with these narcotics. Rather if it's pro sports, entertainment, you see what I'm saying? And whatnot to derail your generational wealth. You see what I mean?
Yeah, and your focus.
Most definitely. Yeah, most definitely your focus. Now,
a lot of people lost focus. Like they got, people are more concerned about parlaying than setting up a future for their prodigy.
Right, and then also too for the community, and then turning it over to Los Angeles, okay, or California as a whole. Now, was probably or should theoretically happen, Jesse, because you got more legal knowledge than me. What's happening in Los Angeles, man, the damn U.S. Supreme Court needs to be stepping off into that shit as in tomorrow. Now, the problem, what has happened?
You're jumping the gun. We ain't got to that yet. We still got to set with this topic. So.
Oh, okay. We got win-lose. Hey, greetings to you, win-lose.
So this is undermining Black empowerment. Like, these circular arguments, these class clown sessions.
Right.
Not move the needle. That's not helping no kind of progress. So how do we deal within the different generations? Because your generation is on their way out. My mother and father's generation is in power right now. And then my generation power after them. And then the Gen Zs and the Alphas will take power after them. So how do we break this curse, if you will, that exists within the community?
Okay. Hey, what's up, win-lose? Okay. And also, too, I did get a, not getting off topic, I did accept a friend request from our man in Chicago or in Indiana.
Yeah. Crew? You're talking about Crew?
Yeah. He sent me a friend's request that I asked him and I approved it. But what it is, okay, win, lose, it's entertainment. I am mixed race. Okay, do you have black blood in you, brother?
He said he's half FBA, so yes.
So, which means he'll qualify for the auction block. All right, now,
right there,
why do I keep saying the auction block?
Doesn't
the reason why I keep mentioning the auction block, okay, is because as we've done even way back when we was with Mile High News, okay, that we was talking about, we did a few shows on it on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced about how you could borrow against the slave, you know, with something of value. You, of course, you could sell the slave. Then, of course, the Casual Killing Act that you had shed light on too, Brother Paris. You see what I mean? And this dumpster dude, okay, is trying to revert back to that. Okay, now the Latinos make up a huge, large population. I talked to my grandpa. He explained it to me.
Right now,
okay.
We don't know yet. We're still on this topic of Black empowerment and how they
okay, all right, okay. To stay on the Black empowerment, we got to control our own industries for goods and services because we still need clothes, we still need food, we got to feed ourselves, and most definitely, what we got to do is educate ourselves. You see what I mean? Because you know you get a lot of these scholars and what have you. I'm talking about your PhDs and whatnot. Yeah, of course you can come on. You know, win, lose. Yeah. Oh, he says the next show. Yeah, sure. Okay. So what it is that we have to do for self, and we have to do for self even more so than ever before. Okay, it's because looking out of what's happening in Los Angeles, I am getting feedback on it. Okay, is that Donald Duck had sent in the National Guard. The National Guard and the regular army is there in Los Angeles right now. Okay,
yeah, that's literally the next. That's literally the next topic. Let's finish off with the topic before we get to that. And
okay.
Like we'll get into these discussions and we'll just go off on tangents like everywhere else. We got to focus. That's been the biggest problem. In the past 3-4 generations, we lose focus on what it is that we're trying to do.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be liberation, freedom.
Yeah. And then was also too that's taking a lot away from our focus too, Brother Paris, is this damn social media. You see what I mean?
Like if you listen to what Professor Black Truth said, this was going on before social media. Social media just and put a spotlight on it, but it's been going on before that. So how do you with that?
Yeah. So we have to get on some type of code, and we got to stand on our own square for our own empowerment, politically, economically. But I'm going to emphasize more economically, is because these black politicians, you know, are constantly selling us down the river, left and right.
Activity, Shabbat, is economics. So Nelly Fuller already told us what the code is. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Code is the leader, not no individual person, but the code is the leader. The leader, like it did previously, then the movement dies. Whereas if the code's the leader, then you cannot kill the movement. Our biggest problem, like I said, I was on a previous platform, Underrated Darkness platform, and we were talking about consistency and how we remain consistent. We'll start something and then we won't finish it. So how do we stop that? Because if you always say, Shabbat, you got fewer days ahead of you than behind you. So what is your advice to the generations after you?
Okay, my advice to the generations after me, is because I can go at any moment, health issues, various other things in the American social order. We got to get the cohesiveness, And another thing that we got to do is you got to keep these other groups out of our business, because these other groups don't put us in their business. The only time they want us is when they're out protesting for their cause, and they sit up there and says, "Well, how come the black community is not with us?" You see what I mean?
When you say cohesiveness, what does that exactly mean? Does that mean
cohesiveness?
Cohesive. Break that down. What does that mean? Thinking alike.
Cohesiveness, in a sense, is like coming together. In other words, like how you would have an explosion, what we need politically and economically is an implosion, because an explosion takes matter and scatters it all over. An implosion is where matter is scattered all over and then it comes together all of a sudden.
So I get this, I hear this all the time. We need to come together. What does that exactly mean? Because you can come together for a non-constructive purpose. So when you say come together, then what does that mean? Are you talking about being constructive with the coming together? Like, what does that mean?
Absolutely, being constructive coming together is because when you look at the lack of cohesiveness, you see that they always want to come to us to emphasize the efforts of these other groups. You see what I mean?
Right now, Shabaka, I'm talking about those of us in the diaspora, those of us here in America, those of us abroad, those of us in the continent. What does this look like? Because when we say come together, what are we coming together to do? First of all. Well,
first of all, we got to control our own manufacturing, And we also, too, got to control, we got to provide our own means for ourselves, for our survival. Clothes, food, shelter, medical care, education. And X-Man was saying that, before he was assassinated, you see. And then, too, my grandpa and grandma were slaves. They build the country. Win, lose, you'll get no argument from me. Same thing, with my great-great-grandparents down there in Alabama. You're right. All right. So, she died 2 weeks ago. Condolences to you, brother.
Yes, condolences to you and your family. Got Sablokes in the building. Salute, sir.
Okay, my man here is what Hood tells. All right. Greetings to you, brother. Thank you for joining us. So therefore, Mac 285, condolences to the brother as well, too. Right on, man. I know what you're going through, brother. Believe me, I do.
I do.
So we also, too, got to get some land, because even Dr. King had said before his untimely demise is that we got to control land. I think the problem is we need to have good black men and good black women support each other. Yes, of course, absolutely. Okay, but how can we have this when our black women are constantly out of bed winching? You see, and same thing with black men out here buck winching. You see what I mean? So you have to look at that. And then, of course, I've gotten all kind of hate mail and shit that I no longer respond to when I make such statements, is because that's how they go to tear down your page, you know. And already the new page that I got up, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancement, I'm already getting some heat on that right now. Okay, Win Lou says he wants to come on now. Okay, yeah, all right.
Check your email.
Okay, yeah, Brother Paris, you know, he's in charge of the links and the hookup. By all means, come on. Okay, now, as you see what's happening out there in Los Angeles, okay, which could spread across the nation, okay. You know, they smash in LA, you know what I mean? Trump sent in the National Guard. Now he's getting ready to deploy the Marine Corps there. Okay, respect all to him. Okay, so this is unprecedented. You say Trump belongs in jail. You say he really does. Okay, now
what is he allowing to jail for? He's literally enforcing the immigration laws. That doesn't even make any sense. Like,
okay,
let the country just be rounded up by illegal immigrants. Like, this is don't make no sense. When you say
okay, but what?
Like, what does he do? What is he doing that's harming us?
Okay, well, what's happening is out there in LA, okay, we're not a majority there, okay, so probably I haven't gotten any feedback yet on what the black community is doing, but of course everybody is going up there against Hey, what's going on, man?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's echoing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, let me fix it. All right.
Okay. So what's happening there in Los Angeles, you know, just like when you had Uncle Tom Bradley as the mayor of LA for 20 years, from the 70s through the 80s to the early 90s, he did not do nothing for black people specifically. He would go up there and he would help other groups, okay, but not us. You see what I mean? And then, of course, too, you know, when the epidemic hit the city, provided by the Reagan regime, just like our man Gary Webb, who made the ultimate sacrifice, who cracked that for us. You say, you know, what did Maxine Waters and Julian Dixon do? Of course, they try to get to the bottom of it. But however, look who shut them down. You guessed it, Slick Willie's regime. Oh, Janet Reno. Straight shut him down. And Gary Webb, you know, came up dead. You see what I mean? So in a sense, if you look at it, people, Gary Webb committed revolutionary suicide, rather if he realized it or not.
Yeah, you're talking about the Democrats, Shabaka. They're the ones.
Well, of course, Brother Paris, as you and I both know, the Democrats don't mean us no daggone good, man. They're the ones that brought you the Ku Klux Klan, as we know.
Yes.
And then when you get these guys like Eric Adams and Karen Bass and London Bridge, who is no longer the mayor of San Francisco, they're going out there providing for everybody else's causes and their interests except our own. And I've even had white folk tell me that here on social media over the years. Well, why don't the black politicians do something for the black community? Because they're on puppet strings. You see, Jesse, you the only one, if I was able to, who I would vote for. You say, in any given election or office that you're running for that I'm eligible to vote in, you'll be the only one. I would go in there, I'll see your name on the ballot, I will vote for you, man. Then I'll turn in the ballot, and they'll say, well, what about all the other ones? But later for them, you know, I'm exercising my so-called right to vote. You say, but what's happening in LA, people, I honestly believe is going to be an experiment by the Trump regime to do the same thing all across the nation, particularly in cities where we are the stronghold, okay? It's because these other groups are coming from the black folks ain't out there. We can't be going out there, man, getting killed for everybody else's cause. And then when we mention our cause, then all of a sudden we're black racists and all this old type of shit. You see what I mean?
Being reciprocated, Shabaka. And that's been
exactly. And the same thing with these damn tethers, as you point out so well. You see?
All right, Kahari, did you get your sound together? You're muted.
Okay, I see Kahari. It looks like he's making some adjustments on his computer, what have you. Kahari, can you hear us?
Can you hear us, Kahari? You're still muted.
Okay, probably needs to unmute himself. Okay, Kahari, down there at the bottom of the screen, man, you should see over there on your left side. It says mute on mute. I think you're muted.
Yeah, he's having some technical difficulties.
Okay, all right, he's having some technical difficulties. Now, next question on these technical difficulties. Are these planned, by the regime? See what I mean?
Shabaka, you can't blame everything on the regime.
Mm-hmm.
One regime to another regime.
Yeah. And then Gavin Newsom, him and Trump are going back and forth.
Yeah, because he didn't want these monsters to get the goddamn deported.
Yeah.
And he didn't want the National Guard out there. Trump said, nope. I'm sending the California National Guard out there.
Yeah, no, Trump sent the National Guard in. He could do it. It was Newsom who didn't want the National Guard.
That's exactly what I just said, Shabaki.
Okay.
Oh, sure. We'll put some of this footage of this.
Mm-hmm.
Fair use, fair use.
Yeah, fair use, most definitely. Fair use, fair use, fair use. Under the Copyright Act of 1976. We're doing this here under fair use. Yeah, that's the hometown right there. Mm-hmm.
Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act allows for fair use of copyrighted material for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research.
And we're doing research, news reporting, and comment.
Come in now into the city of Los Angeles to help with the policing with LAPD. They also, I believe, brought those or did the wire barricades there, that at least the beginnings of it, although right now there's only one. Perhaps the protesters have moved them. At one point, while Chief McDonald was talking in his news conference, we saw a number of the protesters setting up those, A-frame traffic barricades and other things that almost look like a page out of what we were seeing with the anti-Hamas or the pro-Gaza, pro-Palestinian protests at the campuses. But then that's all been torn away now. It's gone now. And I don't really know what their point was. Do you have any sense for that, Matthew? I mean, they were going to create this barricade and then what? They were going to be trapped inside their own barricade?
It's really hard to speculate. I mean, this is right outside of City Hall. It seems like they were trying to barricade themselves right here on the street, right in City Hall. For what reason, we aren't exactly sure. Maybe at least tried to slow down law enforcement from getting to where they were. Law enforcement came in firing those non-lethals, the pepper spray, the flashbangs, and it looks like those protesters have since pushed back at least a few blocks, but left some fire behind on their way out.
So Matthew, as we are watching this scene here, we are noticing all the cars, the public that is driving by this scene. Reminder of the chaos still happening right now in downtown Los Angeles. It is a Sunday night coming up on 9 o'clock, so perhaps many people are home for the night, not necessarily going out, say as it would be on a Saturday night, but still an area perhaps to avoid. Obviously, downtown is a changed picture from decades ago. Many more people live downtown. It is a place that has quite built up with high rises and restaurants and
there's actual nightlife in downtown.
Exactly. So many more people downtown who just live there. And so, Matthew, I don't know if you can gauge a feel for.
Still echoing.
It's still echoing.
Are you playing the video on the computer?
Oh no, I'm not. No. Hold up.
Oh, he sounds good right there.
He still got echoing like a. It's like feedback. All right, well, he's getting that adjusted.
Okay. All right.
All right, is it better now?
So,
Still echoing.
yeah, because I hear myself echoing.
Are you on the headset? Is it the headset? Or are you watching the video on your phone? Are you on the computer?
No, I'm on a computer, but I ain't watching on a computer though. It's still doing it?
A little bit.
No.
Yeah, you hear.
Okay, now, yeah, it is still doing it because we're hearing the echoing.
All right, I'm gonna figure.
Okay.
Is it people who seem to just be kind of lingering around, people who live in the area, or actual protesters against the ICE raids?
Yeah, hard to speculate. I'd say it's a pretty large assortment of crowd, right? So you have people that were here to protest today, and then there's some noticeable agitators. I mean, especially when we were standing over the freeway, you saw people taking hammers, trying to get rocks to throw down on top of the CHP vehicles. We saw electric scooters being thrown.
They did damage
we
a
saw
lot of
a
the
cone
CHP
with some sort
vehicles.
of fuel being thrown into the CHP vehicle that momentarily set it on fire. And right now, it looks like, I mean, you can see there's hundreds of protesters where you're looking at right now beyond First Street. And it seems like the sheriff's department here is just trying to hold the line at City Hall. And it's hard to know what's on the other end of the protesters, if there's more law enforcement or if it's just a long, if it goes for a few more blocks.
And we don't tend to think of downtown LA as being a territory patrolled by the sheriff's department. That is LAPD territory. So I'm guessing the sheriff's department is there in support of LAPD.
Which is unusual.
Yeah, they're definitely here in support. You can see LAPD driving by right now, responding to something else. And you can see the protesters giving them a bad time as they're driving by with that fire there as well.
And we heard from Chief Jim McDonald, who just had a news conference talking about how they deploy, that they were not aware that the federal government was going to be doing ICE raids in Southern California on Friday. And so that caught them off guard. He talked about how it takes them some time to deploy when you have a crowd scene like this, like we saw Friday, like we saw Saturday. And what they do, he said, is they roll 4 people deep in a police car. That is A, for their own protection, B, to get more people quickly into an area. Normally we see 2 people per car, but in a situation like this, they staff it with 4 per car. It takes time to mobilize and get in place, as it probably did, Matthew, for the sheriff's department to get there to downtown LA and mobilize with the skirmish line.
And I should point out that the police chief did want to dispel a rumor or some kind of narrative that is out in social media that it took LAPD more than 2 hours to respond to the call for help by federal agents in that federal building. And Chief McDonald said, nope, that's not true. 38 minutes. It would have been faster if not for the fact that the officers knew that they were going to have to go in with gas masks. They couldn't just they couldn't just respond. They would have to be prepared for whatever they were going to face. Now, we have Skyfox in the left corner of your TV screen. We don't know what attracted the pilot there to hone in on that, but we've got Matthew Seedorf on the ground looking towards First Street, and it looks like there are quite a few people and lots of vehicles that are passing through that intersection, and you're nearby City Hall, so there is an attempt, of course, to keep people away from that general vicinity. But what's
City
going
Hall
on
is at
from
200
Skyfox,
South
it's harder
Spring
to tell.
Street.
But it certainly
Then you got the
suggests that there are a lot of
federal
people
building over there.
spread out throughout the downtown Los Angeles area.
And you can see from this aerial shot here, quite an LAPD presence there. Last night, Susan, you were on the air to, what, midnight? 12:30?
Well, about midnight.
About midnight last night. So obviously, the police department has a track record from last night as to what we saw in the downtown area. Remember, tomorrow's Monday. We saw the freeway shut down, the 101 freeway. You can't have that on a Monday in Los Angeles, California, where people are going to work.
Well, the mayor actually, when in her news conference earlier today, she pointed out that perhaps it was advisable, if you're able to work from home, to avoid the downtown Los Angeles area. Not because she believes that this will persist into the morning hours, but clearly there's a lot of ways in which the city needs to sort of refresh or clean up or what have you. I do also want to point out that last night, the temperature, the view was nothing like this. We would see things sort of ebb and flow, but it was never quite this number of people, this number of protesters or bad actors, whatever you want to call them. We did not see. We saw federal agents lob flashbangs and tear canisters, but other than a couple people that perhaps were lobbing a lot of verbal threats or verbal comments, we didn't see very much. There were reports that some of the protesters were indeed throwing rocks. I do want to point out, and Matthew, I don't know if you witnessed any of this, but today LAPD arrested at least 10 people. They say it's a dynamic situation, and clearly the number of people arrested is going to go up. And CHP, because you were right there, right near the 101 freeway when it was overtaken by protesters, they say at least 29 people were arrested. That's what CHP
And that is
did.
commonly referred to as the
Pointing
Hollywood
out
freeway.
that while last night most of the arrests were failure to disperse, so that's a low-level offense, correct? But today, this is what speaks to how things have ramped up and how the temperature has gone way up. Now the offenses are getting to be much more serious, including injuring an officer, including ramming a motorcycle into a skirmish line. So you were there yesterday in Paramount, Matthew. Compare and contrast what you witnessed in Paramount versus what you're witnessing now.
And Paramount's about 10 miles south.
Yeah, it's really hard
of
to
there.
compare. This one, it seems like it's scattered out over several locations. You've had members of law enforcement that were forced to abandon their vehicles on the freeway. We got a firework that just was launched right there. Yesterday, it was Border Patrol right across the street from that Home Depot for reportedly a staging ground.
City Hall.
It was mostly Border Patrol at that main scene in Paramount. There was no LASD there or local police department helping them out for a few hours, honestly. And then LASD helped with kind of closing down the freeways in the area, preventing more people from getting in. But it was kind of really focused on that one spot, where it today feels like it's scattered over several blocks of downtown.
Yeah, it seems more widespread. Skyfox now over a gas station in the downtown area. Again, sometimes we're not 100% sure why the pilot, whomever is handling the camera inside of Skyfox, will focus in on a certain area there. But it does speak to how much traffic, which for a Sunday night at almost 9 o'clock, it's sort of unusual to have that kind of traffic downtown. And stuck in traffic. It looks like there's a little bit of a traffic jam. Now, the other thing, Matthew, I'm wondering, since you were in Paramount, that community, by the way, is heavily general vicinity. that they perhaps are wanting to check out what's going on in downtown LA. They could even be amongst those that perhaps have some ideas of what they will do in order to join in the anarchy.
Well, too, you can.
Let's see if you got your sound right. Say something. You're muted. Kahari.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Is it a lot better?
Yes, a lot better.
Very much so.
Okay.
Well, Kahari, you're looking at the city that I grew up in right there, going to hell again, okay? It is definitely the city of Lost Angels, as opposed to the Angels. Oh boy, number 47, he's doing his thing, and he did deliver on his promise.
Yes, he did.
Of sending in the military down there. Now, I find it kind of ironic that you got a 35-count convicted felon.
34, yeah.
Yeah, okay, 34-count convicted felon, quote unquote, enforcing the law in LA. Now, as we all do know, the legislative branch creates the law, the executive branch enforces the law, and the judicial branch interprets the law.
Yep.
So now, with him sending in the National Guard, and him and Gavin Newsom are going back and forth with it, but keep in mind that Gavin Newsom is a man of low morals his own self.
Yep.
Karen Bass has her hands tied due to the city charter of the city of Los Angeles.
Correct.
She is only a figurehead in the city of LA. So everything that she's trying to do, just like how they try to blame her for the fire situation in Pacific Palisades, which is a section of the city of Los Angeles, she's just a figurehead. The power lies with the commissions.
Yeah, the Board of Commissioners.
So they just showing her up there, you know, that's grandstanding bullshit, you know.
Speaking of her, let's hear what she had to say on it. I just see they had interviewed her. Let's see. What Karen Bass had to say. Let's see.
And where are you at, Kamala?
Probably at home with Doug. Oh, her house burned down, Shabaka. They had her house in the Pacific Palisades burned down.
So you see, folks are going back and forth inside the house. I'm looking at the idiot box to see what the Cartoon News Network is talking about. You know, then you had all these ultra conservatives, these dumpsters, okay, talking about, oh, President Trump is right. You know, he's doing the right thing and things of this nature right there. Now, speaking out, there's Karen Bass right there. The flag you see behind her to the right is the California state flag.
It's saying your device is not connected, Kahari. I don't know what you did, but you were good.
Where's Kahari? Come on, Kahari.
His device isn't connected. So he's going to go
okay, is he powered up? If you could hear us, Kahari, you know, are you powered up on your cell phone, your computer?
I don't know what he did, but
okay, Kahari says that he can hear us because I see him here in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay, Kahari. So just try to realign with us. Okay, now this woman here. Oh, okay. Looks like he's trying to pop back in.
Okay, Kahari can hear us. Yes.
Oh, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I was trying to sign in on my YouTube so that way I can live stream it, but I'll do it next time. It's all good. That way I got out. Yeah, go ahead though.
Okay, let's see.
Yes, sir.
Let's hear what the figurehead had to say.
Right. Yeah. That's all she is a figurehead.
Go from that situation to where we are now, it's just really tragic.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit more about that. So after the wildfires, President Biden gave the FEMA emergency order, and President Trump has kept that. And I've talked to Governor Newsom, I've talked to Mayor Bass, I've talked to the supervisors, all these Democrats who have widely praised President Trump, said that he's been great to work with on the cleaning up of the wildfires. The Army Corps of Engineers has moved ahead of schedule. It's been a rare sort of bipartisan kumbaya triumph of at least that's working. You have all sorts of questions about the permitting and what comes next and some of the bureaucratic symbols, but in terms of clearing the junk out of there, that has worked really well, and everybody's praising the federal government, even people that can't stand President Trump. And so, and the next step is that Governor Newsom and all these California leaders want $40 billion from the federal government to help clean up the rest of it. And they were trying to negotiate that. Well, this may not help when you try to ask for $40 billion and you see now this conflict that is happening between the federal government, between Los Angeles and the state of California. And so you wonder what that's going to mean for the money that still has not been allocated from a Republican Congress and a Republican president. And you also wonder...
But wait, let me just interject. Did you ask the governor? I thought you asked him that, whether there was any concern that that was going to affect his ability to get that.
We're going to have that interview in a few minutes. But yes, and he basically said, I don't know what else I can do. So kind of resigned on that front. But that's a potential issue. And it's interesting also that these very same relationships and these very same people who were all locked in arms, kumbaya, you're great, you're great.
Thank you so much.
We love you, are now having this happen. And so this could not be more opposite of that. And so it's, you know, and the bad part is, you know who loses in all this? The people. The Democrats and Republicans, the people that want to just have, you know, a safe city to live in and who really need a whole lot of help cleaning up from one of the most destructive wildfires in the history of the country.
Right, and that's going to take years to get back to normal.
Right.
From Skyfox, you see the skyline of downtown Los Angeles, the beautiful city of Los Angeles. It just really breaks my heart to see so much unrest and so much damage. I did hear from my friend from the Italian American Museum in the Chinatown area. I was concerned because I know that she's been victim of protester graffiti before, and she says, yeah, that there is some concern. The parking lot across the way apparently was hit, but she does have some concerns. Okay, we're going to move on to this because anti-ICE protesters converged on a hotel in Pasadena after learning that Border Patrol vehicles were there.
Fox 11's Gina Silva reports from Pasadena.
ICE Pasadena! ICE Pasadena! ICE Pasadena!
These Pasadena residents spent their Sunday protesting outside the AC Hotel on Madison Avenue after social media posts showed Border Patrol vehicles parked outside, confirming agents are currently staying there.
ICE Pasadena! ICE Pasadena!
It is incredibly disrespectful and traumatizing that our city is hosting, apparently, ICE agents and that Los Angeles is a sanctuary city.
Agents are being housed in these hotels, and that just still is an issue for us because it makes our community members unsafe.
These things are cause for alarm, and I think that's why you see so many people out here.
California State Senator Sasha Renee Perez, who represents the 25th district, including Pasadena, says she received reports that ICE agents were asking hotel employees for documentation. She says many workers were so uncomfortable, they walked off the job.
People's rights are being violated. Due process is not being followed. I've been speaking with attorneys at the ACLU. People are being denied their right to an attorney. All of these things are incredibly concerning. In addition to that, I heard that 80 people were arrested yesterday, a majority of whom did not have any sort of criminal record.
As more people gathered to protest outside the AC Hotel,
show me what democracy looks like!
management called the Pasadena police. Officers explained that anyone, including ICE, is legally allowed to stay at the hotel.
Anybody's free to stay here, basically, whether they're on duty, off duty, or get any type of guest, as long as they're not committing a crime.
By late afternoon, musicians joined the protest, playing songs aimed at La Migra, a term used to refer to immigration and customs enforcement.
This is a campaign that's being carried out to sow fear in the hearts of people who have been here for a long time, working hard, contributing to our economy, contributing to our society.
ICE, get out. We are a sanctuary city, and it is time. As a government teacher, we have rights, and so do our students. Documented or no, you are all Americans.
Wow. Now look at the black people out there with that in the nightstick. The nightstick will glide gracefully upside your head.
State. We're looking at some video right here of some Waymos which were set on fire and tagged earlier. Susan, you were live as this all happened.
Indeed, there were about 5 Waymo vehicles. It is reported that they were actually called in. You know how you can use your app to call a vehicle? They called them into the downtown area. Someone did. And then it wasn't long after that because they were in a line, all on the same street. And then they were tagged initially and then set ablaze. And in the course of watching Skyfox over this area, we watched as agitators jumped up on the vehicles, used skateboards to kind of destroy the vehicle even before they were set on fire. Ultimately, all 5 vehicles were set on fire.
And this is all people from the Wild Wild West.
Because anyone who has an electric vehicle or knows what it's like for firefighters to answer the call of a burning EV, that they have to be worried about the toxic chemicals that come out of the lithium battery. And ultimately, they just burn, and you're better off letting it burn, believe it or not.
This is why when you're on the airplane, and they ask you, do you have any lithium-ion batteries? And they make you take that out because they don't want that to happen in the middle of the airport, and in the middle of the airplane as it's flying. That's a new thing, right? I mean, this concept.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I made that mistake last time I went to California. I forgot to take out the lithium battery that I had in my bag, and I had to disable that shit when we got on the plane. So I couldn't even use the shit no more afterwards.
And then keep in mind, they don't allow you to take the battery out of these modern day cell phones.
Mm-hmm.
You can't take the battery out of them no more, because that's what I used to do. And they would say, oh, you got to reset it, man. And you know how many times that you had reset your phone before they started doing all these damn apps? And this is like about 2008, 2009. And you used to be able to take the battery out and put it back in and turn the phone back on and reset it. You can't do that no more.
Mm-hmm. Nope.
Of the self-driving cars, right? Because there's no driver to.
There's a Google car, Shabaki.
Well, didn't we mention about the Google cars?
And it having no idea.
Didn't we mention about the Google cars?
And then just destroying that company's property. I guess a Google subsidiary, but really a company that has nothing to do with ICE policy.
My question is, when a Google car runs off and causes an accident, who do you sue?
Google.
I mean, who do you sue? Now, you need a name of a person, not a corporation, to sue, because that corporation knows how to go ahead and delay that shit, play all the games with it, because a corporation is a legal entity such as yourself.
The CEO of Google?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know who I say? Go after fuck the CEO. You go after the majority of the shareholders who owns that shit. Why do you think old boy there, man, what was that, Pfizer, with the medication, who said before the Biden regime, our concern is to our stockholders?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. You see?
Mm-hmm.
Just to destroy,
And
just
that's
to
why
destroy.
they designed
So
that
Sky
shit
Fox
like
is
that,
over this
man. They'll
location.
wear
We
you out
believe
of
it's
court.
6th and Broadway, where apparently someone was able to crash through, break through that glass door and make entry into that location. Oh, it's another shoe store. We've seen, how many times have we seen
We saw
that
this in
kind of
2020
situation where
as
they
well.
loot shoes or merchandise? And so they take an opportunity, they meaning agitators, when things are stretched, when law enforcement is stretched, when the attention is on a different area, like, for example, First and Main, they got to worry about, you know, the fact that there are these bad actors that decide, oh, you know what we're going to do? We're going to break through and we're going to loot this shoe store.
It reminds me of 2020 in Santa Monica, when our colleague Phil Schuman covered one of these incidents and was saying to the people as they walked out, hey, you got a receipt? Just to sort of throw it in their face.
And they probably whooped his ass, too.
And he would ask them, what's your take on the policy? And none of them, of course, had anything to say about that, as they just were trying to get free stuff and take advantage of somebody else's pain
right there.
as a way to cash in for the day.
LAPD
But you know,
right
you're
there.
looking at this. And clearly, some people have seen this situation as an invitation.
Now, I'm wondering if they're going to have a bunch of cows and
paid,
shitting houses going out there to
there's going to be
protect
no
property.
consequences. And so we'll see in the days ahead, as a lot of these stores that do have surveillance video and all the rest
And
of
this
it,
bullshit will
will
be
any of these
squelched,
people
y'all. Let's see,
be
what's today?
held
Sunday
accountable?
night going into
Will
Monday.
some of this
All
merchandise
by
be
Wednesday,
recovered?
all
And
this
will
shit
there
will
be
be
a
over.
message sent to folks that this kind of thing is not okay?
Well, and I have to point out, because this is our first opportunity to see the fact that they were able to pull this glass door down and then make entry. Unlike those other agitators that were like constantly filming each other, this might not be that way. This might have been a situation where, look, no one's looking. Everybody's focused over there. We see where the helicopters are. They're not here.
Yeah.
We're going to make entry. We're not shooting each other doing this.
They might just be random robbers who thought,
who just took
have
advantage
nothing to
of
do
the
with
fact
any of this. They were
that,
just like, this is our
Random
time
robbers.
because everybody's
Well,
over
you got
there.
a criminal
now
as
because
the
there is
damn
no door
president.
there, we do see law enforcement
So,
guarding this
look
door
at
to
the
try to
example
protect
that
whatever
sets.
property is left. But unfortunately, you know,
Ain't
we have
nobody
seen
talking
other
about that.
incidents like this.
But I'm just an old
around.
bastard.
In the past,
I don't know that.
you were right. In the past, with the social justice marches and the destruction that came out of that.
And one of the ways we got
Well,
out of that
basically-
situation, if you remember at the time, was that the National Guard came in and helped to restore order. Of course, that was with Governor Newsom's blessing, and now we've got a situation where the National Guard is here without his blessing, and you know, we don't really see where they are. So let's talk about some of the headlines of the day, where we are.
Yeah, he wouldn't deploy the National Guard for these illegals.
Right.
He had no problem deploying the National Guard for our people that was protesting.
Yeah, exactly.
Floyd got killed.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Trump deployed.
I done my share of protests. I done my share of being out there in tear gas.
Using tear gas and rubber bullets, protesting fireworks and cement.
Yeah. And I wonder where that old stupid Sarge is. Oh Sarge, where can you be? Oh Sarge, where you at?
Right. He gave us a bogus emails about him.
Yeah, he did. No good bastard.
Right now, the president today
but what was
deployed.
to be
He
expected?
deployed 2,000 National Guard troops, but about 300 of them have arrived here in Southern California so far. National Guard, they come from all over the state. A lot of them are not full-time employees, so sometimes it takes time for them to get here. We could see more arriving tomorrow. Law enforcement we've seen today using tear gas, rubber bullets, protesters throwing fireworks and cement. And the governor said this is a serious breach of state sovereignty, calling for troops to be removed, and will launch a lawsuit tomorrow to talk about that as a concept as well. And we should hear our interview with Governor Newsom soon to hear his perspective on it.
And Mayor Bass also echoed that
this is the only sit-down interview that he's done with a local station today, and it was wide-ranging. Here it is. Newsom, what is your main message to the people of California in this moment?
Oh, that Donald Trump is reckless. He's immoral.
He's
Well,
taken the
motherfucker,
illegal
so is you.
unconstitutional act
Shit.
of
That's like calling
federalizing
the pot calling the
National
kettle
Guard, and he's
black.
putting lives
Kiss
at risk.
my ass.
I mean, is it truly unconstitutional? I know it's been done before. Well, I mean, in his own executive order, it directs the Department of Defense to collaborate with state governors. So by definition, it's illegal. There was no collaboration. There was no counsel, no consideration of the rules of engagement. It was a reckless act that has led to conditions that have been exacerbated, and it's putting people's lives at risk. So can't he declare an insurrection and go forward with this? Yeah, he potentially can, and there's latitude. But as it relates to the actual language in his executive order, there's a reason we're going to court tomorrow, and the reason we're confident that we will succeed. That said, he's pushing now out the boundaries, whether or not we're going to get into posse comitatus, and whether or not he's going to test the theories in that case to then require the state National Guard in a federalized posture to coordinate and collaborate with ICE enforcement, which certainly would not have a precedent in 100+ years. You think that's going to happen? I think we're on the precipice of that being a real possibility. I have zero confidence. He's acting recklessly. He's acting unlawfully.
All right, then
He's putting
impeach
people's
his
lives at
ass.
risk.
Okay.
And it's my job to clean up
Introduce
Donald
the
Trump's
articles
mess
of impeachment.
because he's
you
making it
dumb
by the
fuck.
hour. You guys talked the other night, right? Yes, we do. What was that conversation like? It was a very collaborative conversation. It was a very good conversation. And he didn't really want to engage on the issues of LA, which was the great irony of this. He wanted to talk about a myriad of other issues.
707,
There was no
what's up,
suggestion,
homie?
none, period, full stop, about the National Guard. Quite the contrary. And by the way, I have a lot of experience with the National Guard. So do you here in LA. Right. We've been using the National Guard. I've
Yeah,
directed
so
the
do
National Guard
I.
down here prior.
I've seen the motherfuckers
as it
deployed
relates to
twice
issues
in my
during
lifetime, in
2020
92
riots.
and in
And so we
65.
have no ideological opposition of utilizing the Guard, but there's zero necessity. There was no request of mutual aid. LAPD, the Sheriff's Office, no requests. CHP, more than capable. We've got 175 CHP off today because of what Donald Trump did with the National Guard. But we see some of the images in the streets today. We see cars burning. We see freeways being shut down. We see unacceptable. But it's clear that things aren't totally under control right now. Somebody's exacerbated the conditions. He's exacerbated the conditions. This is Donald Trump's. These are images that Donald Trump created. You think he wants it politically? Of course he wants it politically. Why? Because he wants to divide us. He wants to attack the rule of law. He wants to attack the democracy. He wants to attack the best of what
the
makes this
motherfucker's
country.
a goddamn 34-count convicted felon, man. What the hell do you expect?
This fundamental notion of three independent branches, he can't handle. He's already taken over. Speaker Johnson's a joke. He's completely complicit. $2.5 trillion to your debt, wrecking the economy. Take Elon Musk's comments on that, just not mine. I mean, it's been a disastrous presidency. And so, of course, we're here with another distraction that puts, in this case, people's lives at risk. And he's testing the boundaries of the Constitution in a way that one can clearly argue is a constitutional crisis. So how do you negotiate with somebody who may want these images? You can't negotiate with them. Come on, no one can negotiate with them. I mean, no one can. I've gone out of great lengths to try to work with this guy. You can't work with him. You can only work for him, and I'll never work for him. And it's shameful, those that are. And that are complicit in this. And they're rolling over. And as I said, the founding fathers are rolling over in their graves right now watching this. Do you, because the other night, or he came out and said that when you guys spoke, he warned you that if you didn't get things under control, he was going to bring in troops. Stone cold liar. Stone cold liar. He made that up. Like he makes up so many other things.
Newsom having some balls there,
and he also seemed to make up this idea that the National Guard did a great job last night when they weren't here. They weren't even deployed.
Newsom, you might have a set
and
of
he claimed
balls
victory.
after all.
He's lost it. He hasn't lost a step. And I saw him trip on the steps today. I mean, this is serious. He is not the same person that I dealt with just 4 years ago. And he's incapable now of even a train of thought. He's making things up, and he's putting people's lives at risk.
and he's got a band of people that are complicit in this. And that's what's so damn alarming. And we need Congress to step up, and my gosh, do we need the courts.
But now that the National Guard are here, is there some good that they can do? I mean, those folks, there's a lot of great folks.
They haven't even been mission tax.
The courts back that trick. Come on, gruesome newsome shit. Quit fucking with that dope, man.
They've been well received by the community down here. We know these folks. We care about these folks. And I worry about them now. I worry about their safety. He's putting their safety at risk. He doesn't know what he's doing. They don't know what they're doing right now.
That's why I got the hell out of
the
California.
CRT teams. I got some of the best and the brightest CHP that are trained for this. By the way, if you're going to use the right National Guard, use the MPs that were out there doing the work here in terms of logistics and traffic management. But he didn't even use that for the fires. Those folks for the fires.
Right.
I mean, this proves it's just political game that puts people's lives at risk. So it's not a game.
I assume that you believe in immigration law and that there needs to be a way for these folks to carry out some of these.
We have never gone the way. State of California does not get in the way of federal actions using federal resources. I've also collaborated with the federal government and vetoed bills that would compel me not to over 10,000 times, 10,000 times from CDCR. We've coordinated with ICE on deportation. I am not sitting here arguing for criminals in our backyard. And I just want to remind your viewers, we have 394 National Guard down at the border that I've had there for years and years and years. Of course, we believe in immigration rules and laws. And of course, we were very vocal on the issue of borders. I think you and I went down 4 or 5 times on the border in events over the last 5 years. We were not passive in this space.
But when we have seen agitators getting in the way of some of these ICE agents who are trying to do their job.
Hey, these sort of anarchists.
What should happen to them?
They should be arrested.
Yeah.
They should be called out. We condemn that destruction of personal property. These groups come in, they have nothing to do with these peaceful protesters, these poor peaceful protesters. These guys come in to take advantage of these moments, and that's exactly what we knew would happen. That's exactly what Trump knew was going to happen. That's exactly what his team knows. They help create these conditions to inflame them. This is Donald Trump's mess. What you see in your nightly news is Donald Trump's making, and we've got to clean up this mess. If he can't do it, we're going to have to do it.
It was interesting, a statement you put out reminded me, I'm reading Jonathan Ives' book about Martin Luther King, and he always tried to tell people, protest peacefully. You're throwing, basically you said that if you go out and do violence at this point, you're giving Donald Trump what he wants.
You're handing it to him. So stop. These guys, these idiots that are jumping up on cars, that are burning these Waymos, these people, that's a disgrace. And the impact they're having on our democracy, there's a lot at risk here. I mean, this is not just a simple act of disobedience. They should be arrested. They should be held accountable. Anyone who attacks any innocent person, including a law enforcement person that's lawfully doing their job, they're members of our community just like everybody else. They go to the same churches. They're good human beings. And, you know, just because we don't like Donald Trump, just because we don't like their orders, doesn't mean you have the right to hurt or harm people. And that goes for them as well. We'll hold them, everybody, to a higher level of accountability. But that's not what Trump is after. He's not for peacemaking. He's here for war. He wants a civil war on the streets of America, not just here. He's testing the boundaries by nationalizing the federal guard. Heck, his own great Kristin Noem was just a year ago sitting there with newsmaker Sean Hannity saying it's outrageous that Biden is considering nationalizing the guard in my great state. Kristin Noem, the same Kristin Noem, saying, what about state sovereignties and state rights? And where the hell is Hannity now? Where the hell is Kristin Noem? They're out there just singing the siren songs of chaos, trying to sow chaos and putting our democracy at risk. These are acts of authoritarians. Period. Full stop.
So what you're saying and what he's saying, very heated rhetoric. How do we cool this down? How do we get things to calm down? How do we get the streets at this point to be safe?
Donald Trump needs to rescind his order. Period. And then we need to go back to a process where we peacefully protest, where law enforcement peacefully organizes safe parameters of engagement, or at least parameters of engagement that keep people safe, that federal authorities have the right to enforce federal laws, but in a way that can be at least coordinated so that it's not chaotic and that keeps families together and goes after the criminals, not innocent people that are just trying to live their damn lives and just trying to get their kids educated.
What do you say to critics who say you may have poked the bear by threatening to withhold California's tax money?
This
and
was
going
after
at
he
it?
said he was going for a full-scale attack on the university system and cutting NSF funding and cutting NIH funding, poking the bear. Are you kidding me? He's standing up for principles, standing up for honor and decency, standing up for the rule of law, poking the bear. Come on.
And lastly, there's a lot of people who are scared right now, especially a lot of people who are Latino who are here legally, who are worried they may be taken away. That's a huge percentage of California's population.
Well, I mean, it goes to 40% of the population.
What do you
We're a
say?
majority minority state. 27% of the state's foreign-born. All these mixed status families.
Yeah, you're
What's
right,
your message to
DMG.
those people today?
They matter and we care.
Nancy
And that's why
Pelosi's
we're being
nephew.
so aggressive right now, pushing back against these authoritarian tendencies of Donald Trump. That's why we're standing tall with 22 lawsuits. That's why we did a special session. And you guys, many of you called me out as it's too extreme. Shouldn't you be working with Donald Trump during his transition when I called that special session? And we've used those resources to file over 22 lawsuits. We're filing more as we speak. And then included, by the way, $50 million that we set aside, or $25 million specifically for legal aid to help these families so that we had their back. Because we knew something would happen. But I gotta say, I never expected Donald Trump to do this and to create the conditions that we're seeing today and threaten to make them even worse by bringing in the military.
Wow, I have so many questions for you, Alex, but you wanted to tie a ribbon around that. And
No, just as we approach the 11 o'clock hour here on Fox 11, we just want to let everybody know that we are staying on the air for extra extended coverage. So it is now the top of the hour, and welcome to the Fox 11 News on at 11 p.m. tonight during the week. This is when we say good night, L.A., but it's not a very good night in L.A. I'm Alex Michelson along with Susan Hirasuna. And if you were just watching our interview with Governor Newsom, a couple pieces of news that came out of that. One, this idea that there's going to be a lawsuit announced tomorrow against the Trump administration fighting back on this idea of the National Guard. Another piece of news was news about his conversation with Donald Trump a couple nights ago. He had not talked about that. We had no details on that. President Trump today said that he had warned Governor Newsom, if you don't get things under control, I'm going to send in troops. Governor Newsom says that is a stone-cold lie, that never happened, and that the president is essentially making up a conversation that wasn't real. And I was struck, Susan, especially having talked to him about the wildfire relief, and when he tried to be more conciliatory to President Trump, and he gave him a lot of credit on that, how the governor was really going after the president there.
it felt as if the filter was off. There was something about his body language as well that I had not seen before. Now, perhaps you've had longer conversations with him. Perhaps you have. Where it feels as if the mask of diplomacy or what have you slipped, and he had a lot of body language that suggested he was truly angry and irritated that the president lied
that's a very real
about
possibility.
the fact that he was
That's why I'm glad I'm in
given
Nevada.
some kind of a warning, and that we're in this place right now where the governor
just to
says
show you
that
how
this
corrupt LA
threatens the
is,
state's
look at this
sovereignty.
history of
the
the
governor
water.
not taking a whole lot
Look
of
at a movie
responsibility
called
himself for it,
Chinatown.
which is, as you see, typical for a lot of politicians. But interesting to hear his perspective. We appreciate that. We want to get back to our reporter, Matthew Seedorf, who is on the ground in downtown Los Angeles. Matthew, what's happening now?
Yeah, so interestingly enough, LASD has left. LAPD has since moved in large numbers right outside of City Hall. The protesters
so who's really
are
trying
still
to cause this
facing
fight? I'm going to say DMG 707
this
Trump.
direction, and it's standoff, you could say, continues. You can see flame in the street. Some of those agitators are standing behind A-frames, and this has been going on now for several hours.
Busy in LA tonight.
Has no reason to believe it could end anytime soon. It seems like there's no real plan.
DMG 707 LAPD is the most notorious gang in the city of Los Angeles.
You see them possibly going the other direction behind us, but yeah, just kind of a chaotic scene, but also one that's been going on for a while, where there's bursts of action. There's a firework that's thrown up in the air, and then moments where it appears like it's calming down, and then it'll kick back up again.
Matthew,
DMG.
let me ask you something. It sounded as if there was some kind of public announcement. Is that true, or is it one of the agitators with a bullhorn?
Specify.
No, there's an agitator with a megaphone on the other side of the street. We've been seeing police go in every direction right now, so unclear what's going on. But yeah, there's a agitator with a megaphone, kind of near where someone's launching those fireworks. They've been launching them every minute or so over there.
Okay, you up there in Vallejo.
They've been really just posted up on that side of the intersection for some time now.
And LAPD not answering with flashbangs or tear gas. They're just letting them perhaps die out, like the energy, like burn out the energy, and then perhaps move on.
Yeah, LAPD really has not moved so far. I'm trying to see what we can see on the other end of the street, but since LAPD has got here, they've just been holding the line that the sheriff's deputies were at. Gonna look here. Looks like we can see someone on a motorcycle, bikes. You can see the crowds, and it looks like LAPD on the other end of the other intersection beyond First Street, setting up another skirmish line between that street.
Well, they're going to have them whiteheads out there whooping ass, man, before sunrise.
Perhaps cut off access on both ends of
when the whiteheads come out,
and then
that's
push
bad
them
news.
eventually either north or south, away from the City Hall area, the Civic Center.
Yeah, it looks like that would be 2nd Street, where the police are on right now, and those protesters in between where we are with police, and then police over there on 2nd Street.
Right. Somehow they've managed to keep that fire ablaze, which I find sort of interesting, because it's going to need fuel.
So, I mean, what have you noticed that there's a thinning out, that as the later it gets, people are sort of over this and they're going home, or is everybody still kind of doing their thing?
I think it's thinning out, but it's pretty slow. I get the sense that people don't really know what to do right now. They feel like they need to be doing something, and they're just kind of wandering and looking for whatever that something is to do. Right now, some of them, looking over here at police, shooting off fireworks. We've heard reports of businesses being broken into in downtown. We see the fire there. But yeah, it maybe is thinning out a little bit, but a lot of wandering taking place.
Yeah. We're also looking at a view from Skyfox where we see that there is another fire that is burning. It's actually much bigger than the spot fire that you have in front of you, Matthew. And also on that freeway overpass, there is a very strong skirmish line, meaning a lot of sheriff's deputies, I believe, because we learned that on top of the LASD vehicle, it's like a truck, there's all these yellow coils, which apparently could be used as a barricade of sorts.
Right, if they set that up in the streets as a way to create a temporary barricade. Maybe we can take that Skyfox picture full and get a better sense of what's going on there. So we've got this fire near the freeway, which so many of us are familiar with. We've seen so many homeless encampments that oftentimes have fires near the side of the freeways. A lot of officials have told me that happens almost every single day in Southern California, some version of that. We don't know what sparked this particular fire, how this got going. Maybe it's one of those fireworks that we've seen
That could be too.
People are shooting out. Those go somewhere too.
And unlike the street, there's actually fuel. So this is like a brush fire, so it can continue to burn.
Yeah, and we don't see the firefighters on scene yet. It seems like that would be a fairly easy fire to put out if they get there quickly.
Okay.
But don't know if or when they're going to arrive. So look at this.
A secondary skirmish line.
Yeah.
Also, Matthew, what are you seeing at your location?
Yeah, so LAPD was staged over there on 2nd Street. We're in front of City Hall. So right now LAPD is kind of closing in on those protesters that have been there for the better part of a few hours now, trying to break this up. Mentioned that wandering, they're just trying to get whatever was taking place at this intersection to move along. So you can see those bright lights. That's the LAPD cars coming towards where we are in front of City Hall. And yeah, it looks like some people are starting to thin out.
Yeah, and as we look at some of the law enforcement on the move, and oftentimes when they really want to move people, they can. And sometimes they make the strategic decision to let things play out. But that's kind of what we're looking at now. And we have this graphic on the screen that says third night of anti-ICE protests, and a reminder that there have been anti-ICE protests today. But a lot of these folks that are out there are not offering immigration reform, policy ideas. These are people who like chaos, hate the system of ICE, the system of police, the system of capitalism, some of them, and like to create problems. And they see an opportunity to create chaos. We've also seen what appears to be tonight burglars and robbers that have used this opportunity to break into businesses because they think the LAPD is busy doing other stuff, and they see their opportunity to cash in. And that's been an unfortunate reality tonight. So yes, there have been protests of people that are frustrated with what the Trump administration is doing, but there's been plenty of people who are out and about tonight and really have very little to say about that. They just enjoy an opportunity to create some problems.
Chief McDonald actually went so far as to say, I recognize those people. We see them time and again taking this as an opportunity to cause chaos. He absolutely says these are not people that are protesting the actions of the president or ICE. That he very much said, we know these people. But then they're troublemakers, they're agitators.
And then the question is, and this is something I talked about with Mayor Bass earlier, is, okay, we know these people, they do this over and over again, so why can't there be a better policy to arrest them, hold them accountable, and have some sort of consequences for this behavior so that it doesn't keep happening and these people don't keep showing up year after year at event after event?
And availing themselves of this.
And it was interesting, if you were with us at the top of the 10 o'clock hour, when Mayor Bass was talking, admitting that these scenes are horrible for her and everybody who is legitimately upset with what's happening when it comes to some of the immigration issues, because it distracts from them. It sends the message that the city is in fact out of control, and it emboldens President Trump
out of control. That damn city been out of control. Why do you think I left the motherfucker?
I know a lot of our viewers think are great and that are worth it. And there's a lot of viewers that think that they're not. But this issue of immigration is so personal for Southern California. You think about the state of California has 2.3 million people who are undocumented, more than any other state in the union. Obviously, we have more people here than any other state in the union, but we also have more undocumented. And you think of Latino make up 50% of the city of Los Angeles, 40% of the state of California. And so obviously there's a whole lot of Latinos that are here legally, many who went through the process of becoming legal immigrants, and they know how hard it is, are some of the most anti-illegal immigration because they're frustrated that people are trying to cut the line. But there are plenty of people who are here, who were born here, whose parents may be undocumented or their friends are undocumented, and they are legitimately concerned about them and their future tonight. And they see these images, and this is something I talked about with the mayor, that there are people that are making the question tonight, okay, should I go to school tomorrow? Should I send my kid to work? What should I do tomorrow? And that is a real thing that people are thinking. So we know, depending on where you are at life and what your political persuasion are, there are people that see these images and think, thank God, it's about time. Law and order, restore this. We need it. And there are other people that are watching
in other
this
words,
that are concerned. Could I be next?
Okay, let me just point out the LAFD is there. They'll put out that brush fire. We're going to go back to Matthew Sudo because Matthew, you're getting some kind of emergency
brought back
alert.
a memory of Richard Nixon, and you saw what happened with Richard Nixon.
This is probably the third or fourth time we've gotten these today
Law and
downtown.
order. You got a 34-count convicted felon being the president.
Avoid the LA Civic Center area.
So much for law and order.
Unlawful assembly declared. You can hear all the phones going off in the area, so everyone is getting these right now. Police definitely serious trying to get people to go home
y'all
at this
better
point.
not put that bullshit on my
A lot
phone.
of people just wandering, looking for something to do. That alert goes out, and hopefully that gets the message out there that this is done.
Yeah. Okay. Do you see everybody walking the other way?
Yeah. Martial law is on its way, man. That's without a doubt.
I guess I'll
And then the cold part about it is they're going to use this to declare martial law throughout the country.
We've gotten about 3 or 4 of those alerts today, and it
Now,
doesn't seem like
you see what
people
this dirty
looking
bastard
at their
did,
phone and just
people?
put it right back in their pocket.
Trump has a Republican Congress, both the Senate and the House.
At that
Okay.
intersection. And
So they're not
we
going
want
to
to show you some
impeach.
video from earlier today, just because if you've been following what has happened over the last couple of days, all things started in Paramount when ICE agents had an area, a staging area, if you will. And then it was yesterday when things sort of erupted and became, Matthew was in the middle of it, when it became much more violent and damaging. We had a Fox 11 vehicle that was destroyed, absolutely. So here are people the day after, so now Sunday, and they are cleaning up from what happened the day before. And all those bad actors, all those agitators that did things far more than just holding up signs and protesting against President Trump's policies here and the order to get illegal immigrants out of this country.
And God bless these people coming together to clean up their community and taking pride in where they live. And a reminder that a lot of these
if I
folks
went
who
out there
are
and picked up
causing
some
the
of that
chaos,
shit, motherfucker would have to pay me.
These are the kind of people that are hurt. People that live in these communities, the people that
You know,
work
you
in these
might- that's
communities,
like
the people that are just
telling,
trying to go about their
me
day
to
and
go
do the right
the
thing.
shit out of somebody
They're the
else's
ones who have
toilet.
to deal with the
Let
impact
the fucking
of
city
people's
do it.
selfishness in the way that they are handling these situations. And so that's some of the video from earlier today in Paramount. Good to see a much safer situation than what we saw yesterday. And we've seen some extraordinary scenes throughout the day. We saw the freeway was shut down for several hours. We saw CHP vehicles that were hurt there. Maybe we can show some of.
Well,
look at
this video is really remarkable because we didn't really 100% understand what this driver was trying to do. But in addition to having a mini street takeover, doing the donuts in reverse, then you notice that the agitators, they are taking their ire out on this driver. So then he takes off from that location. Notice that he's now throwing things out of the van. I believe that's because some people were successful and got the rocks and concrete through the driver window or passenger side window. Then he went into the plaza next to Alvera Street, right? So you know this area near where the gazebo is, where there's oftentimes a lot of music and dancing. This is not an area where you're supposed to be driving unless perhaps you're like maintenance or delivery or something like that. We watched the driver as he tried to get back through those barriers there, couldn't, so then backed back up and then eventually got out of this area. So now he's on that edge of Los Angeles Plaza, Alvera Street, Chinatown, and he's going at a fairly high rate of speed. Now he's going to get to Cesar Chavez, this intersection
trying to
here.
save his ass.
And then he does this where he decides that he's going to back up. Now he's going in reverse. And P.S., there's a lot of other people. There's a bicyclist that eventually gets sideswiped by his irresponsible actions. He gets out of the car here. Watch what he tries to do with this very heavy dumpster. Oh, we don't have that part. But notice how people realize, wait, there's something wrong with this guy. So they go running after him. And not that they're going to catch up with him, but there was an effort to stop him. That guy threw something at him. So a lot of erratic driving, and then this,
nothing with 4 wheels.
where it was remarkable.
It's like a pursuit without anybody pursuing him.
Exactly. There's no law enforcement over. We were over. Sky Fox was over.
Oh, he good
Then he just gets
up.
to an area, Savannah Street and East First, and gets out of the vehicle. There he is right there. He's talking to some woman. He's by that light pole. Without any kind of resistance, he is arrested by police.
What are the chances you think he was
that ain't the police, that's the sheriff. His ass is right down the street from Boucher Street. Yeah. You got a whole lot of motherfuckers getting booked into the Twin Towers.
Hopefully that's.
So we have a little highlight there. So
that's
for
wild.
much of watching this, we were so confused as to what he was trying to do. What was the point of the donuts? You know, and then the erratic driving. Sideswiping that bicyclist, and I can't. Well, we go off of it, but yeah, there's that moment where the bicyclist gets hit. I hope the bicyclist is okay. But that was a very confusing moment, and eventually there were multiple patrol cars that came and answered the call to get this guy into custody, and he is in custody. Okay, so you have a live shot from Sky Fox in the upper left corner, and that's Matthew Seedorf's cameraman, Elliot, I believe, who's looking down from First to Second Street there. And it looks like as if there are far fewer people in the area.
For the moment.
For the moment.
The question is, did they just move a few blocks away or somewhere nearby?
Nah, them motherfuckers getting ready to go to work tomorrow.
Disperse for the night. Thanks to Elliot Mendoza, who's been out there with Matthew hustling all day long and being up live for hour after hour after hour. We want to show you another moment from earlier that was pretty wild. If you missed the coverage, you may have been stuck in the traffic of this as well. You think of the 101 freeway in downtown Los Angeles, one of the busier freeways in the world. And it came to a standstill today as all these folks blocked freeway traffic in the middle of Sunday afternoon. And you see these images, and it got violent at one point.
Yeah, at this point, I could be wrong, but I believe that most of those people are indeed protesting ICE.
Yes.
This is an anti-ICE protest. But later, after the CHP moves in, and after they were able to disperse this crowd mostly, bring in the CHP vehicles, turn all of that traffic around. So those vehicles actually had to reverse course or make a U-turn so that they could get off of the freeway to allow the CHP vehicles in. But then there were those agitators that were on the overpass overlooking the 101. And that's when we started to see the officers down there, the patrol cars down there, being rained upon by chunks of concrete, by rocks, by any kind of debris they could find, by fireworks. And the CHP was actually under that overpass, like trapped underneath that overpass to protect themselves from anything that would be lobbed over that overpass there, as you see there. And we watched as people would light things on fire, hoping to get that police car afire, which they did somewhat. And I also want to point out there was a time when the officer tried to get back into that vehicle, and you see that curtain there. That's the airbag that went off. It's an impact bag on the side, typically,
so that means
to
that
protect
car is
you.
total.
But that came not because the vehicle crashed into anything, but because someone was successful in getting a rock or a piece of concrete to hit the car in a manner that it set off the airbags. And once those airbags are deployed like that, you can't drive that vehicle. So
isn't it crazy if you think about any one of these things would have happened on a normal day? That would be a huge story. And the fact that everything we just went through happened on the same day. And while Fox 11 and you have been on the air for it, is just crazy.
4.5 hours. We're going up on 4.5 hours. Okay, we want to show you something else because this was the first time that we saw police officers, mounted police officers, and mounted police are very successful with crowd control. We oftentimes see them in big crowds, even when it's not a riot situation or a situation where they're worried about the crowd. They're just really good at crowd control, in part because people love horses,
bringing out
frankly.
the ponies.
So in some respects, you know, police officers,
I wonder if that there's some of those ponies out of Denver.
And people love them because they love the horses. So oftentimes it's helpful in sort of diffusing a situation. In this case, this was a situation where they've built their own sort of horse skirmish line, and it's very good for crowd control. It's very good
because they're
for
going to have the horses shit all over the place.
No one wants to go up against a big, massive beast like a horse. So it was really remarkable. They're not out anymore, but they were out during the daytime, and look what happened. How people are indeed moving away. I was worried. You see people are throwing things, but hopefully none of the horses were hurt.
Maybe we need more horses.
Perhaps. I don't know.
How we make
down there in LA, you got a bunch of horse shit anyway. Yeah, so maybe you do need some more horses.
Lethal rifles in their hands in front of the horses.
So one of the big headlines of the day was the arrival of the National Guard without the permission or request of Governor Newsom, but President Trump insisting them to come in. And you see, this is images of the National Guard outside. I think this is a federal facility in downtown Los Angeles.
I think that's the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center.
That they're protecting there and making sure that everything is okay. So I think, you know, an interesting moment, by the way. We just had, I got a text message from Alex Villanueva, the previous sheriff of LA County, on this question of the National Guard. If you were watching us about 20 minutes ago, we had our interview with Governor Gavin Newsom, who said that President Trump has been a stone cold liar when it comes to having a conversation with him in advance about the troops or the National Guard. And Villanueva said to me that Gavin is the stone cold liar. In 2020, I requested National Guard for LA during the riots and deployed them as I saw fit. I never consulted with him, used the Cal OES mutual aid protocol. He's, of course, blaming his successor, Sheriff Robert Luna, who he ran against, and he's also blaming Jim McDonnell, who he also ran against, if you think about it.
That's right.
He defeated McDonnell, and then Luna defeated him for LA County Sheriff. He says they're responsible by not coming to the aid of federal LEOs, law enforcement officers under assault. You know, a lot of this started, if you think about it, with the federal law enforcement officers who were trying to carry out immigration, deportation, criminal proceedings with court orders, they say, and you saw people throwing things at their trucks and getting in their faces and doing what they could to stop those procedures. That's what got President Trump involved and made him make the decision to bring in the National Guard.
But Police Chief McDonnell got the job in part because he made the pledge that he recognized that LA is recognized as a sanctuary city, and that in this situation, you know, we heard the governor say, look, we're not in a position to get in the way of federal operation. Well, Chief McDonnell says pretty much the same thing, but at the same time he said, we're policing the streets. We're keeping the peace in the streets. We're not here to aid ICE. Okay, we're going to go back to Matthew Seedorf. Matthew, what's going on where you are now? It seems like the optics anyway are slightly different.
Yeah, it's calming down a little bit. It seems like police are really trying to get people to go home at this point. The skirmish line has pushed further towards 1st Street, while police have moved in on 2nd Street. You can see there are still some agitators and police in the area. In that corner over there, you can see probably dozens of those protesters and agitators, but also police also just right there on both sides. So it's kind of ongoing. I'm not exactly sure what the plan is moving forward. You know, are the agitators, the protesters trying to move beyond police? It seems like everyone is satisfied with their current line. So As far as, unless people decide to start going home, I don't know if this is just kind of where we're going to be for a few more hours, but we've seen these protesters. They started at City Hall hours ago. They've pushed beyond 2nd Street. Now they've been kind of going back and forth between 2nd Street, 1st Street, City Hall, and back. But it does seem like things are calming down and people are starting to disperse. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, Matthew, thank you so much. You know, Alex, it's interesting because I remember.
All right, things are calming down for now.
Yeah, the city of Los Angeles. Yeah, Los Angeles. Yeah. Well, the only thing I can say about that is this. Well, you got a 34-count convicted felon who is the chief executive of the United States, the chief executive of California, Governor Newsom, who has a tainted past as well, too. Now, what you have right here, people, is a morally bankrupt society.
Yeah.
Neither Trump or Newsom have any kind of morals.
Right.
Now, only the effective method that I see of them to squelch this shit is to have all that horse shit go all over the sidewalk. Because don't nobody want to step in horse shit.
Right.
Because what they did when they had a problem with prostitution up there on the Sunset Strip, what they did was they had the LAPD and the LA County Sheriff go up there on the Sunset Strip, and keep in mind that's West Hollywood, and the police agency there would be the sheriff, and they was having their horses go down where all the whores used to be. Okay, like you remember that song by Donna Summer called Bad Girls, okay? And they would just have all the damn horses go up there and shit all up and down the Sunset Strip. So quite naturally, of course, the whores didn't want to step in horse shit.
Right.
So, you know, it was an effective method, you know what I'm saying, and whatnot. But however, that is the city of Los Angeles. It is insane. You got an ineffective city charter down there in the city of Los Angeles. The mayor there, Karen Bass, is just a figurehead. And now I see they're making her as a scapegoat is because the general public who is not in Los Angeles does not understand how the wacky politics of Los Angeles go. The people to criticize would be the commissions or the commissioners of the various city departments, from the Department of Water and Power, the Fire Commission, the Police Commission. Let's see, who else that I could think of, okay, because it's been quite a few years since I've been here. Okay, but you got the city of Los Angeles, okay, that is where Hollywood is, and Hollywood, people, is a section of the city of Los Angeles. So there's no such thing as the Hollywood Police Department. Because if you fuck up in Hollywood, you're going to find out that it will be the Hollywood division of the Los Angeles Police Department that will be booking your ass into the Hollywood Division jail.
Yep.
So what's happening is all these people they rounding up, they're taking them over there to the Twin Towers, you know, as they say, hands in your pockets, shoulders on the wall, and nuts to butts.
Oh, man. Damn.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's downright fucked up. And they have no problem of whooping your ass. Okay? So then they're going to have all you grown-ass men together, strip ass naked, go take your showers, okay? Then they're going to put you in your county blues or your county oranges, depending on what your offense is.
Yep.
And it clearly says Los Angeles County Jail on your left side of your shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I know somebody who's been there a couple of times. You know, they told me all about it. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I know somebody been there a couple of times. I think it was our boy Henry Dessalines.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to Henry Dessalines, man?
They shut him down, Shabaki.
Yeah, old Henry. Yeah, miss Henry, boy. We miss Henry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. But as Kahari said right here, putting all bullshit aside, yes, people, you will see martial law in the city of Los Angeles, and I'm willing to bet dollars to donuts is that it's going to happen within the next 48 hours, because Los Angeles is not going to have a good day tomorrow. Motherfuckers who got to travel 50 miles to their jobs on the freeway, you better get on the freeway now.
Yeah, because LA traffic is already bad enough. So
yeah, but it's just straight fucked off now. It is straight fucked off now, you know. So then you had people blowing up and throwing shit on the California Highway Patrol cars, you know. So that's gonna be a mess.
Yeah.
You know, now tow truck drivers, oh yeah, you lousy motherfucking tow truck drivers, yeah. You OPGs is gonna be making you a whole lot of overtime money. Official police garage. Yeah.
A lot of cars.
That's what they have for you in the city of Los Angeles. They call them the official police garages. So when they hook up your car, you might as well go down there with your pink slip and sign it over to them, man, because the money they're gonna charge your ass, you're gonna be broke. You're gonna be a member of the homeless population.
Yeah.
And that is for real. See, that is for real, for real, for real. So, Sergeant Friday, may you rest in peace. Dan, 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 dan. This is the city, Los Angeles, California. Yeah, the city of Los Angeles. That place is fucked off. And it'll probably be twisted, man, about for the next couple of weeks. Then the LA City Council is going to be administering a whole bunch of new taxes and all that old type of shit right there. That's probably going to lead to some more protests. You see what I mean? Oh, yeah.
Protests all summer long.
Huh?
It says expect protests all summer long.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You're going to have another long, hot summer in the city of Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
What are your thoughts on day 2 now, day 3 of the anti-ICE protests in LA?
What do I think? It's going to escalate. It's going to get worse. These Democrats and Repubs are two sides of the same coin, you see. So gruesome Newsom, ain't no telling what he's going to do. And really, it's a tragedy, you know. And it'll probably go county-wide and probably throughout the whole Inland Empire also, which would be Riverside and San Bernardino counties.
Yeah.
So anybody up there in Sin City, I don't advise you taking I-15 south for at least a month. I'm dead serious. Yeah.
Don't go past.
And then as far as the Olympics coming into LA, in 3 years, yeah, we're gonna see more chaos like that because Dumpster's still gonna be the president.
Yeah.
You got 3 long years of this dude. So for all you idiots that wouldn't voted for the dump as inhuman shit, okay?
Got to say about this.
This is what you voted for. See? That's what you voted for. Now, you house niggas, okay? Gotta address your house niggas, okay? It's because white supremacy cannot exist without its yassa bosses, coons, Tim Scotts, ass scratchers, you know, them kind of fools. You see? Yeah. And at one time, y'all, the city of LA was a nice city to live in at one time. It really was. Crenshaw District gone straight to hell. Broke my heart going through the Crenshaw District. Like I was telling you, Brother Paris, you know. And then from what I understand is that they were supposed to have some events later on this summer happening in the Crenshaw District. I won't be there. You know, I'm avoiding that place there, the city of Los Angeles, for at least the next 2 years.
Are they going to have a taste of soul?
I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt it. Is because all those businesses were gone over there. Okay, and everybody seen Day and Craig and with top flight security, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that day was over there in the Crenshaw District. All that there is gone, man. Yeah. It's gone. It's all closed down. Lamert Park, you know. And what had happened with us, Black family, we had lost our cohesiveness. And I would have to say, in my opinion, that our lack of cohesiveness of ourselves have brought down our institutions. See.
All right, let's hear from Kahari. Kahari, are you still with us?
Okay, Brother Kahari. Okay, is Kahari in the east?
Yeah, he's in Florida.
Okay, so that's in the east. So, man, it's going on 3 a.m. where he's at, man.
Yeah.
Because it's going on 1 a.m. where you're at, because right now, man, it's 13 minutes from midnight.
Yeah.
You know? So it is a tragedy of what's happening in the city of Los Angeles. But for all you dumpsters that supported that asshole, and particularly you Black ones, remember, this is what you voted for. You'll get no sympathy from me.
All right.
Stupid is as stupid does.
All right, moving along, Shabaki.
Mm-hmm.
In other news, Lake Lanier has claimed another life.
What happened in Lake Lanier? I've heard of Lake Lanier, but where is it at?
It's in Georgia, Shabaki, and it used to be a prominent Black town known as Oscarville.
Oh, yeah, and it's underwater.
Mm-hmm. But the spirit of the people that lost their lives there is still very much alive, and it's taking lives every month or so.
Okay, like the Devil's Punch Bowl.
Yeah, similar to that, yeah. So now, yeah, it's claiming lives like every month now. The latest casualty is this cracker on the screen.
Okay.
Cynthia, I think he's like a white Hispanic. His life was claimed by Lake Lanier. So Tori and Rain gonna give us an update on that.
All right.
Looks like Lake Lanier done claimed another one. I don't know why people decide that they want to go out to Lake Lanier. There's no way I would go out there even to ride past it. But people want to continue to go out there year after year, month after month, and decide that they think that they can test those ancestral waters, and they lose every single time. So this person's name is Dustin Valencia, and he is a well, at this point he was a kayaker who went missing while kayaking out there at Lake Lanier, and they ended up recovering his body after being missing. And I believe this man was also married and he had a family. So I don't know why. I don't know why people keep going out there. It's like, are y'all missing the reports? Especially if y'all lived out there in Georgia. Are y'all not catching the reports that they're talking about with this lake? Or at least not doing your due diligence and researching it before you decide to go out there and see if you'll survive or make it back?
Wow.
The body found Friday at Lake Lanier is Dustin Valencia, age 43, of Cumming, Forsyth County's Sheriff's Office confirmed Monday morning. Authorities recovered the body Friday during a search of the cove where Valencia paddled from, where the kayak and paddle were found. Stacy Miller, the public information officer, said the major crimes unit of the Sheriff's Office is continuing to investigate the case. No additional information has been made available. Valencia's wife reported him missing Wednesday after he left home and didn't arrive to pick up their children at school. Authorities found his Honda Accord in the Lakeside Park parking lot. Someone discovered Valencia's kayak the same day he disappeared and returned it to a lost and found. Once he saw the news reports Thursday evening, he reported what he found to the authorities. The search for Valencia involved teams from multiple agencies, included underwater sonar radar, which is interesting because the last time I talked about Lake Lanier, which was last year, if y'all remember, it was an older gentleman and his wife. They had went out, I guess, fishing, and something happened, and it was the weirdest thing. He somehow, I guess, he fell out of the boat, or something happened in the boat, and he fell out of it, and then he got pulled under. And the thing is, he stayed there. Like, they had to use that same sonar device to find him, and they had to use special divers to go down there and retrieve him. His body was literally stuck at the ocean, at the lake floor. Like, it didn't even float back up like one would think. It just stayed, like it was anchored there. Like some kind of spiritual force was keeping him there. And the thing is, I think his wife she survived because nothing happened to her. It was just her husband. The search for Valencia involved teams from multiple agencies, including underwater sonar radar. Authorities said Thursday that they do not suspect foul play, and friends say Valencia was in excellent shape and training for a triathlon. So look at that right there. They said he was in great shape and training for a triathlon, which you would have to be in elite tip-top shape in order to do. Right. But when it came to that lake, they was like, being in shape be damned. Like, you go like that. All I gotta say is this: people, just stay out of that lake. Right. Stop going there. I don't know why y'all do it to yourselves. That lake it has a lot of history there, and people keep going there thinking it's a game. That lake is not playing with you. Remember, they keep trying to drain it, but they're not trying to drain it because they know what they're gonna find at the bottom of it. A lot of dead souls. I'll put it like that. But, condolences to his family. But all I keep telling people is stop going to that lake. But you know what? We can say that till we're blue in the face, and the people are going to still continue to go out there. Only God knows why. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this down in the comments, and I'll talk to you.
All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on the latest casualty of Lake Lanier, Dustin, Valencia?
Okay, well, I'm very, very sorry to hear about the gentleman's passing, number one. Okay, so it just goes to show if that man was a triathlete, he was in better shape than a heavyweight contender. Yeah. So if it pulled him down under there, it seems to me it should be quite obvious that they should put a permanent enclosure around that lake to prevent other tragedies.
They just need to stop going to that lake, period, Shabaka. Like I said, it used to be an all-black town. They ran all the black people out of, and then they turned it into a lake.
Well, that could be the spirit of the ancestors speaking, brother.
That's exactly what it is, Shabaka. So they need to leave.
Yeah, that's real. Just like with the hurricanes.
And like you said, there was another dude that got anchored down there, and his body would not float back up. So yeah, the ancestors are definitely speaking.
Yeah, and then just like those sisters, down in the Bahamas, divers, and they were setting up monuments underwater, for all the slaves that were thrown off the slave ships. And then I would imagine, too, that you had a lot of the slave ships get caught up in the hurricanes as well, too.
Yeah, well, they took the slave ships took the same routes as the hurricanes.
Exactly, you see. So, like down in New Orleans, major slave port, according to Sister Akshita, same thing with Mobile, Alabama.
Charleston.
I drove through. Yeah, Charleston, South Carolina,
Georgia.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just incredible with the atrocities, that this country has committed against various groups, including the indigenous ones who are here.
Yep.
It has a lot to answer for. And then look what it selected in its last presidential scam election.
Kahari said he's just listening. Okay.
Okay, and then look what's happening out there in Angeltown, which is only about 245 miles to the southeast of me.
Yeah.
That I will not be going there for a very, very long time.
Yeah, so the moral of this story is leave Lake Lanier alone.
Yeah, just leave it alone. Let those souls rest. You know what I'm saying? They're there with their internal rest,
But I'm sure
then
another cracker get out there again. And we'll be reporting on this again in about a month or so.
Yeah, because in their nature, they so damn self-righteous, Just like I was arguing with a dude on the like page about the ALI, you know what I'm saying? So what I'm doing, Brother Precious, like you said, I'm just deleting and blocking the mugs, man. Them is professional trolls.
Yeah.
Yeah, them is professional trolls,
So on other note, I'm gonna move to the next topic, Shabaka. So in other news, the dump, as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear.
Oh, absolutely.
Threatens to destroy Elon Musk, the musty man, if he switches sides to the Nimmers.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah. I wanted to comment on Stinky Bird and Stink, It's very, and then the cold part about it, Stinky Bird said, man, he got Epstein photos of the Trump up there with Epstein. You know what I'm saying? And then they arrested Epstein, and then we do a story on Epstein a few years ago where they arrested him and he was found dead in his cell.
Yeah, mysteriously. Mm-hmm.
Mysteriously, yeah. Wow.
So Willie D, who's unfortunately, he's gonna go.
All right.
Willie D Live.
What's up, family? Donald Trump, your president, has just issued Elon Musk a stern warning. If you're not going to support the Republicans, you better stay out of politics, or else there will be severe consequences.
Now that sounds like some gangster shit.
That's what Cornell West calls a gangster.
I ain't got no problem with that, and here's why. Because I want to see a man be a man at all times. It don't matter who he's up against. No matter who the opposition is. I want to see if you're going to stand on business. So I want to see if Elon is going to stand on business and stand up to the Trump bully. Yeah, you do know Trump is a bully, but so is Elon. But here's a situation where you have a bully trying to bully the bully. And this is going to be an interesting contest. This all started when Elon criticized Trump's one big beautiful bill, and Trump did not like that. So Trump says something slick, Elon comes back and says, hey man, the only reason why Donald Trump was elected was because of me. Trump called BS. Elon busts back with a post on X saying that Donald Trump is included in the Epstein files. He was on that island messing with them girls. Young girls. Young girls. Yeah, man. So that's what we are. And Trump buzzed back and said, okay, keep on playing. You know, I'm going to defund those government contracts that you have. So he's already threatened to defund them with the government contracts he had for his space program, all of that stuff he got going on. And then, he could also hit him hard. He's already hit him hard with Tesla. Tesla lost $20 billion when this first kicked off on Friday. I think it kicked off Friday.
That's great news. Let Tesla lose some more money.
Selling off, right?
Pieces of shit.
But Trump's Truth Social also lost 8% of its stock. That was valued at $200 million. So Elon's Tesla lost 20 billion, which came out to 14%. And Trump lost 200 million, which came out to about 8%. This is an expensive feud to say ain't nobody been killed. Yeah, interesting. Trump got his back up against the wall. You see, when you're sitting on $500 billion, I think Elon is worth something like $500 billion or something. That can buy you a lot of friends. It can buy you a lot of enemies, but it also can buy you a lot of friends. And at the very least, associates, people that are willing to do some things for you that might be considered unethical or even criminal. Yeah. So Elon he could move the needle, but he's gonna have to be willing to go all the way. See, Trump is willing to go. Trump will take it there. And Trump also has the executive orders behind him, right? He can use the office of the presidency to do whatever he wants to do. Typically, you can't, but you can as long as you are willing to take the heat that come with it, right? But here's the deal. There ain't a lot of heat coming with Trump's decisions that offend people because a lot of cowards are in Congress. They are scared to death of Trump. Why? Because they don't want to lose their positions. Yeah, all these politicians, these governors, all these people acting like they so tough. They got all of this power, all of this influence. But when it comes to Trump, they roll over like a dog and cry. Yeah. Y'all seen that video where all those dogs are fighting and they're barking at each other, and then this one dog come out of nowhere like a gunslinger in the Wild Wild West. He just walks up and the other dogs just start getting out the way. Even the big ones, they be getting out the way, and then he walks up on this other one while the other ones are still getting out the way, and he just walks up to him, and the other dog just fall to the ground and get on his back. And the dog, the one who comes with the respect, just puts his foot on his neck, on his chest or wherever he put it at. But they just bow down. That's how they act when Trump is in motion. They just bow down like cowards. Ain't no way, man. There's only a few of them that have been willing to just stand up to Trump. Here's the thing. I don't know what these governors are afraid of, because if Trump defund their state, then he also defunds a large portion of his constituency. Those are Trump supporters. You still got Trump supporters in every state. You got a large number of Trump supporters in every state. Even the blue states have a considerable amount of Trump supporters. They may not have enough supporters to win an election, but they have enough to sway an election, you dig? Or influence an election and influence their guy. Every state got Republicans who are millionaires and billionaires. So they got influence, even if they don't have the numbers. So this is very interesting to me. I thought at first that it would take our country back, but I was like, you know what? This is good for This is good. Trump spoke like a true dictator. You know, you're either gonna stick with my party or else. You're gonna stick with the Republicans. You try to go over there and mess with them Democrats, I'm gonna crush you. Now, that's supposed to be illegal. But Trump can do whatever he wants to, because none of the people who are in power to stop him, well, now I won't say none, but most of the people who are in power to stop him won't, because they're cowards. That's right, I said it, they're cowards. They are afraid to step up and say something, to do something, because they care more about their position than they do the people. But what say you, fam? Drop a comment. I'd love to hear your thoughts. No more talk.
Well, my comment on that brother's platform right there is everything he said is absolutely correct. Okay. When you have absolute power, it corrupts absolutely. This is what you're seeing in the state of California, in the city of Los Angeles. See, this dude is not being held accountable. He will not be held accountable. Okay. He's got the Congress in his favor, so impeachment is out of order. It's not going to happen. He's got the kangaroo courts at the federal level in his pocket. You see what I mean? And it is what it is, you know. And this is why we have always have advocated, as you know, Brother Che, for at least the last 7 years, of us as a people to become economically sufficient. As warped as this shit that is going on today, I have confidence that we still can. You see? Yeah. We still can. We just got to get our mind off these sorry black ass politicians like your Cory Bookers, Hakeem Jeffries, Uncle Scotts, you know, and put it out there in the media to let it be known that, hey, you house niggas don't represent us. You all are busy up there kissing up to Master Trump, you know, whatnot. You see, you know, the majority of you black ass politicians are corrupt. Your Eric Adams, your Brandon Johnsons, your Karen Basses, although Karen Bass is kind of like in a league of her own, is because she is just a figurehead in the city of Los Angeles, as opposed to a chief executive at the municipal level, like Chicago, New York, Philadelphia, that I would imagine as well too.
Denver chose Chewbacca.
Yeah, and Denver, because you all had Mayor Wellington Webb, who didn't do shit. You know, Mayor Webb wasn't shit. Your John Hickenlooper, who was the mayor of Denver, I met the dude. He wasn't a shit.
Yeah.
And what have you. You know, when I was temporarily residing there in a mile high income city. Yeah. Only Raiders fan in a million miles. Everybody else was Pony fans.
You know, it's Bronco country. They ain't got no love for the Gators out here.
Man, but I respect the brother. I met in Denver who had Raider license plates, Raider jacket, and 67 coupe, you know, Raider plate frame. Yeah. Yo, man, you a Raider fan? He said he was ready to whoop my ass. And I say, man, well, I got news for you, homie. I'm from Los Angeles and Oakland. And he said, oh, right. You know, and every bar that they have there got their sign up there that says this is an official Oakland Raiders haters club. Well, Las Vegas Raiders now, you know. And we got how many more weeks till preseason?
Less than 100.
Yeah, less than 100 days for preseason. All right, so the Raiders did some intelligent things. They fired the fucking coach. They fired the damn general manager. So all I did is step in the right direction, You know what I mean? But as brother was saying here, is that Donald Trump, in my opinion, people, I think the only thing that can shut down Donald Trump, man, is going to be the United Nations. If that'll work, that's a theory. As far as it being practical, is a whole different story.
Yeah.
Because the Congress ain't going to impeach him, okay? Like brother said, that Trump bought the election, you know, got people like Sarge that support him blindly, okay? And that Congressional Black Caucus, you individuals belong defunding.
They belong disbanded.
Yeah, and then Maxine Waters, God bless your soul, ma'am. I think you're up in your 80s now, sister. You need to hang it up. You did what you could, considering what you had to work with. And then these Democrats are no better because you Democrats, you know, when who was our man there, Gary Webb?
Yeah.
Who made the exposure, who made the ultimate sacrifice. And as the investigation was started, who shut it down abruptly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You guessed it, Janet Reno.
So, is the jump clear martial law and is nationwide insurrection next?
Yeah, it very well could be, is because I think what's happening here, people, is that these are some unprecedented things that are happening in American history.
Let's see what Seti got to say. Shout out to General Sir Seti. I had the pleasure of meeting him back in 2016.
Okay.
To the top, click it, get over there. Boom, there's an amazing catalog of over 500 exclusive live streams only to be seen on page 2 because I will ban your ass. Now, it's going down in Los Angeles. You know it was coming. You know it was coming. You feel what I'm saying? And it is not gonna get it's not gonna get better, it's only gonna get worse. You know, and they have been anticipating this, you know, this the fighting and rioting and shit and so on. They knew that was coming too. And so, you know, and they ready, and anybody that you think that they ready. You feel what I'm saying? They're gonna be heavy-handed, you know what I'm saying, with any type of divisiveness and shit and this. And you know what? It is what it is. It is what it is. You know, nobody is on our side, so I'm not speaking on to take no sides or whatever, because it is what the fuck it is.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We knew when they was talking about, you know, deporting motherfuckers that eventually it was gonna escalate. You know, so a lot of people say we agree with the deportations. Okay, then. But then, you know, you got to think that, man, you know, you deporting these people, family and shit, even though they know they illegal, you know what I'm saying? But you should have been, enforced the rule of law from the very beginning. You wouldn't have this shit.
Right.
You know, but because, you know, you manipulate the law to your advantage. And at that time, you wanted to use cheap labor and shit and whatever you could do, you understand, to keep the most money in your pocket. And so you will let motherfuckers come over here, pay them $2 and $3 and shit, you know, get dirt cheap labor and shit. Nah, you know, you want to put them out because your numbers is dwindling. You know, people was talking about, the Caucasoid numbers as far as, are dwindling in America. But just think about it. It's not just, we talked about Job Corps. It's not just about, they want, they canceling, programs like Job Corps because they want black people to go into the military and shit, which is true. Of course, they want to limit your options and shit. They need soldiers right now. They got anticipation that they might be into it with China, that they might be into it with Iran, they might be into it with North Korea, Russia, or any of those. And so, yeah, they most definitely want to try to bolster the military as best they can. That's just all it is to it. You know what I'm saying? That's just all it is to it. But also think about, and I just put up the video where, some of these white people just talking about retribution. You know what I'm saying? And it's coming out of their mouth. It ain't as if black people said they gonna do something to them, which they don't have to. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to you ain't got to telegraph your feelings. But at the same time, they themselves, when you do shit, that shit is on your, that shit is attached to you. You know what I'm saying? So you already got a certain feel. When you do wrong, motherfucker, it's attached to you. So that at some point in time that, knowing yourself, how you feel, how you would approach the situation, that you would want some type of retribution. And because it's logical, because you feel that if you was in that predicament, you would do it too. You do it for lesser. You see what I'm saying? You do it for lesser. You understand? So yeah. So just thinking that you got all these you got all these Hispanics in your house. You see what I'm saying? And your numbers is dwindling. You see, if you intend on getting some of them out, when you gonna get them out? You see, if you wait too much late, you won't be able to get them out. You understand what I'm saying? So now they're gonna try their best, to get a majority of them out of here as possible. That's just what it boiled down to. You won't know why they putting them out. It ain't just the economy. It got something to do with the economy, but at the same time, they talking about by 2045. That they're gonna be the minority, and they might be the minority now. You feel what I'm saying? They very well and more than likely is the minority, but they playing the Jedi mind trick on you that it's gonna be 2045. Before it happened. You see, and so yeah, they're gonna try to get as many of these motherfuckers out of here as possible. You see. To where it still ain't gonna matter. You know what I'm saying? It's still not gonna matter because it's still not gonna. You dealing with the fact that the majority of the Neanderthal American is gonna be over the age of 40. Over the age of 45. So even then, if you get them out of here, you still not gonna have. So you looking at. You're looking at black people, you're looking at, the ones that are left, and then and what they don't understand is this, you might as well, what you gonna do? You're gonna put them all out? Because now even the ones that you let stay, they still, maybe they got their shit together, maybe they got their paperwork, but they still gonna be a Trojan horse because you didn't put their peoples out of here. You see what I'm saying? You didn't put their peoples out of here. You didn't put their mamas, their daddies. They illegitimate. They know they illegitimate, and they sat up in here and they was able to eat on the pie. You understand? But now they enforcing the law. They shouldn't have never been in here. But like I said, they benefited. But now it's time to get them out of here. But you know what I'm saying? You got some that have they got their paperwork together. You got a lot of them that ain't got their paperwork together. So you're gonna put them out of here, but that's their family. So even the ones that got their paperwork, they're gonna be in the house and they're gonna be feeling some kind of way because you didn't put their people out of here. So you might as well put them out. What the fuck? You gonna leave some disgruntled motherfuckers in the house? You see what I'm saying? So it's really a war. You know what I'm saying? It's really a war. You understand? And that's why, you know, they're gonna be heavy-handed. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna be heavy-handed. They're not gonna wait on the state. They're not gonna wait on the city. You know, I'm hearing that, you know, Trump, he didn't just fucking federalize the National Guard. So that means that they are part of the military now. You see what I'm saying? They literally are part of the military that, you know, they under his control. And so the governor, he's been neutralized to that extent, you know, and so ain't no telling what could happen in California. But we always knew that was going to be ground zero. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be ground zero, you know, and then, you know, it's going to in Texas, you know, Texas is going to be another ground zero area because them is the two biggest states and shit, wealthiest states and shit, you know, and so you know they're going to go there first. You understand what I'm saying? Once they cripple, you know, motherfuckers in the larger states, then that's, you know, it's gonna be easier. You understand to get, but like I say, where are they willing to go with this shit? You know, are they ready to start a nationwide insurrection in the United States and shit? And you know, are they willing to you know, start rioting and shit? It ain't gonna be good for them because they're gonna lose. It's just all it is to it. They're gonna lose. They're gonna goddamn lose and shit, you know, and we over here and we can sit to the side and shit, but if they get to burning this motherfucker up and shit get to, you know, and that's what's wrong with black people. Yeah. You know, they don't never think about what the fuck shoot, you know, and I'm not saying enter the fray, but if it come to where they want to tear this motherfucker up, I mean, we in this motherfucker. You know, what do? You gonna sit on your hand? What you gonna do? You gonna let them burn the bitch down and shit, or what you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? You know, they feeling some kind of way because black people didn't take they fucking, you know, didn't support them, which we ain't gonna support you. Because we know that the beef is on. Don't act like all of us. See, this is what the shit I don't like. You know, we've been beefing in this bitch. That's all it is, too. You understand? And so a lot of motherfuckers go into these little fantasy cities, and it really ain't even real there. You know, they get into these little pockets, you know, and they think somehow they cool and shit, and they try to ignore all the other battlefields all around the country where blacks and Hispanics is beef and all over the bloodshed, serious warfare going on for turf and all kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I don't know what kind of fucking support. Even when you go into the prison system, it's like, you know, those are the two, you know, Hispanic go where they go. You see when them black go on their side, they know. You know, it ain't no crossing the lines in there. You see what I'm saying? So they already know what the fuck it is. So why come out here and pretend that, you know, it's some type of an alliance? There's no alliance. So it ain't no alliance with the Neanderthal. When they go in, everybody see the prison show motherfuckers really what it is. Because when they go in, they know they ain't getting no motherfucking support but from their own. You go over there, nigga, with the niggas, and the Neanderthals go with the Neanderthals, Hispanic go with the Hispanic. That's just all it is to it. And so that's really clarity. Because when you talking about this war shit that's going on, that's really the masculine energy. So you already know, we ain't, nigga, if I'm beefing with you, and I ain't never been to, you know, the prison, I ain't intending on going. But anyway, if I understand y'all feel that kind of way to the point where y'all killing niggas in prison and shit, why bring your bitch ass out here and think we gonna lend y'all some support like we some type of fuck niggas or something? You know what I'm saying? We not lending y'all shit. So, you know, that's just all it is to it. You fight your own motherfucking battle. You know what I'm saying? And in the meantime, you know, you got to think they might get, you know, because they feel the way that they feel when they go against this Neanderthal, they like, fuck it, burn these niggas shit too. You see what I'm saying? That's it. So niggas be so neutralized, they don't think like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? So I would really be like, in serious preparation, you know what I'm saying, for like anything to pop off. You understand what I'm saying? And, as far as, bringing that shit, our way and shit, man, we just got to be ready to be able, to defend ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Because they're going to be like, if they get, how motherfuckers is, if they getting put out the motherfucker, they might like, fuck this bitch and do whatever they can to, to bring the demise and dismay and, all type of chaos and mayhem. You feel what I'm saying? So you got to think about that. So they ain't going to have no, if it get to that, if it get to that level where insurrection is going down, you know what I'm saying? They going up out of this bitch. You know what I'm saying? That's just all it is to it. I'm just, it is what it is, man. It ain't no other way. You try to find a light, ain't no light way to say it because it's already going down. So ain't no trying to, soften the blow and shit. It's going down. You see what I'm saying? They saying that you gotta go. You see what I'm saying? And the reality is, if your paperwork ain't right, it ain't right, bitch. You got to go.
Right.
I mean, anybody, and we went over this shit over and over. If you get pulled over, right, motherfucker, now your license ain't right, motherfucker, you getting the ticket. You going to jail, nigga. It ain't no law that niggas can break where they don't. You know what I'm saying? The punishment is not, handed down immediately. So if we break any form of law in the United States, we gonna get charged. That's just all it is to it. So I mean, so now y'all over here without y'all paperwork. You understand what I'm saying? Your shit ain't right, but you get a free pass. You could be illegal. You could come over here, be illegal, and you can exist over here, and you don't think that the law apply to you. But we goddamn the law apply to us every motherfucking day. Right. So why should we, you know what I'm saying? So you should have got your work together, man. You should have got your paperwork together. That's all it is to it. You should have stayed on, instead of, thinking you was going, you want to live up under the radar. That's all that shit was. And now ain't no radar. They know they coming for your ass. If you ain't got your work, you ain't got your pay, you're going up out of here. You see what I'm saying? So that's just how it is, man. Some of them presidents allowed for y'all motherfuckers to come over because it was to their benefit at that time. You see what I'm saying? Nah, shit has changed. You know what I'm saying? Shit didn't change. That's just all it is. Shit didn't change. They don't, they don't feel the same way. The situation didn't change. Their numbers are dwindling. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. They motherfucking numbers is dwindling. They ain't ready to exist with these many motherfuckers, especially if they're younger than them. You see what I'm saying? You got more ignorant ass soldiers on the street and shit. And so how do you intend on, policing these motherfuckers? Even to bringing the military in. If the soldiers on the street is outnumbering the military or the police, shit, 3 and 4 to 1, you ain't gonna be able to. If they up and go crazy and shit, you ain't gonna be able to contain them. You ain't gonna be able to contain them. They're gonna have a victorious insurrection. You see what I'm saying? So it is what it is, family. It is what it is, and it, like I say, it ain't gonna get no. It ain't gonna get, and they're gonna start locking up these goddamn mayors. They're gonna start locking up They ain't gonna give a fuck. You gonna see this shit get real ugly. You see what I'm saying? They're gonna start locking up the governor. They're gonna, and the only thing that that could possibly be done is for motherfuckers, if you feel that you have to what it is, impeach and shit. But even then, if you don't get a motherfucker up out of here, I don't even know what impeaching do. Because a lot of these presidents was impeached, but what does the fuck it do? You know what I'm saying? They still be in power. No, you see what I'm saying? It ain't like you got them up. You got to be impeached in both the House and the Senate. You know what I'm saying? And so a lot of times these cats get impeached, it only be in the House of Representatives, but they don't get impeached in the Senate. And that's where it's got to be, where, under the what they had is they had this this session of what they call it, it's a trial. It's actually a trial where they had a trial in the Senate, and it's presided over by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. And then and at that point, if the Senate vote to impeach and you know, with the then he could be removed. But other than that, if he just impeached in the House of Representatives, I don't think that limit his power too much where it ain't gonna really mean shit. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, it ain't gonna, it really ain't gonna mean shit. Karen Bates goofy ass better realize they can easily get her out the paint. She a black woman for trying to cap hard for the elite. You better mind your business. You know what I'm saying? Fuck that. I know what it is. You see what I'm saying? Mind your business. You understand? Worry about your own black ass. You know what I'm saying? Worry about your people. You see what I'm saying? That's just all it is to it. Worry about your motherfucking peoples and shit and maintain. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, I'm not going to go over this again. They could have been taking care of their work. They could have been taking care of because they knew the time was coming. You see what I'm saying? When they start fucking with that damn wall, even then. You know what I'm saying? They got his ass up out of there that first time and shit. But they didn't expect that he was coming back. You understand? And then that motherfucker rolls up, that motherfucking growl opened up, and Donald Trump rolls up out of the depths of hell and shit with his motherfucking horns on his head. And so the devil came back, and this time he had been, you know what I'm saying? He had been ostracized. And because he had been ostracized, he was so vindictive and shit. So now he like, soon as he get in, he kicking the door in, and he throwing your motherfucking ass out of here. So yeah, so all these motherfuckers out here fighting and shit for another motherfucker, fight for your own people. You understand what I'm saying? And some of them same motherfuckers that be out here, caping for these damn these other peoples and shit, be the first ones talk about, their own people. You understand what I'm saying? Like, and then turn around and talk about black people and then go and save another motherfucker. Man, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, let them fend for themselves. You understand what I'm saying? It is what it is. And like I said, I ain't so, and it's a fight. And it might be a good, and like I said, it very well might be the right thing. I'm not saying it because I've already said it. You know what I'm saying? I would prefer to just see him, deported. If you illegal, you should be deported. Just simple as that. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We not taking care of no motherfucker that ain't a citizen. You're not coming over here eating and sleeping and getting a free ride and shit. I don't give a fuck if you're working under the table. You see what I'm saying? You illegal, you're not supposed to be here, motherfucker. Period. You're illegal. How do you get when you go to fill out a goddamn application, you're supposed to have a motherfucking ID, motherfucker. You're supposed to have certain. How can the fuck you be doing this shit legally if you ain't got no paperwork? So if you over here, you working and shit, and you doing shit against motherfucker, you an illegal immigrant. That means, what makes you different than any other motherfucker that come over here? You understand? We just gonna open the door. No other country does this. And that's why I don't feel, no kind of way saying no other nation. You don't see no other fucking nation. The only nations that allow this type of shit, you don't see this shit in no other major nation on the planet. You don't see this. You see what I'm saying? You do not see it on this fucking level. So I don't give a goddamn. You see what I'm saying? Fuck that. Ain't nobody over there mad about that. Do you see any other nations over there really talking bad about, because you know why they ain't talking bad about what they doing, what the United States is doing right now? Because they already got the laws intact. Motherfuckers talking about birthright rights. Do you know that no nation in fucking Africa, no nation in Europe, not Russia, not China, none of them have a birthright where if you born in a nation, you become a citizen. So they not talking shit about the United, because they already got laws in effect. It makes sense. It makes sense. You ain't just gonna show up over here and break and break into the country and then just start having goddamn babies and then all of a sudden they become citizens. That's a Trojan horse. You see what I'm saying? You look up and goddamn it, it'll be 10 million new motherfuckers in this bitch of military age ready to take this bitch over when they get up, you know, a certain age. You can't do no shit like that, man. But anyway, family is going down in LA and look up, man. You already know. You listen to me. You already know. They're gonna go through. They're gonna go into California. You're liable to see it in different cities popping up. And they're in Texas, and so you know it's gonna go down in Texas. Another heavyweight. They're going into Texas and any areas where you see a predominant Hispanic population. It's a wrap, nigga. You see what I'm saying? They about to turn up, and they're gonna use Los Angeles as you know, how they gonna operate. They're gonna see how motherfuckers function and shit, and this, that, and the third. And listen to me, believe it or not, they're gonna have them drones out there on y'all motherfuckers in a minute. They're gonna have them motherfucking drones. They're gonna be, you know, and they probably, you know, and they got drones that can shoot them goddamn bullets. You understand what I'm saying? So don't get it twisted. You feel what I'm saying? They'll send them goddamn drones in there. And it is what it is. You understand what I'm saying? And black people better be looking at this shit very carefully. You better be looking at it very carefully. Better be looking at it very carefully. You see what I'm saying? Because, hey, at any motherfucking time, it could be you. It could be you. All right, family, this is General Cyrus Soon said he hit that Patreon link right there at the top of the chat. Get on over there, get that file. Make sure you subscribe. Don't get your ass up off of here, because you know this is how we do. You know, we don't skip to the loo over in this motherfucker. You see what I'm saying? We drop it down just like it's hot, and whether you like it or not. We're not here to make you feel good. We're here to make you understand what the fuck is going on. And you can, as long as you got the truth of reality, then you can make a conscious decision. This is General Cyrus Soon said. He said, hey, arm yourself with knowledge. Bang on that wicked ass beast. Daily liberation through African education and confrontation. Black Power.
I have an exclusive, all right? I got the receipts. Remember the pastor in Alabama who was arrested for watering his neighbor's plants? Remember that? Remember the white female neighbor is the one who called the police on him and said she made a mistake? I have the exclusive 911 call here, and it does not tell the same story that she told. To remind you of what happened, here's the arrest.
Howdy.
Hey man, how's it going?
Pretty good. What you doing here, man?
Water flower.
Are they saying that, is that your vehicle? It's not?
It's the neighbor's vehicle.
The neighbors?
314, I'll be on 13.
Okay.
Yeah,
You live here?
no, I don't live here.
Okay. They saying that this vehicle is not supposed to be here and you're not.
Oops. I jumped ahead. Shabbat still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. What are your thoughts on Elon? What the hell is the damn topic? Oh, the insurrection, or potential insurrection. What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, my thoughts on that there is that the brother there, General said he's obviously in the East. Okay, so us out here in the West, you know, we're going to be monitoring the situation out of Los Angeles. It's going to be bad. It's going to be ugly. Okay, and the things that I'm waiting for, man, is what's going to be in the news tomorrow and all the next week when the work week has to start. And you're going to have a lot of businesses in LA. You're going to have a lot of people calling in. And you're going to have a lot of people missing work. One is because all the motherfuckers who they booked today, they still getting processed there into the Twin Towers. That's going to every bit take a couple of days, okay? So motherfuckers is going in there, man, getting their showers, getting issued their county blues, hands in your pocket, shoulders on the walls, and nuts to butts. That's how they do things at the Twin Towers. All right, so then they're probably gonna delay a few of the motherfuckers in them kangaroo courts. You know what I'm saying? Because they're about to get overwhelmed. Then you're gonna have a lot of public defenders there. It's gonna be fucking up shit on the court records and stuff like that. Then you're gonna have a whole lot of these kangaroo judges delay, remand that motherfucker back to custody. Very little bail is gonna be granted, if any at all. You see what I mean? It's gonna be a great big mess, you know. And I'm just hoping I still got data and what have you, man, for the upcoming week, man, because I'm monitoring this shit here out here in this desert. And it's going to be a pleasant, I think 110 degrees tomorrow. So for all you mighty whiteys out there, you know, come sit out here in the sun with me tomorrow, you know, but you got to leave your sunscreen at home. And then when your skin gets to peeling, I'll have a motherfucker go call 911, not off of my damn phone, he won't. Or come scrape your ass up off the sidewalk, you know, as the sun burns your reptilian asses. You know what I mean? And so it's going to be very, very interesting of what's going to unfold out of Los Angeles, is because for some odd reason, LA is a trendsetter, okay, politically, culturally, fashionably, bullshit they send you out of Hollywood with these dumbass movies and shit. You know what I'm saying? But it's going to be very, very interesting of how it's going to unfold. And with me living there for a lot of years out of my life, I can't give no adequate prediction. The only adequate prediction that I could give on that, this shit is going to be crazy. You know, the mayor has no power. Gruesome Newsom, you know, he's a person of low, not esteem, but of low character. Donald Duck has no character, but one thing about Donald Duck, he's telling you how he honestly feels. And I appreciate a motherfucker telling me honestly how he feels, meaning that, hey, I hate your ass, as opposed to sitting up there smiling in your face with a shiv to stick off in your back. Donald Duck letting you know that, hey, I don't dig you motherfuckers. Here's what's happening, and I'm putting my foot in y'all's asses. You see? I mean,
never apologize for how you honestly feel.
Exactly, and that's the old saying. Then never apologize for how you honestly feel. And Donald Duck is not apologizing for he honestly feels. Look at all the havoc this motherfucker is wreaking. Not so much in Los Angeles, but throughout the whole United States. Soon to be the rest of the whole goddamn world. I mean, the motherfucker belongs in fucking jail. He's a 34-count convicted felon. They need to take that motherfucker, put his ass on Alcatraz Island, and say he could still be the president from Alcatraz.
Hilarious.
Because he was talking about reopening the motherfucker up anyway, right?
Yeah.
Then, if he's serious about what he is saying, with him being a convicted felon, he should be the first motherfucker sentenced over there, and as they say, lead by example.
All right, Smokey, before you lay it down, I'm going to get to this next topic, and that is shut it down job corps to force low-income citizens into the military.
Click that link right at the top of the chat.
Yeah, that was a shut down job corps.
Big mistake. See, adding more havoc. You know, a lot of people came out of Job Corps, man, you know, and changed their lives. One of them was the former heavyweight champion, George Foreman. May he rest in peace. You see?
Yep.
You know?
Good old George.
Yeah, Big George went through Job Corps.
Yeah.
And look what Big George did out of his life. He became 2-time heavyweight champion and was the oldest man ever to win the heavyweight title, man. So that's a legacy, man. You know, that's cemented. You see. And then when you go to Job Corps, you don't necessarily have to box. Learn you some welding, learn you some carpentry, learn you some masonry. You see what I'm saying? Learn you some electrical work. You know, learn this data product. Well, learn this high-tech shit right here. You see?
Yeah, so
particularly for your generation, Brother Perry. Because, say, my generation's on its way out. You know, we got one foot in the grave and another foot on the banana peel already. Okay. But what they want to do is to go after the generations after you. You see what I mean? Because they don't want black folks having no type of economical or political power. You see, like look at your Karen Basses, your Uncle Tim Scotts, and shit like that. You know, I mean, man, they planting on these Negroes, man, like Brandon Johnson, Eric Adams. You know, great big stamp on these motherfuckers' head. You obsolete.
Yeah. So let me get
you garbage.
Said he gonna give us an update on it.
Yeah.
Be in the house. And to all the family donated, I thank you. And here niggas been dropping seeds in the goddamn ground for the last 400 years. And so goddamn it, why would you go way over there? And we the one that built the farming industry right here in America. We built it. So you think they trying to give you a skill? See, that's what's wrong with our people. We think the Neanderthals supposed to look out for us. That's what's wrong. And I always think of it from a military standpoint. Why would your enemy want to empower you to overthrow them? That don't make no goddamn sense to me. You see what I'm saying? Even when I think about, you know, reparations and all that, from my point of view, from our point of view, yes, it's deserving. Yes, we deserve reparation. But when you look at it from their viewpoint, they didn't bring you over here, nigga, to give you no reparation. You think you didn't fill out no application. They didn't guarantee you no motherfucking Social Security or nothing like that, nigga. They brought your ass over here in the bottom of a boat, and the ones that were over here, they threw your ass in chains too, so it don't make no damn difference. This wasn't something that they intended to give you no goddamn reparation. You understand what I'm saying? This was a global robbery of a people. You see what I'm saying? And so ain't no motherfucker robbing motherfucker intend on giving it back. So I mean, and so that's what but see, that's how we think. We think that somehow he's obligated. He ain't gonna give you a goddamn thing. Especially what they dealing, what you dealing with today. They trying to knuckle back down on and take it up some notches because they dwindling. You see what I'm saying? Instead of putting the pressure on their ass, they dwindling. It's time for peoples to unite. It's time for our peoples to unite. This is the time to do it. And I understand a lot of people, I've seen people put up there, he's got military. Yeah, he do, but we got the mind. We got the mind. We got the spirit to bring and to neutralize that. You see, we can neutralize that if we want to, you know. And so, but that's where we're gonna have to go. So shutting down the Job Corps, and that's, you know, and the thing is, again, we need to be educating ourselves. Goddamn, I remember when Booker T. Washington had created the Tuskegee Institute. You see, and he was down there training our own people, teaching our own people. Yeah. You see, we need independent black institutions doing that. So it can't close down. You see, and that our peoples is really getting what they're supposed to get. I don't know about Job Corps. I don't know if they was really getting what they were supposed to get out of the Job Corps. I don't know. I know my cousin went to Job Corps, and that was we talking about over probably damn near 30 years ago. You see what I'm saying? You talking about over 30 years ago. He went to Job Corps. He learned how to what was that he learned? I know he learned how to make furniture. He learned how to make furniture, welding, and he also learned welding, and he was good at that shit. You know, some guys, he was working for a furniture company, and he got one of my homies a job there, and he said, I never, you know, I didn't work there, but he got one of my homies a job there, and my homie was like, damn, man, I didn't know Philly Phil could, man, really make furniture like that. Say he was one of the top guys in there. And so they was making like couches and tables and shit. Yeah, he was putting that shit together. So yeah, they, you know, and he's saying that them white boys was hating on him because he was so good at what the fuck he was doing. So yeah, some of them is, and I don't know if it continued to, you know, give our people that type of knowledge on that level up into this day, because you know, back in the days when it's really getting them funding that it need, you know what I'm saying? Probably a lot of white people in there too. But now that they, you know, they cutting off everything that's for the low income and shit, this, that, and the third, probably wasn't getting the funding that it was getting years and years ago. And so it probably not on the level of what it was 20, 30 years ago. So I don't know, you know, what level you know, that it was producing, you know, the skilled laborers. And like I say, you know, Marcus Garvey had already said that, you know, they don't want you competing with they children. Yeah. That is not something they want you to do. They do not want you competing with their children for no goddamn jobs. And that's what the fuck this shit is all about right now. And he said, goddamn it, it's gonna come a time when they gonna discard motherfuckers, because it's not gonna be enough to go around for every goddamn body. So your black ass gonna be one of the first ones, along with them Hispanics. They getting their ass up out of here too, but it's not enough. You see what I'm saying? And so Marcus Garvey says, since that's gonna be the case, then it's time for us to take the skills that we have while we got them and educate our people and go on and get us some land and start working our land and building on our land and building up our community so that we got a place to go when the shit hit the fan. And niggas did not do that. And the majority of these niggas out here today, man, they don't have no replacement for the program that Marcus Garvey, which the extension was Malcolm X, who continued to push that program. But we got some commentary. We want to hear from the commentary and see what's going on out here. And so we'll start with this brother first. We'll get him up here and see what he's talking about.
Job Corps has 119 cents.
Hold on, fam.
At the same time that they're having an enlistment shortage in the military. Job Corps has 119 centers nationwide. They serve about 25,000 students this year, but prior to COVID, they served about 60,000 students. Job Corps specifically makes sure that low-income people.
So you seeing right there, you know, pre-COVID, they had over 60,000, participants. You see, so now, you know, you're talking about in 2025, 25,000. So they already, so you see what COVID did right there. Slashed it by damn near, you know what I'm saying? Something like 35,000 participants. You see what I'm saying? So they know what they're doing by enacting, you know what I'm saying? You know, these planned chaotic global situations and shit, you know, and that way they could begin to defund, depopulate and everything else. You see?
Between the ages of 16 to 24 can learn a vocational trade. It makes sure that people that are most vulnerable have an employable skill that they can use in the real world. Republicans speak out of both sides of their mouths because on one hand they'll say,
electricians, plumbers, we need more of those in our country,
while also closing down the same program that provides those things. This is also a way of propping up the for-profit prison system. One of the main demographics that uses Job Corps are children or young adults that have court-ordered supervision or have a criminal record. The president said he wants to build more for-profit prisons, so now you have a demographic of people who can't learn a skill or a trade, also have criminal records and court-ordered supervision. Where do you think they go? The damage that this administration is going to do is going to be irreversible for generations to come. They're closing Job Corps at this.
Yeah, so so a lot of people believe that what they're doing is to force a lot of these low income straight into the military, because they didn't have they are anticipating a war with China. They have announced that, they have openly announced that. I just seen it, that they are anticipating a war with China. And it's crazy because years previous, I remember them saying that, they expect a war with China by 2027. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I don't know who this guy is. I can give you his name once I get back in there. You know what I'm saying? I get back in there, and I'll drop it in there, and I'll make sure the next time that I write down the TikTok page I got it from. But anyway, yeah, they're anticipating a war with goddamn China. So they most definitely got to get, they trying to get their numbers up, because motherfuckers ain't been going into the military. You see what I'm saying? Especially and why haven't they been going into the military? Is it because our people are being successful outside of the military? You see what I'm saying? Are they being successful? They're just like you putting tariffs on China. Is it because now, just like with China come out during these tariffs and tell that all these so-called high-end companies, Gucci and Louis and all Prada and all, been going to them to get all the high-end products and shit, clothes, purses, shoes, jackets and all. They've been going to China to get it, and have a lot of the the average people out here learn how to go to China themselves. They done found out who the plug is, and now they going straight to the plug, bypassing all these high-end companies, getting paper on their own. Is this what's happening? That's what it looks like what's happening. And so a lot of people out here probably got their own jobs popping off. Cats is making music. They got their own studios. They got their own video cameras, drones and shit. And, they can go around the country and manage themselves and get shows and shit and all of that. Yeah, they bypassing a lot of this shit. And so now they understand, that they got to shake up the system. They got to shake up the system, family. Let's listen to this brother right here. I'm trying to get it in here.
Job Corps, right? For this reason, the U.S. majority will soon disappear forever. Caucasians in America are going extinct. Caucasians in America, right, their death rates are increasing and their birth rates are decreasing, right? And so this is why I believe that they basically ended the funding to Job Corps, because their control over our world is dwindling. And so they want those same people that are go to Job Corps to join the military. But you see,
but we got to understand, man, the motherfucking military is racist as hell too now. Them is some racist motherfuckers too now. A lot of times they don't want these niggas even in the military. They trying to drive motherfuckers into the hole. You see what I'm saying? So I don't think every motherfucker that was at Job Corps, I don't think they necessarily, some of them maybe, But you know what I'm saying? Because if you got, you know, because a lot of them cats, they may have had a situation where they got, you know, they've been convicted of some type of, you know, some type of situation and shit, and they got certain type of, you know, marks against them on their record and shit. And so, you know, I don't know how that worked. So I'm quite sure they would love to, you know, for you not to have no options and shit. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, and they, you know, they are expected. They could be at war with Russia. They could be at war with North Korea. They could be at war with China any minute now. Matter of fact, Iran. And so I'm quite sure they are trying to get their numbers up by any means necessary. So why teach them all for? Because as far as they're concerned, them jobs, as far as all that welding, all that furniture, but they intend for their babies to have that shit. You understand? They babies gonna get first dibs on them, you know, them type of jobs. I'm just gonna be 1,000 with you. You see what I'm saying? Yes, indeed. That's why they all that DEI shit. He come in there and strike that down. So there ain't no laws in place where you got to have a certain percentage. You see what I'm saying? And so if that's the case, and the white boy is the one that hire and fire, he always gonna have his peoples in there. You see, he gonna always have his peoples in there, and that's just what it is. So, and again, the brother is talking about that. You know, the Europeans, the white Americans population is at a negative, just like Europe. A lot of people not bringing that up. Yeah, it's at a negative. For the first time, it probably was already that way. And so, you know, so they probably want to start a war, you know, and then put a majority of our babies in there. Yeah, they're going to always put enough of our babies in there. And they talking about 18 to 24 and shit, and wipe out a whole generation of our people. You see what I'm saying? Because that's killing two birds with one stone. You see, you send them over there to go to war with Russia, with Iran, with North Korea, with China. You see what I'm saying? You win that war, you devastate them, then you take out so many of our people, come back mentally disturbed. You understand? You done been in war, come back mentally disturbed, not even functioning, you know, functionable in society and shit, because you done lived over there in a chaotic world of warfare, bodies everywhere. You can't sleep. You understand what I'm saying? You fucked up.
Yeah.
So, we have to think about that. That could be a part of the process.
It's a lot of us, black and brown, that are rejecting the military. If you notice, there's a lot of black people who were in the military who got out. And though a lot of black people aren't going into the military. So when you realize that the military has a lot of control over the black people who enlist in the military, because now you're under the control over America. America is in control over you. The government controls you. And so when you have all of us delisting from the military, right, and you have the Caucasian population dwindling down, right, you realize that it's slowly turning to a new America, or should I say back to the ways of old. And so the reason why this is significant is because one thing you have to realize, these young niggas nowadays don't give a fuck about a draft. And if you try to create a situation, create politics to force a draft, you're going to realize that it's a lot of people who ain't going to show up. And you can't jail millions and millions of people who turn their backs. So you have to find another way. Remember, the black people are the majority. This is why they need us to vote. This is why they need us to join the army. They can't do shit without us. So when you're talking about defending the country, there's no defending shit when we're not front line. within our masses. And so, them young niggas don't give a fuck about a draft. There's not enough jails or prisons to be able to arrest all those people who neglect the draft. But yeah, this.
And a lot of these niggas out here, they want to be a rapper. You see what I'm saying? They want millions. They don't see making no millions and shit going into no goddamn military. You see what I'm saying? They don't want, I remember they tried to trick. This was when I was in high school. The motherfucker tried to trick me into the motherfucking military, but I had consciousness and shit.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And motherfuckers thinking they talking to a duck or some goddamn body and shit. You know what I'm saying? Telling the motherfucker how much man you can make good money and shit. Yeah, you sign up, they give you $30,000 off top and shit. And I'm like, man, listen here. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna be able to do it. You see, I ain't, once I started thinking about, man, nigga, you gonna be on the other side, on a ship or something, nigga, somewhere floating off and nigga, you get into a war or any goddamn thing, nigga, I'll say, oh no, ain't no motherfucking way. You know what I'm saying? But I had consciousness too, but I was also in a void, because when niggas graduate, and if you ain't got no goddamn money to go to college and shit, and where you going, nigga? And that's where a lot of our people be after they graduate from high school. If we, some of us can get in, community colleges and shit and this, that, and the third, but I mean, you need to survive right goddamn now. That ain't like, our people we ain't got nothing to lean on. So a lot of times, it's either you need money right motherfucker now. You can't wait no 4 motherfucking years. You know what I'm saying? Till you get and then get a degree, and ain't nobody gonna hire you with the motherfucking degree no goddamn way. You have to have fucking you have to have a skill, you have to or a profession, that they're gonna, and in our people, our kids and shit, I used to have to take them kids to the it was a particular in the university, and they would have a book there, and it'd have like, in the future what jobs and shit was gonna be available, and they'll let based on certain statistics and shit, what jobs were gonna be in demand in the next couple years or 3, and let them look at it and say, you can't go in there and just major into any goddamn thing, and so a lot of people, they go and spend 4 years in a particular, under a particular subject, that when they get out the motherfucker, they ain't even got a job waiting on them, and then you're in debt.
Yeah.
You in debt.
Yeah.
You're in debt. You 4 years in the hole because you done took some shit that you can't really use, and so now you in deeper shit than you was before you graduate. You see? And so so that's where it's time, man. It's no other plan. Motherfuckers can sit here and listen here. Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, they put that shit down. Add Booker T. Washington in there too, because Marcus Garvey was coming over here to hook up with Booker T. Booker T laid it out. Nigga, we fuck all that. Y'all can go get them fake ass degrees. And what we gonna do, we gonna teach shit that we need right now, skills. How to make shoes, how to make clothes, how to do all these things. You know what I'm saying? How to make furniture. You know what I'm saying? How to build houses and shit. That's what he was saying. Fuck all that. And Marcus Garvey said, you know what? That's what I need. That's what I envision. And so Marcus Garvey came over here to hook up with Booker T. Washington, but Booker T. Washington died a year before Marcus Garvey got over here. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh, okay, who over there? You say, hey, oh, okay. You saying that guy over there tripping? Oh yeah, let me go and get that motherfucker up off of here. Yeah, he out of here. Thanks, Edward. Yeah, I thank you, brother. I didn't, you know, just throw it in there. You see some spooky shit, let me know. I'll just get their ass up out of there. But anyway, yeah, yeah. So if they're getting rid of Job Corps, yeah, I mean everything that Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X is saying is true. Black power, black economics. This shit ain't gonna. And really, we've been saying this shit forever. And motherfuckers thinking, oh, that, yeah, you know, and you want to do everything but the right thing. So you gonna keep paying, because then it's like the syphilis effect. The motherfucker roll the ball up there, motherfucker think they doing something, ball roll back down. Motherfucker spin, you know, and rolling the ball up could be a generation. You get the ball up there and then you done spent 40, 50 years of your motherfucking life like the civil rights motherfucker, and the ball rolled back down. And so you back there, no affirmative action, none of that shit, all the shit you marched for and all the shit you put your life, and we commend our family, but Malcolm was telling them, man, that shit ain't gonna work. You understand what I'm saying? If he give it, he could take it away. You see what I'm saying? So the shit that's gonna last forever is the shit that we do for ourselves, do for self. Marcus Garvey say do for self. Do for self. You see what I'm saying? Everybody come after Marcus Garvey, they took from Marcus Garvey. You see, whether they spin it one way, spin it the other way. Malcolm X father was a Garveyite. So the two greatest brothers that laid this shit out, no matter what a motherfucker is saying, you gonna have to go back to that goddamn program and work it. You ain't got to work it the whole way. You understand? Because we understand this is a different reality. Motherfuckers want to take a program that was created over 100 years of fucking ago and think, yeah, it's supposed to be updated. But the meat of the goddamn blueprint is still the right thing to do right today. It is the only thing to do. So if your motherfucker cutting off, he cutting off some more shit. You cutting off some more shit. Just wait. Yeah, he just getting started. And the motherfucker, he only halfway in his first year. Wait till the second half. See what he cut off in the second fucking half of the year. You see what I'm saying? You ain't gonna have shit at the end of the day. But you know what? You have to weigh that shit in the scales. Because as they start to take shit away, it causes us to be more creative. It causes us to really have to focus on the shit that we need to do to survive. You know what I'm saying? So when they thinking they hurting us, bitch, all they doing is making us better. Yeah. That's all they doing is forcing us to be the best people that we can be. That's all they doing. And that's a good thing, because you know what I'm saying? That's exactly what our people need to make us be the best. And it ain't going to take us long, because if we start to work together, it may look daunting at first when you're an individual and you got that individual mind. But when our people start working together as a family, start working together as a community, start working together as a city, and refuse to allow those that are really trying to be and play a part of positivity in, you know, this big move of community uplift and rise, and we refuse to let one of our own fall and we lift each other up, man, this shit gonna take off quicker than what motherfuckers want to believe. You see what I'm saying? It's gonna take off quicker than what motherfuckers want to believe. So no matter what we see out here, them cutting off this, and I know it's gonna be painful for a lot of our people. You see what I'm saying? It's gonna be painful. It's gonna be painful, and I understand that. But it was coming all along. So I don't want nobody to say, "Oh, it was coming all along." You see what I'm saying? You have to do what you can on that. Whatever you getting, you got to do what you can as quickly as you can to get something. You know what I'm saying? That you can stand on before they pull that rug from up under you. You can't lay on whatever you get. And I don't care if it's legitimately yours. Even the Social Security. People done worked all their life for that shit. You know what I'm saying? And it's theirs. And they're going to try to pull that shit too. And you didn't work for it. You know, the money that you put up, you know, because you've been working all your life. 410K or whatever the shit it is. You didn't put money in your own, and because the economy so fucked up and inflation is so fucked up, what you put in at the time in which you put it in, it ain't even the same amount of money no damn more. You see what I'm saying? So now people's is looking like goddamn, yeah, 401k, yeah, 401k, and see, so you know what I'm saying? So it ain't even the same. The dollar ain't even the same. Inflation fucked up. So whatever you put in at the time you put it in, compared to where the fuck the world is today, you got to go back to work, man. You got people damn near 70 years old working into their 70s. Some in their 80s. Man, that's crazy.
That is crazy.
Goddamn 80, 70-year-olds and got to get Uber and doing Uber and shit. This shit is crazy out here, man. But anyway, family, we just getting started for the night, man. Come right, Black. Hit that subscribe button.
Yeah, make sure y'all hit that subscribe button for Frontline Black News. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts?
Okay, well, the brother is right about that, man. And basically what the brother is talking about is planned obsolescence, man, when it comes to the economics within the Black community. Say, the thing is, you have to understand, not you personally, but I'm talking about to our listeners out there, is that this shit was planned, man. And it was planned back during the Reagan regime. You say, and that's what they talk about, lift yourself up by your bootstraps bullshit, but then that led to mass incarceration, particularly out there in California with our people. So now when the motherfucker get out the goddamn slam, you convicted felon, nigga, we can't hire you. You see what I'm saying? You a convicted felon. So what the thing is to do is to pool our resources, man, and start our own goddamn businesses. And this is why I said that with the dumpster getting rid of DEI was the best goddamn thing that happened to us, man, because see, we could hire our own people. And we ain't got to be concerned about these other motherfuckers out here. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right, but we've been on, man, for almost 4 hours, man. I almost fell asleep, man. So I'm gonna bid you a good night.
Okay.
Yeah, and appreciate Brother Kahari coming in, man. And then like I said, then I'm gonna be monitoring this shit up in Los Angeles. So the next time we come on, man, and we could have some more accurate descriptions. And who knows, man, this shit in Los Angeles is ugly. And we don't know where the fuck it's going. And then motherfuckers is going to be stuck going off into that rush hour traffic in about 4 hours. It's going to be interesting to see how the hell they're going to get to work. All right.
Yeah.
So this is Dr. Shankor for Frontline Black News signing off from Las Vegas, Nevada. Okay, I'll give you a call in the morning, Brother Perry.
Okay, Shabaka, I got an event to go to, so call me in the afternoon before City Council.
Oh, okay. And City Council, you generally hit that at 5 o'clock your time, right?
Yeah, it starts at 3:30 my time.
Okay, so I got to hit you, man, say between 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Your time, which would be between 12 and 1 my time. Yeah. Okay. All right, brother. Okay, great show tonight. And then we need donations over here at Frontline Black News and at Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Right.
So get with Brother Paz to make some donations because we know we put a lot of work into it. And we appreciate all our supporters. We appreciate our critics because without our critics, that forces us to do better research, to prove to you that you need to do better research on what you're criticizing us on. You see what I'm saying? And it's going to be very, very interesting of this situation in Los Angeles, of how that's going to unfold. So this is Shabaka and CORP, Frontline Black News. Y'all have a nice night from the Sin City. Come on, 7-Eleven. I'm out.
All right, peace. All right, so moving along. This goddamn tethers. Sudanese immigrant accuses Black Americans of this. The tetherosity. So this is from Twitter Space. So we're going to play the clip of what the bra said, and then we're going to dissect it.
Subscribe.
subscribe.
Unpopular take, but that girl named Deja, the makeup person or the makeup lady, got on Beyonce internet talking about how Black Americans are not being represented in beauty spaces and fashion, that the Black diasporan people are the one that are being celebrated, being represented. Babes, the American part of your Black Americanness, the American part is showing. That is colorist, xenophobia, and very much rooted in white supremacy. Because I live in America. I'm Sudanese American. I've lived my life as a Black diasporan woman who's dark skinned. It doesn't matter what space you go to. Black American women are always going to be the ones that are the first that have the numbers and two that have the motion behind those numbers. You're literally a light-skinned Black woman that is American who's sitting there using white supremacy talking point to be colorist and xenophobic African diaspora women, especially dark-skinned Black women. You're light-skinned. And I'm getting hot because the ignorance that people feel that they have the right to just sit here, have these dumb rhetorics, and dumb, thank you so much. Like, that is so dumb. That's the dumbest thing ever. There's so much room for all of us to win. For you to sit there, try to take away what dark-skinned Black women have done, and mind you, I said Black women, and not say African women. The reason why you're saying that is because of the fact that Black, dark-skinned Black women that are fighting for seats are African diaspora, which makes sense because they're fully African. That's why they're dark. So I need you to pack it up because that's a conversation we do not need to have. You're a light-skinned Black woman, so I suggest you check your colorism. Goodbye.
Speaking of that xenophobic talk, y'all see the video I put up? This woman from the Sudan, she did this video. And in the video, she's talking about, there was somebody criticizing the prioritization of diasporic Africans and Caribbeans, I think in the modeling industry, in certain parts of the entertainment industry. So this Sudanese woman who's an immigrant here, who has the world's jankiest hairline, this woman's hairline was pulled all the way back. This woman looked like a chocolate dolphin. Her hairline was a beast. So she started criticizing us. She went into this whole rant about colorism. She's like, yes, you niggas are colorist. That is colorist. You light-skinned African Americans, Black Americans, you're light-skinned and you're hating on us because we're dark-skinned and what? She just went off into some weird colorist projection. So some of you African Americans, you act like the American part and you act like the white supremacists with your xenophobia and colorism. You colorist because I am a real African and I am dark skinned, and the colorism with the dark skin. Like, what are you talking about? They went on this real deflective ass rant that didn't make no sense. And a lot of the tether class, they do this stuff. They start deflecting when they talk to us, they start deflecting into some colorism, xenophobia talk. And let's be honest, a lot of that is deflecting. A lot of that is a deflection tactic, just like the white supremacists like to talk about Jews and all that stuff. It's a deflection tactic. The name of the game is to take the eye off the ball of white supremacy. So they start deflecting into Jews, deflecting into Black on Black crime, and start making these asinine arguments. The whole purpose is to just get you talking about everything except white supremacy. And when the tether class, they start talking about xenophobia and colorism, that's another deflection to get us from talking about delineating from some of their little janky ways. See, that's a little shaming tactic. See, they want to deflect from us doing some economic gatekeeping. See, when we start talking about unfair advantages given to certain non-FBAs in certain industries, they'll start screaming xenophobia. Oh, shut up, nigga, xenophobia. There was a video of a dude in New York talking about all of the immigrant programs that a lot of Afro-Caribbeans and African immigrants get. This dude was breaking down all these programs. There's all types of money they get out there. Little secret money that we don't know about, that we don't have access to. This dude was breaking down all of these little immigrant programs. There's like little pools of money for housing, job training, childcare. They got all types of little pools of money for Black immigrants, specifically Black immigrants, Afro-Caribbean this and Afro this, and man, it's deep. And we've been saying that, but when we point that out, oh no, nigga, I am not taking your job, nigga. You just have to work hard, nigga. We start getting that. You're xenophobic. They start yelling xenophobia so we can stop saying, hey, where's this money going? Where are my tax dollars going? Why are you sitting up here talking about you came over with $2, but now you staying in Manhattan? How the hell you staying in Manhattan and you came here with $2? And the rent high as hell for everybody else. Those $2 really stretched out. Where you getting your money from? Whack, nigga. It's more than whack. Yeah, y'all got little pools of money here, little scams going on there. Have y'all seen these scams? Or some of these scams that these tethers have been doing? There's some Nigerian chick, but she had some kind of multi-million-dollar scam that they just busted her on. She was online trying to act like some kind of business mogul, and they found out she was out here scamming millions. Yeah. But yeah, they do this deflecting, so we can't do the economic gatekeeping. They don't want to have to confront the fact that many of them, they play into a system that sidelines us. And also what they do, they try to weaponize victimhood in order to gain sympathy. To a lot of these African and Caribbean immigrants, they'll start talking in language that gives them victimhood, xenophobia, colorism, discrimination. That's so they can kind of curry favor with the white liberal spaces. So they can seem like they're a victim of foundational Black Americans. Those niggas are a hate group. That's why they run around talking that hate group shit. It is a cult and a hate group. Yeah, that's a deflection. That's all cap. Because, yeah, they don't want to have an honest discussion about their anti-FBA sentiments that they've been having forever. A lot of them, they hold these deep-seated anti-FBA biases that they bring over here, and then when we start checking them, wait, you're xenophobic. Your color, you hate me because I'm a dark-skinned nigger. And no, I hate you because I don't even hate you. I just don't want you sitting over here trying to undermine me. You see? And a lot of them, they want to protect their proximity to whiteness. Yeah. Yeah, they get around white folks. They sit here. If the police pull us over, they're not going to ask, am I a Caribbean or African or FBA? No. But when the police come around, they start talking with them accents to let them know that they're different. And remember that video I put up, that Jamaican woman? She was like, hey, I'm Jamaican. Don't shoot me. Go shoot a Black American. Go kill a Black American. Don't kill me. Kill one of those niggas. She's up here telling the cops to kill a Black American. Well, the Tethers got so mad when I posted that video. This is divisive. No. Telling the truth about your ass is the truth. We need the truth. Huh? But all that xenophobia talk and colorism, they try to police what we're allowed to talk about and what we're allowed to say about what we perceive as injustice. If we criticize unfair treatment and people trying to deliberately undermine us, and there's a pattern of it, yeah, we have a right to speak out against it. You're not going to guilt trip us into accepting unfair bullshit. Yeah, when we see these people getting on these reparations task force entities and they're not of our lineage and they're crashing it out, we have a right to say, hey, man, we don't want these people on our reparations committees. We don't want that. And this person ain't even of our lineage, so they're not going to really look out for our best interests. They're just wasting time and lollygagging and messing our reparations up, messing up our justice claim. Yeah, so we're gatekeeping all across the board. That ain't xenophobia. There's so much money that these folks are hoarding that we don't know about, that we don't even have access to, but anything we get, they're supposed to have their hand right in the pot. And if we say no, you colorist, you hate me because I am blue, black, nigga. No, y'all ain't about to do all that deflecting nonsense. Yeah, that whole thing about colorism, that we've led the fight against colorism, foundational Black Americans. We don't really have all that shit like that. We don't have all that colorism. We don't. So falsely accusing us of promoting colorism, that's them trying to derail legitimate discussions about representation. Yeah, we don't do all that colorism thing. We don't do that. The colorism is them over there with all that damn cake soap. Yeah. Let me get some calls in here. Let's get D Salon in the building. Brother D Salon. D Salon in the building. Hop on in. Brother D.
Hey, good evening. How you doing?
I'm good, brother. How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm doing fine.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, on my mind is, why would anyone legally abandon their own claimed sovereignty just to come and disrespect foundational Black Americans who are the toxinous people who made a way for them, and then not through yourselves? We are the blueprint and the barricade. We will fight at every turn of the commodification, the humanization, and the ethnocide of our lineage at every turn. Our identity is not for sale. Our struggle is not your costume. Respect the soil and the soul that birthed your platform. So I'm going to land my plane.
My man, I appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Shout out to everybody in here. Y'all raise your hand if y'all want to get on. We do have a whole lot of people in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get Red. What's your name, man? Red Container. Let's get Red Container in the building. Red Container.
Hey, how you doing, Tyreek? Listen, I'm a truck driver, and I just want to tell you that a lot of FBAs are being exploited here in the trucking industry. They're being misclassified as independent contractors. They're convinced by the immigrant boss to buy trucks, and they buy these trucks, and they're being misclassified as independent contractors for the sole point of absorbing the cost of doing business on behalf of their employers. This is a major problem, because a lot of Black folks, they get into business for themselves, but they're being exploited by these corporations and these entrepreneurs.
Yeah. I'm definitely familiar with that. Thank you. Akata Seller, hop on.
Yeah, why would you post that Nigerian though?
Which one?
The one that's defrauding the US government.
Well, the media has been posting her all over the place. The whole media is posting her. So why wouldn't I?
No, but you're posting it in a way where like you're disagreeing with what she's done.
So you agree with her scamming all that money?
Of course, she's stealing from white people. The people that steal from you.
Oh Lord, so that's what it is. How come y'all don't go steal from the white people in Britain then?
We do.
No, you don't. You over there in
shit. I just stole a lot just the other week.
Over there in Britain, eating some egusi soup, driving Uber. You're not stealing from nobody. So yeah, don't come over here talking about you stealing. You're not Robin Hood.
Yeah, just stop hating on Nigerians.
Not robbing the rich and feeding the poor. You're flossing on the internet. We don't. If you want to scam, just be a scammer. Don't have your scamming under the guise of blackness, though. All right.
Yeah, Nigerians don't beg for reparations like dogs.
No, you flee. That's what you did. You flee from your home country. You got your ass up there in Europe. That's what.
We don't beg for reparations like
because
dogs.
you gave up, sir. There's the difference. Yeah, you gave up. You left your homeland. You gave it up, and we don't.
Keep begging, keep begging.
Yeah, and keep begging for change and Uber drivers. All right, Big GT, huh? He left. Yeah, see, don't project your musty ass shit onto us. They justifying their scams. Your scamming is good, nigga. Get away from us with that bullshit. Yeah, that's why they always projecting. Oh, you niggas got a business. It must be a scam. They think everything is a scam because that's what they do. Scamming and hitting licks all the damn time. They think scamming is a good thing. They think that you're supposed to scam. Yeah. That's why, family, everything, that's why we delineate, because when we do legitimate business, we do square business as foundational Black Americans. When we do legitimate business, it's those cats just like that, always coming around trying to undermine it, always trying to project their scams onto it. Brighter Days, what's up, Brighter Days?
Greetings. Thank you. Let me on the show. But this is the thing right here. When everybody get off the plantation, then maybe we can really do something. Because jokers want to sit around there and say, oh, 1 minute you like the cracker, the next minute you don't like the cracker, but then you want everybody to take the fall when you decide, make it up in your mind whether you're going to like them or not like them. Right?
All right. Thank you, dear. Let's put that bottle down. Okay. Priscilla, hop on. Priscilla, unmute your microphone. All right, Priscilla, I'm going to give you about 5 seconds. I'm going to give Priscilla 5 seconds, then I'll get Abba. I think that's your name. You got these weird letters, buddy. Abba.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there she go. What's up, Priscilla?
First time caller. Oh, but I wanted to mention about Bushmeat. Isn't he from Nigeria?
He is.
Well, tell him he needs to worry about them because you notice the Democrats not even worry about them. They shipping them out quietly, 300 at a time. Because and they came legally, Terry. They came legally, but because of all the other immigrants, they forgot didn't go up there to renew their visas.
Mm-hmm.
So some of those people was over here from 10 to 30 years. And my sister said they got academic too. He was saying he didn't do it this year. So tell Bushman he needs to worry about his peoples.
Here it is. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. And yeah, some of the Jamaicans, there was like a few thousand Jamaicans that they were sending back too. Abba, hop on. You're posting stuff in the Jumbotron. Abba, what's happening? Abba, hop on in, man. You're posting stuff in the Jumbotron and you're not saying anything. I'm gonna give you 5 seconds, okay? Yeah, I don't want you just coming in posting stuff and you're not putting nothing in context. I don't know what you're posting. So Abba, if you don't say anything, I'm gonna have to get you up out of here. All right. Get you on up out of here. You just don't post stuff in the Jumbotron. We don't do that. Let's get Cole Varon in the building. Cole Varon. All right, Cole Varon, I'm gonna give you 5 seconds. Cole Varon?
Yeah, can you hear me?
What's up, Cole? Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about the protest.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's like they fighting for the right to enter the country illegally. It's like, what the hell? No. And they think we're about to back them. And it's like, no, dude, that shit.
Yeah. Yep, that's what I said. That's what I said earlier. That's what I said. But thank you so much. Scott, let's get Scott in the building. Scott LaRock.
Hey, good evening. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Scott. How are you?
Hi, pretty good. Hey, question. So we have Black Democrats, Wes Moore and Congresswoman McIver.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're ending their careers just to help out illegals, but doing nothing for foundational Black Americans. At this point, why would FBAs vote Democrat? Question. Over.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of us are not. A lot of us are saying, no, we're going to have to look at other options. The Democrats are trash. They are absolutely trash. And that whole thing where they just sit here and point the finger at the Republicans and say, oops, the Republicans are bad. They're the racist ones. And the Democrats do the same thing. We're just not going for that. And the Democrats owe us. We've given them so much power within the last 60 years, and their benign neglect has been atrocious towards us. All right. So y'all raise those hands. Let's get C-Van. Let's get C-Van in the building. C-Van in the building.
Tariq, you've made a lot of good points tonight. I really appreciate what you're saying here, but I just had one question for you.
Yes.
Can you send me some money?
For what?
I'm a young writer and I just got no money. I'm trying to get on my way here, and I'm trying to make my way, and that's all I've been doing is I've been asking the people, can I use their money?
How old are you?
I'm 23, man.
And are you a white, Hispanic? What are you?
Yes, you've described it exactly.
White. Where's your family from? Mexico?
Yeah, Guatemala, if you'd believe it.
Okay, wow. So yeah, man, go down there and get your little DACA. Sign up for DACA. There's all types. Man, get your little DACA program. Just make sure that if you see an ice truck, you better run. But sign up for DACA.
You said it.
And you should have called AOC. She would have been down there crying gates for you.
Is there a way I could ask AOC for money? That's what I want to know.
Yeah. Ask her to let you hold something, because she was down there crying at the detention center.
No, exactly. That means she should want to give me some money, right?
Yes, indeed. And if that fails, I mean, well, what city are you in?
I'm working for slave wages in San Diego right now. Man.
Okay, so in Southern California.
It's hell, yes.
If your money gets too low, you can come over here to LA, and there's Santa Monica Boulevard. You go out to Santa Monica Boulevard, you'll get you some money.
Where can I get some money on Santa Monica Boulevard? I'll drive right up right now.
Stand out there for about an hour or so. The money is gonna start flowing.
The money, then that's where I'll be. That's where I'll be.
Hey, you be out there slinging burritos and bussy. So
yeah.
I thank you. All right. Let's see who else we got. All right. Let's get who we got? We got a lot of folks. Let's get Locksmith in the building. Locksmith in the building. What's happening? What's up, Brother Marcel in the building? I see Brother Marcel down there.
Tariq, what's happening, up?
What's up, player? How are you, man?
Man, I'm chilling. I just heard a quick question from the town, FBA all day. I'm young, but I just got into this FBA Chicago Stepping. You up on game on that?
The Steppers?
Yeah, the Chicago Stepping, and I was trying to see, do y'all be having anything down there in SoCal with the Chicago Stepping?
No, but I like to see that. I like those dance groups. I like there's a stepping group out of South Carolina, the TNT Steppers. I love them. Yeah, the one in Chicago, they gets it in.
Man, man, they was so game tight with it, and it's FBA, man. That can't no Africans get on that, man, unless they respect the game. But anyways, one love to all my family, and I'm up out of here, man.
Much respect. Yeah, man. I've been wanting to go to like one of them Chicago step joints. I've been always wanting to do. That's on my bucket list, my cultural bucket list. I want to go to a Chicago step show where they're stepping. I want to go to a second line in New Orleans. I always miss the second line because I'm never there on Sundays when I go to New Orleans. So those are on my bucket list. Also, another thing, I'm going to go to the Bronx Zoo. I'll be in New York next week. So I'm going to go to the Bronx Zoo and all that. What's the weather like in New York? Where are my New Yorkers? What's the weather like in New York right now? Where my New Yorkers? Y'all raise your hand. Let me know what the weather is like in New York right now. Ladies and gentlemen. Let me see who we got. Y'all raise those hands. Let's get Special Agent Himothy. Special Agent Himothy in the building.
Three.
Yeah.
What's up, family? You can hear me?
I can hear you great, man. What's on your mind?
I heard you serving that boy barrister. I just wanted to add my 2 cents in on that.
Go ahead.
I live here in Florida, bro, and a lot of those type of cats, whether they're the Africans or the Haitians, and shout out to the Haitians because there's some solid Haitians, but it's few and far in between. But I realize a lot of dudes like Barrister, they have problems with the ladies, right? So what they do is they start on the red pill wave and they start their rhetoric and it moves to black men after that. So I just wanted to come up here and shout you out, bro. Chilling with the
But yeah, I think Bush meets. I don't even think that dude like women though, to be honest. And I'm not saying that to be mean. Yeah, I think because Bush meet. I noticed when I've had him up here with women, where he gets real sassy. He turns into a flaming queen. A shut up, batch. He gets into a real sassy queen vibe. So yeah, I think he has a hankering for Bucci Cat himself. So yeah, Bushmeat is real funny style. Let me see who we got. Let's get because we are in here. We in here heavy. We in here heavy. Let's get To Be Ready crew. To Be Ready crew. Hop on in. To Be Ready crew. Let's hear from you, To Be Ready crew. If you can unmute that mic, that'll be phenomenal. To be. All right, I'm gonna give you 5 seconds. And then I'm gonna take you up out of here. All right, you know who I want to get on? I want to get on Empress, because Empress, this is our sister who be giving our forecast out here. Empress said, y'all remember Empress, Sister Empress from Detroit. She said some of these politicians saw what's going on in the political scape. What's up, beloved? Empress.
Hello, baby.
Hey, dear.
Good morning. Happy Saturday. Much Detroit love to you always.
Yes, man. What you in there doing? Frying some chicken? What's that sound in the back?
I was in the bathroom, just got out the nice shower, oiling up, making sure the skin is glowing and looking good and smelling good. Use the best deodorant of it all. Yes. Made by Tariq. I love you. Brother, I want to put something on your mind. I want to answer some questions you put out because this is on point. The reason why those that are, as they call themselves, unfortunate and disadvantaged migrants don't have a say because they were never bought, sold like foundational Black American men and women. You notice when the police arrest them, even when they have committed a crime, you don't see them put knees on their neck. They only do that to foundational Black Americans. And unlike no other time, we have had enough of carrying ungrateful idiots on our backs. We don't owe Barrister and his clan nothing. If anything, they owe us, because without us, some of the rights that they are able to enjoy over in different parts of Africa, they wouldn't have got it had it not been for foundational Black Americans. Time out for us speaking up for ungrateful individuals that say you work hard when they couldn't come here without dogs being bitten on them and sicked on them daily. They couldn't handle that. They couldn't handle being sabotaged when you build your own cities. And that's why they have so much deep-rooted hatred. Then they go in to say you're xenophobic or it's something about their complexion and it's nothing to the sort. You're tired. We are tired as foundational Black Americans in always coming to the rescue from ungrateful, illegal people that shouldn't be here. If you have a problem with Black men, Black women that are foundational, why do you come? So I'm glad to see them being shipped off. When he said, you're going to be shipped off next, that would be a blatant lie, because many of us, like in my family, we can go back to the 1500s. Ask him, where is his leaders that would not only be a Claude Anderson, where would be his leaders that his culture can lean upon? They don't. And whenever you ask them, where is their leaders like ours, then they want to change the subject all of a sudden. When it doesn't benefit them, that's when they become argumentative and hostile. Because no matter how you kiss the white supremacists behind, they're going to always remind you that you're, whether you're African, Caribbean, or not. They're going to remind you of that, and they'll use them to speak out against our reparations when they have nothing to say on anything that benefits foundational Black Americans. There's a lot of hostility coming out of Haiti, an enormous amount coming out of the different Caribbean islands. And so, brother, you be right on point. We're getting ready to go in our birth season coming in July. I support you 100%. I absolutely agree. It's all about foundational Black Americans. We don't owe these people nothing. Look at how, when we try to be kind to them, look at the different migrants that's unaliving Black women. And if you notice, they're not putting that heavy in the news because they don't care. They don't care. Am I right or wrong? They don't care. And I would also like to comment on this Elon Musk. I'll tell you what that's all about. When you take in a serpent and you do back deals, it comes out in the opening. You know, it's a birthday coming for 47 on the 14th. And he's being betrayed all the way around. Now they're bringing up his speeches where he stated how he hated Black Americans. I say, let them go at it day in and day out. We stay out of it and let the smoke clear. It's time for him to see who has betrayed him. Until we get rights and reparations, I'm not speaking for none of these. And I'll never speak for a Democrat, because too many here in Michigan promise what they're going to do and then won't even clean up their own areas. And you'll see me in my comments confronting different ones that are state reps and senators here, and I call them out as liars, and then when I'm in, they because they hit me head on. I don't really give a damn what they think or feel. It's all about me. They can kiss all of the sun of my yellow behind. using
your phone was acting up a little bit. That's Sister Empress. Shout out to Sister Empress. Love that sister right there. Your phone was getting a little robotic, sister, but we got the gist of what you were saying. Love that sister's energy.
Slide on that root work. Slide on that root work. Slide on that root work. Slide on that root work.
Another law enforcement incident here. Pennsylvania cop gets desk duty after he tased and punched a Black driver. I wouldn't want him on a desk if parts of this one are true, but you decide. Pennsylvania cop, desk duty after he tases a Black man on the ground, then punches him twice in the face during a traffic stop arrest captured on video. What a tough guy. It's just so tough, right? Tough. Investigation Underway into this one, police officer at the center of a video posted to social media that sparked outrage in one Pennsylvania town after he was seen punching a black man multiple times before taking him into custody. What would they say then if he needed medical attention? He tripped and fell. Cell phone video captured the arrest of 42-year-old Wayne Vick during a traffic stop on May 27th in Chester, Pennsylvania. I know Chester well. It's seen better days. My father's from Chester, Pennsylvania. I know it well. As Vick cries out from the shock of the taser, the cop kneels over him and tries to force one of his arms behind his back. When the cop struggles to pull his arm behind his back, usually happens. There's going to be a struggle when a taser's involved because you don't have your functions. You've been tased. He punches Vick twice on the side of his face. Court documents now, cited by WPVI. Officers stated that he stopped Vick's car because it had tinted front windows. Danger, bolo, bolo. Vick pulled over, but then fled his car on foot, prompting the officer to deploy his taser after a brief chase. Now, here's the part where you say, why didn't you just comply? You pulled over. And that's what I would have done, just, sat there and answered questions about my tint that was too dark, allegedly. But when we chronicle some of the conduct that we're forced, it's just a mirror, folks, of society and what's going on. I now have clear vision that I see why some people run on foot. There's more to this story, but I'm just telling you preliminarily, don't you see why some people don't feel quite comfortable when the cops pull them over? They sense it. Officer said he deployed his taser 3 more times while Vick was on the ground, but that Vick refused to put his hands behind his back and started reaching for his waistband. We've heard that one so many times too. That's when the cop struck him in the face. As the story's put together, Chester police identified the arresting officer as Michael Brodzinski, who has been placed on administrative leave pending the outcome of an investigation into the traffic stop. The agency said it's also reviewing all available evidence and body-worn footage to ensure a thorough and impartial review. Well, it's not impartial if you are doing it, agency. I don't want you anywhere near the evidence. I prefer community oversight, not you. Just read the statement, Shane. We acknowledge that a portion of the incident has been widely shared online. I'm going to choke. I'm going to choke on this next part. However, it is important to emphasize that the video circulating on social media, say it with me, folks, does not capture the full context. Additional video evidence, including complete footage from Officer Brzezinski's body-worn camera, documents the encounter from initiation to conclusion, the department wrote on Facebook. Chester police, does that sound like we believe that you're going to conduct a fair and thorough investigation? You've already hinted at your conclusion, which is often the case. Hold your powder, folks. There's times where you don't need to see the whole story. You don't need to see the whole story. A snapshot in time tells you that something is wrong here. Something was not warranted. You can try to distract us with, well, there's a foot chase and somebody called somebody a name and this and that. Okay, which is probably why he included that. He was reaching for his waistband while tased and screaming in pain. I think that if this case is ever adjudicated, and I have no hope that it will be, but we'll see, the jury, unfortunately, should be tased so that they can see what they can and cannot accomplish while screaming, writhing in pain. I think the jury will have to be tased. Perhaps the judge too, just to be fair. You can throw here, let's go. Let's show more video if we can here, okay? Because I'm telling you stuff I want you to see for yourself.
Why you keep tasing him? Why you keep tasing him?
yeah, he done.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he done. He done. He done. He done. Don't worry about it, Pope. I got that. Yo, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I got it on video.
So let's remind you where this allegedly started, because I can't accept any facts that the police in this incident have brought forth. They may be true, but we've seen it too many times where there are lies. This began with tint on a window that was too dark. And it ends with a man flat on his stomach, punched on the side of the face, tased multiple times, and her horrified citizens, brave citizens. By the way, if they know you took this video, you might want to watch your back and leave town for a little bit, because just saying. Vic, taken into custody, charged with manufacture, delivery, or possession with intent to deliver a controlled substance by a person not registered, use, possession of drug paraphernalia, resisting arrest or other law enforcement, evading arrest or detention on foot, and improper sunscreening. I don't know what that last charge is about. But I can tell you something. Based on the charges, which may or may not have merit here. Remember, keep your eye on the ball. Started with a tint issue and ends with something about not registered. So it could be, was in possession of, could be some kind of drug, maybe even a prescription. I don't know. But did it really warrant all this? Bail set at 20 grand. Wouldn't you know it, he was unable to post it. The Delco Times reported he remains at a county prison until his preliminary hearing on June 10th. Now, when you keep someone locked up on a bail like that, charged with very serious things, resisting arrest, again, please believe your eyes. Please believe your eyes, okay? I predict that this preliminary hearing on June 10th, if it takes place, because I can see where someone might kick the can down the road just to keep him incarcerated a little while longer until he gets himself together and decides to plead guilty. We'll make you a deal. That's how these things too often play out, to make it go away so you can't sue. And now indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie's doing the story and it's picking up steam, and we want this to go away. So we will allow you to plead guilty to something, and then that weakens everything. I hope somebody sees this who can pick up the case and the cause. And let's also remember, I don't even care if he was in possession of drugs. I mean, I care because I care. That doesn't mean that you're adjudicated on the street, popped in the side of your head and tased several times and taken out, and then said, you're resisting. Okay, maybe running away is resisting, but I don't think that's what they're getting at. Just despicable. Yeah, it is.
I have an exclusive, all right? I got the receipts. Remember the pastor in Alabama who was arrested for watering his neighbor's plants? Remember that? Remember, the white female neighbor is the one who called the police on him and said she made a mistake. I have the exclusive 911 call here, and it does not tell the same story that she told. To remind you of what happened, here's the arrest.
Howdy.
Hey man, how's it going?
Pretty good. What you doing here, man?
Water flower.
Are they saying that, is that your vehicle?
No.
It's not?
It's the neighbor's vehicle.
The neighbors?
314, I'll be on 13.
Okay.
Yeah,
You live here?
no, I don't live here.
Okay. They saying that this vehicle is not supposed to be here and you're not supposed to be
Who's
here.
saying that?
They called about it. I don't know who called.
I'm supposed to be here. I'm Pastor Jennings. I live across the street.
You're Pastor Jennings?
Yes, I'm looking out for their house while they gone.
Okay.
Watering their flower.
Okay. Well, that's cool. Now, do you have like ID and all?
Oh no, man. I'm not gonna give you no ID.
Why not?
I ain't did nothing wrong.
Well, you look, listen, I'm not saying do nothing wrong.
Doc, listen,
There's a suspicious person.
Look, I used to be a police officer in Goodwater. Don't come here with that. Okay.
Look, man, don't do this to me. There's a suspicious person in the yard, And if you're not one to identify yourself.
I don't have to identify myself. It's not a stop and identify state. That guy know me. He came to my store that got broke in. I live right over there across the street. Who called y'all?
That's what we got to figure out. But first,
you live black man
he don't live here.
You think
I'm not saying nothing about.
You have no right to approach me if I ain't did nothing suspicious or nothing wrong. Told him I'm a pastor. I pastor until I don't want to hear you. Sir. You want to lock me up? Lock me up.
Nobody wants to lock you up.
I'm not showing y'all anything. I'm going to continue to water these flowers.
They then proceeded to arrest the pastor, and they had to make up a reason on the back end. Here's the arrest.
Simple. We got one that's not listening to. Look, man, let me see your phone. Let me see your phone, dude. Just calm down, okay?
No.
Stop.
I like this.
Okay. We're just trying to talk to you and see.
I don't want to argue with you, okay?
All right, go ahead and do what you got to do, Doc. Do what you got to do. Go on and lock me up.
Look, just have a seat.
It's already
not locked up. You're
it's
just.
already a lawsuit,
Yes,
Doc.
sir. Yes, sir.
It's already a lawsuit.
Just have a seat, okay?
Okay, already a lawsuit.
Okay, look, man.
Who called y'all? I don't have to ID myself.
You will not listen.
I have a call on you. You have to identify yourself to me. You understand what I'm telling you?
No, I don't. You wait, watch how you want. Take me down, book me. Go do what you need to do.
I have more video and I have receipts of that 911 call. The officer said, we got one not listening to us. I researched the Alabama code, and there's no such statute of not listening to the police. He did nothing illegal. And Pastor Jennings was correct on the law. The law in Alabama states that you cannot stop and require an identification from a person on residential or private property. That's what the code says. Pastor Jennings was correct. Now, who called the police? Well, his neighbor, Amanda, called the police. And when she was approached by the cops, here's what she said.
Do you know that gentleman back?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Does he have
permission? He lives right there.
Okay, does he have permission here to be watering flowers?
He may, because they are friends.
Okay.
And they went out of town today, so
Right.
he may be watering their flowers.
Okay.
It'd be completely normal.
Okay, that's fine. If he would have said, hey, I got this, gave his identification, because he's a suspicious person, he said that's not his vehicle, it's their vehicle.
Okay.
We have a call. Like,
yeah.
we're here because we're called here. I don't know who called, but somebody did.
Why is he suspicious, but she is not? Why did they require ID from him, but did not require ID from her? Why is it that the pastor could not tell the cop his name? He said, Pastor Jennings, that's my name. Why is it that the cop did not believe Pastor Jennings about his own identification, but believed it when a white woman that he did not know identified Pastor Jennings? Now, here's the thing. I'm going to read the entire 911 call. But before I do that, as you know, I had the exclusive interview with Pastor Jennings. Pastor Jennings said this when I posed the question about his neighbor, how he feels in reference to what she did. Here's what the pastor said.
Even I don't hold anything against my neighbors. I still speak to them. Matter of fact, I've talked to her husband since the incident, and he was telling me how bad she feels about it. So I love that neighbor just as well as I love the one where I was watering the flower. We may not have to like them all the time, but we have to love them anyway.
Look at you, man. Pastor Jennings is a good brother. I would not have forgiven a damn thing, period. They will be party of the lawsuit, okay? They have sued the police department as well as the chief, I believe, in his official capacity. So now let's put up the picture of the neighbor who says she made a mistake. She did, in fact, corroborate Pastor Jennings. Police decided to arrest him, take him to jail anyway. She said she made a mistake. Let me read the receipts to you. This is the actual 911 transcript. Telecommunicator, that's the 911 operator. Let's go ahead and put it up. So the 911 operator says, what's going on, Amanda? Caller says, well, I just wanted somebody to come over here and check. My neighbors went out of town this morning to Gatlinburg, and there's a vehicle over there with people I don't think are supposed to be there. The operator says, which neighbor is it? Amanda says, well, if you're looking at my house, it would be the neighbor to the left, got a white house with a blue roof. She come over here today and asked me, oh my gosh, my dog just stopped licking my face. Operator says, what kind of vehicle is over there? Amanda says, a gold SUV of some sort. I can't see because it's through the lattice work. Operator, Amanda, but they're an elderly couple, and it's, I know, I saw a younger black male over there. That's what I saw. Are you seeing this? This is the actual 911 transcript. Now she says she saw a young black person. That'll do it. That'll get the police out here. There's more. Operator says, okay, you saw a younger black male. Amanda says, they're an elderly white couple, huh? And I'm not saying they don't have, it just doesn't. I would just like for somebody to come check and make sure they're supposed to be here. Who in the hell are they, madam? Who in the hell is young? Now, Pastor Jennings may be young at heart, but let's be 100. He is not a young black male, as you are describing. Now, at one point, you said there's one black male, one young black male. Now you are saying they. There's more. Operator says, are they in the vehicle or are they out of the vehicle? Amanda says, they're outside the vehicle. They're outside the vehicle. She repeats it twice, 2 times. Operator says, where are they exactly? Amanda says, I can't see because there's a fence, but I heard them talking a minute ago out like in their back door, and I can't hear them talking anymore. So they might be in the house now. I don't know. Operator, are you able to get a tag on the vehicle? Amanda, no ma'am. I'm on the other side. Operator, it's okay. That's all right. And all you can tell, it's a gold vehicle? Amanda says, yeah, it's a gold vehicle, an SUV type vehicle of some sort. Operator, how long has the vehicle been there? Do you know? Amanda, well, I come out, me and my mom were going to walk around a little bit like around the neighborhood. And when we walked out, I heard talking. Oh, I got to call 911 now. There are black people talking in my community. There's more. Operator says, okay, you never, Amanda interrupts, and I just never could see her. And I just never could see her. Operator, saw the vehicle there before? Amanda, not like that one or that on, Operator, do you want to speak to officers when they come out? Watch what Amanda says. It doesn't matter to me. Not really. I mean, I don't have to. 911 operator. Yeah, Amanda. I don't mind it. Operator. It's up to you. It's completely up to you. We've got someone that's got them dispatched already. You just stay in a safe location. Don't attempt to approach or investigate the vehicle. Just watch the vehicle for anybody that's returning or leaving, or if they leave, which way they go. If you get any additional information, just give us a call back immediately, okay? Now, before I continue, what crime has the 911 operator been able to identify? None. So why does she assume this person is unsafe? Amanda says, okay, thank you, operator. Bye-bye. Caller. All right, bye. Now, can you explain what really happened here? I'm not even sure if Pastor Jennings is aware of this transcript. So his neighbor, according to her own words, positively identified multiple young black males in that neighborhood who possibly broke into her neighbor's home. When she spoke to the police, did she mention young black males at any time? When she spoke to the police, did she mention breaking and entering at any time? No. What kind of game is being played here? If this was an honest mistake, Amanda, I think we would have heard you say, here's what I thought I saw. I don't see how you believe you saw multiple young black men when there's one senior black male on the premises that, by the way, you actually know him. You know him very well. How did you make this mix up? So one black male equals what, 5 young black males? What? This doesn't make sense, Amanda. I got questions now. All right? Okay, I want to give you that update. That is an exclusive. We got the transcript. I want to give it to you full. I did not want to read just parts of it because I wanted to make sure you got all of it, the full context of that phone call. Yasmin, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I feel like if a cop walked up to me and demanded to see some ID, I wouldn't want to give it to them either, especially if I know that I wasn't doing anything wrong. And in a lot of these interactions that we see between citizens and the cops, it's like we're trying to codify and regulate human interactions, but we don't understand each other. We don't know how to talk to one another. We're afraid of each other. We don't trust one another. And in these interactions with police, it's even worse because there's the threat of arrest and violence and even death. And cops, they're, as we've seen, are not experts in the art of communications. So these tensions can escalate quickly. And if they're not diffused effectively, then the risks involved with failing to diffuse it are deadly. And in this case, and in this day and age, these neighbors really should have been more savvy about the ramifications of their actions and their words. And they should have thought twice about calling.
Yeah. I just want to know, where are the black males she was referring to?
All right, family. Black Power is the truth hour with General Sarah Soon said he kick back, get your mind ready for some information that's guaranteed to be heavy. I'm excited and delighted to be accepting members to not only the Sarah Soon Seti YouTube page, but the General Seti YouTube page, 2 dynamic powerhouse institutions on YouTube, giving you nothing but Black Power, Black Divinity. I want you to subscribe immediately. I want you to become a member. Link for the memberships right down in the chat. All you had to do was just click it. You'll get a video introduction rundown on the membership, what they entail. You see one you like, you should most definitely join. Even if you don't, I appreciate your presence here at the Sarah Soon Seti General Seti YouTube page. Continue to engage, continue to advance. That's right, family. The General got a new website up on Teachable, uploading a lot of dynamic curriculum, powerhouse programs, certificate courses. First one up, 25 Steps to the Redemption of Definitive Black Manhood, designed by the General himself, strictly for the brothers. It's an amazing curriculum program. You can go over to the website. You can preview the website. It's there for your family. Get your mind blown. It's just for you brothers. Also included the Brotherhood of Heru Roundtable live stream where the brothers meet once a week, discussing very powerful, very important, very vital information pertinent to their growth and development. Get over there, preview the curriculum, become a brother, become a member today. Ring the alarm, KingSeti.com, online marketplace, official General Sarah Soon Seti, DVD lectures, t-shirts, tank tops, hoodies, African and Kemetic jewelry, holistic tonics and remedies, home decor, accessories for every room in the house. I got something for your family. I know you're going to like and love. Get on over there, check out that catalog, get a discount, shop and save and shop. Pull the fire alarm, GeneralSeti.com, Seti University, over 2,500 videos, 40 different subjects, all the subjects that you know and love from the General. Olmec Voyages of the Nile, when Kemet ruled the earth, Nubia, mother of ancient Egypt, Black Babylon, African origins of Mesopotamia, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Freemasonry, hip hop, we got it all. Black Illuminati, free fraternity, sorority, all the New World Order, Black woman is God, making of the white man, so many, many more. Not another website, nowhere that can compare, compete, become a member today. And everybody knows Seti popping on Patreon, popping his page by far. All you had to do is click that link right at the top of the chat and boom, get on over there and be amazed. 500 exclusive live streams already there waiting on you as soon as you get there. And then all the ones that's coming up. Every time I do one, a fresh one is better and better. Goddamn it, be up to date. You understand? With being amazed with the General family. Get over there, become a patron today. And to all the family donated to the General, thank you. Those who would like to donate, linked it right there in the chat. Make sure you subscribe to all my YouTube channels, King Seti, General Seti, Sarasun Seti, Black Power Cartel. Get a video a thumbs up, like it because you love it, share it with your family and friends, and comment. Just don't say nothing stupid because I will ban your ass. Nah. This nigga just can't stop falling. He just can't stop falling for nothing in the world. And, you know, I've tried to, you know, give him a hint out there, man, to recover from the debauchery. You understand what I'm saying? The debauchery. You understand what happened with the goddamn earth is flat, and, you know, he didn't went over there and got beat up by a Neanderthal, and he's so goddamn embarrassed that he want to blame it on Godfrey. But nigga, you up there and you ain't got your facts together. You ain't got no facts. You ain't got no facts and shit. You know what I'm saying? And so you went up there and you got ragdoll. And so that was the first. The L was when how you handle yourself, man. You see what I'm saying? If you thought you could beat this man, you should have went up there with your sword sharp, and you did not do that. You went up there, you was blowing trees and shit, and that's shit you don't do. You see what I'm saying? When you get ready to, you know, get intellectual in a debate, that's just something you don't do. You know, if you do it afterward, that's something different. You understand what I'm saying? But to go up there and you blowing and you in a goddamn intellectual debate, that was your first motherfucking mistake. You took the man lightly, and you understand what I'm saying? You just picked a losing side of a debate any goddamn way. And so you got ragdoll. Then you want to go off on Godfrey. You want to blame it on Godfrey. You want to say, and he fumbled the ball too. He fumbled the ball right after that because then he brings the Neanderthal back up there to, you know, to pour salt in your womb and shit. He shouldn't have did that. Godfrey shouldn't have did that. But you went to talking shit, you know, and he figured he might as well go ahead and stab you like you stabbed him. So that was fucked up that he would do that, you know, to bring the Neanderthal back up there. You understand? He should have cut that loose, you know what I'm saying? And so, but he did that. But anyway, this nigga Lord JAMAR, and see, you run this, you know, this fabricated shit down, nigga. You know, and I just had to say, and word is bond and all this, and you throw up the peace sign, and I don't want to get on the gods right now. I ain't gonna get on the gods right now. This ain't got nothing to do with the God, and you know, and I'm gonna let that be. But at the same time, here it is, you supposed to be a representative, and I don't know if they really, you know, they saying that the flat earth shit that you're talking about ain't even a part of their science. You feel what I'm saying? So I don't even know if your 5% registration card is up to date. You know what I'm saying? Your motherfucking card might be revoked. I don't know, but you represent now. I don't know. You see what I'm saying? But you know, when you say word is bond, then a motherfucker, when you say something out of your mouth, we got to hold you to, Lord JAMAR. And especially when you adamant, dog, you can't do that. You can't come back on your word like that. Now, this white boy done said some stupid shit. And I'm not, like I say, I'm not a fan of Farrakhan. I'm not at all. And ain't gonna even front. You see what I'm saying? You already, but I'm not about to get off into that because you already know how I feel. But the Neanderthal, when he see Farrakhan, he just see blackness. You know, any aspect of black knowledge, and you know, just like he talked about Dr. Sabi and all that shit, man. What the fuck is you doing up there, man? You know what I'm saying? You up there with this Neanderthal, and you know what is in his heart. He look at anything that we talk about as far as our divinity. You know what I'm saying? He want to ridicule. He want to be sacrilegious. He want to be blasphemous towards our divinity. And so I don't even see what the fuck you doing up there with him. But you sit up there. I guess he, you know, the devil. You got a contract with the devil. and you go up there and you want to, you know, to get your little, whatever, your little $2,000, $3,000, whatever you get, nigga, if that's what your integrity is worth, and you feel that your integrity is worth them 2 3s, nigga, go right on here. That's what you that's what you did. But you know, you know how he feel. And so for you to go back on your word, because you said you wasn't gonna fuck with him. That's what you said. We got the videos right here. You said you wasn't going up there. You said it was too late for him to apologize. He put some little fake ass apology out, and and motherfuckers fell for that. You know, motherfucker, it's been 5 fucking years. Ain't no damn white boy just up and what the fuck? Just up now. He feeling something. He don't feel no different. He's a Neanderthal. You know, when he said what he said, that was what was in his heart. You understand what I'm saying? But you know, he's gotten backlash and all of that. And that's the only reason, you know, he think he can manipulate and shit and all of that, you know, and that's what he's been doing, manipulating motherfuckers to get back up on his platform, and you niggas run up there, open arms and shit. You probably showed up with flowers for the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And a box of chocolates and shit when you showed up, you know, and so you shouldn't have did that. You know, that was just, you know, when we say standing on business, nigga, you know what I'm saying? You don't go back on no shit like that. You know, it's motherfuckers, you know, and I ain't going back. You know what I'm saying? When I say, you know, and I'm standing on principle, I already know the situations out there. I didn't know who I didn't, you know, certain, you know, just bring certain type of negativity and shit like that. I'm not going back. I mean, you know, I didn't been there, done that. I'm not doing it again. You feel what I'm saying? And so, and feel good about it, you know, feel good that progress is happening and shit. And so, you know, to see this, I wasn't surprised. And I'm gonna tell you, I looked at Lord JAMAR on that interview, and yeah, and his eyes, nigga, was so, he looked like, I mean, you look like a little weasel, nigga. You look like a weasel, nigga. You was high, but you was defeated. You know what I'm saying? You look defeated on that interview, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Because you went back to his shit. You know what I'm saying? He laughing like, yeah, you know, and he got his show, he leaning on your shoulder like, yeah, I got this nigga back here. You know, I got this nigga back on the slave block. You feel what I'm saying? I got this nigga. You didn't see him at it because you know what motherfuckers think about you, nigga. You know what niggas think about you. You know what I'm saying? No matter what. So if that's if you know, being at odds with you know, with your people, and then nigga just, you know, word is bond, nigga. Yeah, I'm trying to figure this shit out because that's one of y'all mottos. You feel me? You know, with the 5% nation, you know, what word is bond. And so if word is bond and you say you're not, matter of fact, let me put this shit up here, man. I ain't got no time to play with this shit. Yeah, I got the brother video. Let me see. Let me go and put this in here, man, so I know exactly which one it is. Yeah, this nigga, and you gonna go back up on that Black, the damn vampire, the vampire of hip-hop culture and shit. You understand what I'm saying? And niggas run up there anyway. They don't give a fuck. They got the toasters. They got the cracker toasters and shit looking for a little fame. And so they run up there, tell all their business, be locked up before they can get out the motherfucking studio. They can't even get out the studio. Police done already locked their ass up for some shit that he done enticed their ass. He ain't nothing but the devil. That's all he is. Let me get this shit up here, man. Let me get this shit up here, man.
Butcher, yada what I mean.
Yada what I mean. You gotta love that.
So about a week ago, Vlad appeared on Cameron's show, Talk with Flea, and they asked him if he was scared to go outside because somebody like a Lord JAMAR would rough him up. And Vlad said this.
Yeah, are you for the most part, are you comfortable going outside? Because I know you say you don't be like, you know, no fighting.
Up on them and all that type of much of an addressing or whatever.
Oh, when they finally got Vlad to address you the other day.
Oh, I mean, I don't think it was much of an addressing or whatever, but listen, what's he supposed to say? You know what I mean? Like What's he supposed to say? Like I wouldn't be. He's right. I wouldn't run up on him and all that type of shit. It's not that serious where I want to fight him and all this type of shit. So he's right. There's nothing to worry about as far as that is concerned. You know what I mean? We just standing on FBA business. That's all. You know what I mean?
But would you have a conversation?
Oh, nigga. You understand what I'm saying? You're disgraceful now. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I say when motherfuckers use all these titles out here. You understand what I'm saying? And then you get to flip-flopping and shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, you ain't, like I said, you ain't never seen me on no Cro-Magnum, ain't no interview is beef. It's intellectual beef. It might not be physical beef, but goddamn it, it's gonna be intellectual beef. Ain't no motherfucking way me and you about to sit down and agree on shit. That's just all it is. And so yeah, ain't no motherfucking you see what I'm saying? Yeah, we might not, you know, unless you want to take it, then we could take it there too. But goddamn it, you know, yeah, ain't no way, ain't nothing that me and you can say. You see what I'm saying? Because yeah, you know, my history and my culture is sacred. You ain't about to say, you know what I'm saying? You know, when you say something against my elders, my culture, what I believe in, nigga, it's gonna be beef. Ain't no me and you going, yeah. So if you sit up there and you say something about, and me and you in the same room, and you gonna say something about Dr. Sabi, Dr. Ben, or Dr. Clark, and you being disrespectful, and you saying he just as much a doctor as Dr. Bitch, you might get a goddamn chair, you understand, crashed over your head. That's just what it's gonna be. That's just what it's gonna be. Ain't no me and you gonna giggle about no shit or nothing. You feel me? When you get ready to, and because that's how they roll. You get to saying anything about their culture, they move in with the, you know, they move in with the muscle. You see what I'm saying? They get your ass off of the air. They get you, you know, they get, you know, whatever type of, you know, charges thrown on your ass. They get your contract like a Kanye, or not Kanye too, but Kyrie and all them motherfuckers. They get to talking that, you know, Black Hebrew shit and promoting certain literature that they consider to be anti-Semitic. They get your motherfucking ass cleaned up. They get you up out of there. You see what I'm saying? So me and you ain't about to cross no lines whatsoever. Period. You understand what I'm saying? So it's gonna be intellectual beef. You understand? As soon as you go, I'm going straight to the cave. I'm going straight to your hairy backed cave, Neanderthalic, Cro-Magnon, Neanderthal, lice. You understand what I'm saying? Flea bitten, flea ridden, goddamn lice. You understand? Goddamn it, whatever I could throw at your ass. You understand what I'm saying? It's gonna be an intellectual beef. So for you to sit up here and address the issue like, oh, well, we ain't got, no, it can't be like that. And that's how you came. You understand what I'm saying? That's how you came. And then you fall back. You fall back, bro. You can't do that, man. Motherfuckers ain't gonna respect you at all. You know what I'm saying? You got your soldiers, man, that they want to go to battle with you, nigga. You understand? You might up and leave. Motherfucker, look around, nigga. You done vacated the battlefield, nigga. You done vacated the battlefield, man. We can't trust you, not dog. We can't trust you. What you did to Godfrey was sucker shit. You see what I'm saying? That was sucker shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, you ain't had to do it like that. You know, throwing false charges on the man, talking about, no, nigga, you lost the debate, man. You went in there. You wasn't 10 toes down on that bullshit. You should have went in there with your sword sharp. You in there smoking, nigga. You didn't know what the fuck you was talking about. You already arguing, you know, some crazy shit, and then you ain't gonna go in there with your sword sharp, and the Cro-Magnon cleaned you up, and then you got mad at Godfrey, and then you want to throw false charges, say the man drop a Mickey in your shit. You understand? Lace the, lace the, the loud and shit. You understand what I'm saying? And did all type of crazy. They didn't drug you. You didn't say they didn't drug you on goddamn TV, man. So come on, man. You throwing some crazy shit up on a man. So, man, if you felt like a motherfucker had did something like that, lace your shit, nigga, it'd be on and popping, nigga. Ain't nobody gonna, nigga. If you thought motherfucker lace you, nigga, it'd be on and popping, nigga. You ain't. So, you know, that was your way of getting out of that. But what you did with BLAD, man, that's just like, man, that's really just some, you know, that's really embarrassing, nigga, to your manhood, your word, you know, you saying word is bond and shit, and people living on that, standing 10 toes down on that, and then you come back, nigga, and do exactly the opposite, man.
Listen with him in person, though?
Would I have a conversation with him in person? Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. It depends. You know what I mean? Like, I don't hate dude. It's just, he's, you know, would I rock with him the way I rocked with him before? No. Because, you know what I mean? You showed your true colors. You know what I mean? But it's not like, you know, I have a phobia of him or some shit where I can't talk to him, but I'm not supporting his platform like that, and I'm not, you know, I'm not gonna be fooled into thinking that we cool like that. He's about him, you know what I mean, and I'm about me.
So we would never see a day when we see Lord Jamar back with Vlad on this platform, even if he came out and apologized for everything and was like,
it's too late for that. It's too late. Yeah, it's too late for that.
Do you think Godfrey is gonna go back? Because he said he's not going to.
He said he's not, but you know, I don't know about his integrity, so we'll see. We'll see. But trust me, I was the one that painted us in the corner of not going back on there, because the homie was talking about, well, maybe we'll just take a break. No. I was like, no breaks.
Man, you can't be serious, man, that you could say all of this shit and turn right around. This shit just had, I mean, I got this off the brother's page. If y'all see it, you know, I'll give him shout out, you know, for me using his work. You know what I'm saying? And I'll get it in. If y'all could put it in, drop his name in the chat for me. You feel me? I just took it so quick I couldn't get to, you know what I'm saying? But you know, yeah. The nigga he just wore, that's the hat he wore in the flag. Yeah, he ain't down with no 7. He ain't down with the 7. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? That nigga ain't got no number. You understand what I'm saying? He ain't repping no number. Yeah, he ain't take the Lord off. That nigga just JAMAR. Yeah, he ain't no more Lord, just JAMAR. Yeah, and it's janky JAMAR. You understand? This nigga went from Lord JAMAR to janky JAMAR. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? Jiving ass JAMAR. This nigga, man, I can't believe he did. But I could, but I didn't think. Man, recover. You understand what I'm saying? I told him, man, go on and recover. Tell you know, going back and say, Godfrey, I'm man, apologize to you, man. I was gone, you know, that loud had me shook and shit, man. You know, that was, I don't know where y'all got that loud from, but nigga, I was shook, and the white boy cleaned me up, and it wasn't your fault, and I'm just gonna take the L, and goddamn it, I'll get back with him. You know what I'm saying? I apologize to you. You've been a good friend of mine, and I don't want to lose your friendship. You're my brother and shit. And I fucked up, you know what I'm saying? Niggas would have respected the shit out you, nigga. Because that's what a God's supposed to do. You feel what I'm saying? That's what a God, and motherfuckers would have respected you. You would have recovered, come back, get your platform. Now you talking this FBA and you talking about the nation of God. Nigga, you been dismissed, nigga. All your registration cards, nigga, to whatever club or what. Nigga, your shit has been revoked, nigga. Yeah. You ain't Lord no more. Janky JAMAR. That's your name now. Janky JAMAR, you done for. You see, ain't gonna go up in and put it on Godfrey. And now, Godfrey, all you had to do, you fucked up too, Godfrey, when you put that white boy back up there. You understand what I'm saying? You don't get a white boy, you know, if he clean JAMAR up, that's one thing. But to go back and pull him up, you understand? You still got to respect the family. You understand what I'm saying? You don't give the Neanderthal an opportunity to come in here, you know, to stick another knife, you know, or turn the knife. You don't give him an opportunity to do that. So when Godfrey brought the Neanderthal back, he had fucked up too. You understand what? So both of them was sillified. But anyway, we can finish this.
You don't do this, or you know what I mean? So that's what leads me to believe he might go back. But he says he's not. So if he don't, cool. Stand on business. We'll see.
So let's talk about it, y'all. I think Lord Jamar's
out.
response was very mature and exactly how it should have been handled. It's like
you went out like a straight buster with that one, man. And so, man, it's all over the place, and I'm done. I ain't got nothing else to say, like, they're just like that, Kanye shit. It's just gonna get worse and worse. I ain't got nothing else. The nigga been talking. He done went to a certain level where it's no more talk. You feel what I'm saying? Ain't nothing else that could be said. And for Lord Jamar, it just, at this point, you just, it's dead. He dead in the water. You feel what I'm saying? Ain't nothing else that could be said. And like I said, the look on the nigga face while he's on VLAD TV says it all, man. Says it all. It's almost like the look of a nigga that's on the stand snitching on his family. You know what I'm saying? And he up there looking sad as fuck because nobody would think he would get up on the stand and snitch on his own family. You know what I'm saying? We talking about your own family. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you can see it in your eyes. You look soulless, man. And that was the first thing I do. I look into the eyes of the man to see how he feeling when he, why he doing this shit that he know motherfuckers is gonna be on his head about. You understand what I'm saying? Support you, want to see you doing well and shit. Nah, motherfucker, you just like can't trust you, dog. Can't trust you, man. So, family, I ain't gonna thank you, family. What you say? Let me see what family said. Thank you, family, for supporting me. I see you out there. Let me put that up there. What brother say? Yeah, well, anyway. Yeah, it's crazy. So, but again, I ain't got nothing else to say about him. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got nothing else to say about him because, it is what it is. And I let him live his own life at this point. I was kind of, rooting that the brother would turn around, and get back on the right track. He did not do that. He went further in the hole. They didn't drug him in the hole. They didn't drug this nigga in the hole, man. Did you sign a contract with the devil, nigga? And you can't break the contract. Just say what it is. Say, man, I signed a contract with the devil. He already owned my soul. And so I can't turn back at this time. Okay, it's over then. You feel me? But anyway, family, I want y'all to get on over there to Patreon. We got some fire over there. KingSeti.com. Hit them links right there in the chat. Support the general as we do this work. You feel what I'm saying? Make sure you subscribe. Don't get off of here without subscribing. We got some more fire tonight. So make sure you get over there to the page. Make sure you're on this next video because we got some fire for you. Arm yourself with knowledge. Bang on that wicked ass beast. Daily liberation through African education and confrontation. Black Pop.
Subscribe, darling radio, like and subscribe.
Black people would die without white people. And quite frankly, they're our only allies that we have in this world. Africans sure as hell don't like us. And quite frankly, they're the ones that sold us into slavery. And if you really think about it, we don't produce anything, we don't own anything, and we damn sure do not know how to live off the land. And with all the dysfunction that is coming out of our communities, I don't think people will want to help us. We as a community need to change our worldview, and we have to be accountable for the things that is happening within our community and actually come together and do something about it. This toxic relationship that we have with white people and this built up anger that we have against them, it needs to come to an end. I'm telling you guys, the people at the top is loving this. As we stay distracted, they destroy our country. True Americans do not care about race. And if you are a person that cares about race, then you are a part of the problem. We live in the greatest country in the world, and there's people out there that would die to be in our positions. And there's people out there that do die to try to get here. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, united we stand and divided we fall.
Weird and heavy. Speaking of tethers, I saw one tethered chick. She did a video, and she's one of these chicks. Y'all, I know y'all probably seen her video. She's a wannabe Candace Owens. I think she's from the Caribbean. She's one of these wannabe Candace Owens. She just gets on Twitter, and not Twitter, but TikTok, and just makes all of these performative, derogatory comments about black people. Oh, black people are the worst. Oh, black people are so dysfunctional. What about black on black crime? Oh, we need to leave these good white folks alone. So it's all of that performative buck dancing in order to get some TikTok money. So she had a video talking about what did she say? She said without white people, black people would die. She said if white people weren't around, black people would just die. We're talking about we don't know how to live off the land. We don't know how to produce. We don't know how to build nothing and all of this. That's tether projection. That's her tether projecting from her damn failed homeland. They love, like RJ and people like that, they love projecting their failures on the foundational Black Americans. They love doing that. Let's be very clear. Foundational Black Americans, we built America. All right? We built the United States of America. We were the ones clearing the land. We actually built the plantations. We were constructing the infrastructure. We innovated the agricultural techniques. That was our own labor. The white supremacists really didn't know how to do all that stuff. We built the wealth of this country. And listen, foundational Black Americans, we had agricultural knowledge that the white supremacists didn't have. They didn't have no agricultural knowledge. They came from Europe. Europe, that's not an agrarian culture over there. That's why they were starving over there. Let's be real. Let's be very, very real. These folks did not know how to cultivate rice and all that stuff over here. We were doing that. We were teaching them how to do it. Yeah, don't tell me about we can't do this, we can't do that. Listen, we had self-sufficient Black towns that thrived after slavery. This whole thing, we would die if the whites weren't around. They were the ones latching on to us. We were trying our damnedest to get away from them. They were dragging us back on plantations, wouldn't let us go. We were desperate to get the hell away from them. And then after slavery, man, we had all types of self-sufficient Black towns all around this country that these people sabotaged. We founded hundreds of Black self-sufficient towns. Greenwood, Rosewood, Wilmington, all over the place. We farmed, manufactured our goods, ran businesses, sustained the population, all without white dependency. Miss me with that bullshit. Let me tell you something. You get Southern foundational Black Americans, all my Southern folks who got people in the South, you know what it is. If you're a foundational Black American, you got somebody in your family who built the family house. Your granddad or your great granddad built a house somewhere down in the South, like my family, that's still standing down there in Leeds, Alabama. No white folks. Yeah, our granddad, y'all who's listening, y'all granddad, y'all know good well, y'all got a granddad, grandmama, or great granddad who built a home down there by themselves. It was white people weren't helping them. We had to do that. There was a time Black folks, we used to throw them houses up just like that. We used to build houses left and right back in the day. If we get sabotaged with doing that shit now, they kill us with the permit game. They got all types of janky little permits and little paperwork games that they play with us now. But yeah, we know how to build. And we got Black innovators, Black inventors. We created key technologies. Black inventors, they were pivotal for providing techniques of refrigeration, automation, just all types of things we've created. We got patents for. And the white dominated institutions, they stole our stuff. They would steal our stuff You don't steal from people who don't know what the hell they're doing. Our survival knowledge was passed through generations. Enslaved and free foundational Black Americans, we had deep knowledge of herbal medicine, deep knowledge of hunting, fishing, farming, textile production, construction. All of this was practiced. And we would have to do a lot of it in secret. We had maroon communities where we were completely independent. In fact, we were going out of our way to not let white people even know where we were in certain communities. You understand? The truth is, white society relied on Black labor to survive. It was white society that couldn't survive without Black people. Plantation owners, they lacked the skills to grow and process crops without Black labor. Yeah. Domestic child rearing in the white households, they depended on Black women. They didn't want other crazy ass white people watching their kids. They needed Black women to do that, to nurture them damn kids. Come on, let's just tell the truth. You see, but see, a lot of these anti-Black gatekeepers, they amplify those kind of tropes. And plus, Black folks, they pay Black people to regurgitate these little janky talking points. But even now, man, we still maintain a lot of things, even though we get sabotaged. You got contemporary Black farmers, entrepreneurs, you got thousands of Black farmers, landowners, builders who operate today. And they face systematic discrimination, but they still succeed. You understand? So let's put all of that in the right context. But let's be real. Here's the deal, because people always talk about Black people leaving and what would happen if Black people did this. And listen, if Black people were to disappear from the United States, Black people got abducted by aliens, or just something happened when just all the Black people left, what would really happen to the United States? What would happen to this country if Black people just disappeared? What would happen? Let's be real. Let's look at a hypothetical situation, because the thing is, in order to maintain systematic white supremacy, you have to have an antithesis, and we're the antithesis. You have to have anti-Blackness. You have to have something to play off of. Listen, if Black people were to disappear, it would be chaos in this country. Do y'all know that? It would be chaos. One reason why the prison industrial complex and the forced labor economy, that would collapse, because see, we get targeted with mass incarceration. So if we were to just disappear, the prison population, that would plummet, that would collapse, private prison companies, and all of the industries associated with that, because we got to understand that's big business. Them targeting us and criminalizing us, that's a business within itself. So those businesses that target us, they would start crumbling. First of all, the private prisons, the correctional officer unions, the corporations that profit from the labor, the call centers, the agriculture, the manufacturing, it would immediately financial ruin. It would destabilize rural economies, state budgets that rely on prison profits. White towns would dry up, because many of their entire industries is basically prison population work, directly and indirectly. Also, we were to disappear, what else would happen? It'd be an implosion on the Black hair and beauty industry. That would plummet. That Black hair beauty market, that would vanish. The Koreans and the Chinese, they would start starving on that end. The Koreans would be ass out. That would mess them up. The nail shops, that'll mess them up. Because yeah, you talk about people, Black people being dependent on white folks and listen, when people come over here, the first thing they do is go set up shop in a Black neighborhood. When all these immigrant groups come over here, they go set up shop right in a damn black neighborhood. So that shows you who's fueling their economy. Also, if we were to disappear, there would be a collapse of United States cultural exports like music, fashion, dance, all of our music and all of that stuff. That would collapse, right? American culture would lose its soul and global influence because other countries who mimic us, mimic the United States in style, they're mimicking foundational Black Americans. So your biggest cultural export, entertainment and all that, that'll fall off. The sports industry would collapse, right? The NBA, the NFL, all of that would collapse. Advertising revenue would dry up, merchandising sales. You understand? That would dry up. That gazillion-dollar market industry would just fall off. So many things. There'd be a domino effect. And a lot of the urban warfare policing infrastructures, SWAT teams, all that riot gear, all of these surveillance systems that's used to watch us, racial profiling technologies, there's billions of dollars in policing infrastructure that would just dry up because you need a marginalized class of people in order to keep that thing going, in order to justify having it. You always have to have a boogeyman. See, if there's no more boogeyman, that overbuilt police system would collapse. You understand? Because you can't start targeting the dominant society, because see, what would happen if you want to maintain that policing system, you're going to have to start targeting other people, other white folks. And then that's going to have, they're going to get into a civil war. You see? They're going to start turning on each other. It'll be a societal structural breakdown. White supremacist power depends on having a designated bottom caste. Without Black people, they're going to need a new scapegoat. So that will start immediately internal infighting. You understand? And other groups start getting wiped out. They're going to start trying to break shit down on ethnic lines, and they're going to start wiping each other out. And that'll be a collapse of civil rights institutions, legal frameworks, all that stuff. Oh, it'll be crazy. And understand, a lot of people in the dominant white society, generally, they're older. See, Black people are younger. The Black people, we have a young population. The dominant white society, the majority of their population is older. So that's going to be janky. We're not around, and their birth rates are already struggling. Who are they going to procreate with? Yeah, when their birth rates are already struggling, and they can't really replenish them. So it'll be a real deep thing, because see, they got to have anti-Blackness in the dominant society to use us as a scapegoat. See, anti-Blackness is something that they need to project onto us. See, what they do, they project their moral guilt and historic crimes onto us. See, they have a lot of unresolved guilt over slavery, genocide, colonization. That's why they never want to address that. They always blame somebody else, and it's always, well, Black folks and Black crime. When they talk about Black crime, that's a deflection. That's designed to deflect away from their actions. You understand? So them always deflecting onto us, that avoids responsibility for social decay. Rather than admit that drugs, crime, and violence are problems in the white community too, the media and the politicians, they try to overemphasize issues within the Black community. So that helps white society deflect from their own opioid crisis and the whole shebang, which worsens the situation for them. You know, so everything is all about projecting things onto us to not take responsibility for their actions. So if they were sitting here on their own and we're just not here, they would implode. It would collapse, just like it always does in Europe. They've almost collapsed and genocided themselves out of existence several times. You had the Justinian plague. You had all the plagues and diseases over there. The Black Plague. There was a plague in the 1300s, just over and over again. They cannibalized themselves, and the diseases start kicking in, and then we have to go and save them. The Moors went in there and saved them from the Justinian plague, and I've talked about that several times. But let me get some more calls in here. Let me get some more. Mohit, I don't know what, I don't want to hear from you, Mohit. Let's get Jelani in here. Jelani, hop on in. Jelani, hop on in. What's going on, Jelani?
Great. Yeah, listen, the entire legal system, the entire penal system, and the entire law enforcement system would absolutely collapse.
Good. Yep.
Without Black Americans. And, you know, when they talk about the caucasity that they have to say that we owe them because of Black crime, the cognitive dissonance when they say that is so astronomical that they don't realize how much Black crime is profitable to their people.
Right.
Blacks are the most profitable capital. Well, Black Americans specifically are the most profitable capital, human capital, in the entire world, in the globe. Because just with the prison system and the legal system alone, do you know how many careers they will lose? And they talk about Black crime so much, but they will not reduce Black crime because they would sacrifice the very careers that most of them make livings off of.
Yeah.
And it's just so amazing to hear them always talk about Black crime, but Black crime is profitable.
Yes, it is.
It's profitable for them. And that's why the systems are how they are, because they have to keep their stock, they have to keep their inventory stocked up. So that's why they have to collude with the prison system. That's why they have to make more laws. That's why they have to have crime bills and call us super predators and do all of these things. It's the greatest projection in the world that they say that we need them when actually it's them who literally live off of our backs. And there's one reason why they will never give us, well, why they don't want to give us the reparatory damages that we are due, because they know that if you give us that economic boost, it will most definitely by default reduce crime.
Oh, yeah.
And should Blacks represent their actual population in crime, those industries would absolutely die. And America will not sacrifice its penal industries and its law enforcement industries to reduce Black crime.
Yes, sir. And thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that. Let's get DC. DC in the building. Mr. DC.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up, brother?
Oh, thanks, man. I finally made it.
What's up?
Oh, mama, I just want to say I finally got a chance. So I remember Bushmeat Barrister came on here a while ago talking about we don't got nobody. In the 21st century right now, there's a brother named Reggie Middleton with 7 patents currently in this time. And that's all I got to say.
There it is.
Thanks.
Barrister, he argues in bad faith. He just said he's another projector. See, again, Bushmeat Barrister, he's almost like the white supremacist. He's always focusing on us to get away from the fact that he comes from a failed homeland that he's embarrassed by. He don't even like talking about his failed homeland. He's always deflecting. That's why we don't take him seriously. But anyway, let me get up out of here, family. Y'all, everybody go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com, hiddenhistorymuseum.com, make a contribution to the Hidden History Museum and get the book Hidden Heroes from A to Z. Also go to rootworkstyle.com to get the Rootwork deodorant. Go to officialfba.com to get my book, Foundational Black American Race Beta. Go get our album. I need to start promoting our Mink Slide album. Go get our Mink Slide albums at minkslide.com. All right. I'm up out of here, y'all. Puppy Akute, Lola Vuve to the family. Peace.
I need some more work, baby, tonight. Ooh, I need some more work on me tonight. Ooh, I need some more work, baby, tonight. I need some more work on me tonight. Yeah, yeah. I need some more work on me tonight. Ooh, I need some more work, baby, tonight. I need some more work on me tonight. Yeah, yeah. I need some more work.
Generations of Black folks have continued to be harmed by slavery. We did not have opportunities to go to school. We did not have opportunities to buy homes. We did not have opportunities to not face discrimination in work. And that has really limited the current status of Black folks. Part of the Reparations Task Force report talks about the wealth gap between Black folks and white folks and other communities. And it is significant. And a lot of that has to do with the years of oppression that we've suffered even after slavery was ended. And so even though I wasn't a slave, my grandparents, suffered through segregation. My great-grandparents were in the sharecropping era. Their parents were enslaved. And so we're not really that far removed from slavery to say that, it did not have an impact on where we are today and where a lot of Black folks are today.
So, as you mentioned, you're executive director in one of the organizations, because it's California Black Power Network is a network of different organizations that are under this one umbrella, right?
Yes,
to be clear.
46 different organizations throughout the state of California. So we're in 14 different counties. We have organizations that focus on a lot of different issue areas, from education to criminal justice to services for folks upon reentry. And so a very broad network of coalition here.
Yeah, so one of the executive director and one of the EDs from an organization that's within those 46 came in, and we talked about reparations. And after the show, I think you got drafted by your organization to come in here and talk with me about a disagreement that we had on the air, in which I was asked by your organization to rescind my position, which I don't do that. I will do it if you presented me with a whole bunch of facts and I'm like, oh, okay, that wasn't correct, I'll do that. But I don't read statements from organizations about why I was wrong on my show. But I always invite folks in to set the record straight as they see it. And we were unpacking what they call, well, we didn't go through the whole thing, but we did some unpacking of the road to repair, which is what the new package by the California Legislative Black Caucus is called. After we had a debacle last year where they didn't bring up several of their own bills. And we've talked about that ad nauseum. I don't know that we have to go into it unless you want to. But this is part two. This is, the second bite at the apple, right?
Yes.
The road to repair. It is a collection of bills put forth by the California Legislative Black Caucus that take on different aspects of things that they feel are reparations.
Yes. So I think one of the things that we wanted to talk about from the last time is just to clarify the difference between the Bureau and the research bill, and to say that they're actually really not dependent on each other.
Bureau.
Yes, the Bureau.
Okay.
They're not connected to each other. Neither of the bills really mentions each other, and the Bureau bill actually says that, they're going to establish a process for folks to submit claims. They're going to establish a process for how folks can prove those things, as well as a process to make sure that folks who can't prove those also have some sort of equity and ability to show that they would be eligible for reparations if they are eligible.
Right. So for those who don't follow as closely as Kristin Nimmers, SB 518 will establish a Bureau of Descendants of American Slavery. It is similar to Steve Bradford's bill that would have done a Freedmen's Bureau. Some folks don't like it because of the name. There's the collaboration with ADOS as opposed to local California reparations activists. Some don't like it because they think it should be an agency instead of a bureau. I don't know if you can clarify that. You do have that JD as far as the legal status. In my mind, a bureau and agency are very similar, but perhaps there's a legal difference.
Definitely very similar. I think the difference is that an agency would probably be more of a standalone thing, and this bureau would be under the Department of Justice.
Okay, so that some folks object to that it would be in the DOJ.
Yeah, and I think part of the objection is really related to privacy concerns, which we also have and have, are working with the author to ensure that folks' privacy is protected, to ensure that the information or the research done by that bureau or any documentation submitted to that bureau is not used to persecute Black folks, is not used to hold our information or used in any sort of way against us. But there is also this idea that the Department of Justice, because they also kind of are a legal entity and able to push back against, some of the things that we know will come in terms of challenges to reparations. They have a civil rights department, and they are the legal arm of the state. And so there is some potential benefit. And once we know that this will be challenged in court, for them to be able to push back on that and, maintain it.
So we were talking about the establishment of a bureau. I actually support SB 518, even though I'm not loving it being in the DOJ. And I'm not loving, I would like to see, I understand why people want it to be Freedmen Bureau, because that's what we were designated after the Civil War ended. At least the warm war, because I believe we're still in the Civil Cold War, but that's another show for another day. So I support that. The other thing that you're referring to is SB, is it 437?
Yes, 437.
That would require the California State University to, quote, independently research and report on scientific methodology to determine an individual's genealogical fingerprint for the purpose of verification as a descendant of an enslaved person in the United States. So what we're talking about here is a study that would decide who qualifies and how the state of California would officially recognize who is eligible for reparations, right?
I think the second part of that is the more accurate part of how I think this study is really trying to create a framework for what is it that we need to do to prove this? What is the documentation? What is the research process? I think a lot of Black folks don't necessarily know, how do I trace my lineage? How do I connect this back there? And there are a lot of organizations, even now, outside of the universities, that are trying to do this genealogical research, that are trying to understand, what is the process to trace it back? And so it isn't necessarily that the universities are deciding who is eligible, because I think that was already decided by the task force, but that they are helping to determine what is the framework for eligibility, what is the framework for the research.
If the task force already determined it, why do we need a study to determine it?
Because the task force determined that, descendants of folks who were enslaved would, be eligible for compensation. And then there are also these other forms of more systemic kind of programmatic reparations. But they did not say, how folks are supposed to show that, how folks are supposed to find that information, how folks can trace their lineage. So if I say, the XYZ people are eligible for something, that isn't necessarily saying the same thing as this is how you prove that eligibility, or this is how you research to show that, you may be eligible.
Okay, we're going to keep talking about this when we come forward, because this bill does not have a sunset. And this is why I don't agree with your analysis, but you're a lawyer, so I'm pretty sure you're ready for that. And I look forward to hearing what you have to say about it when we continue on KBLA Talk 1580.
She's reclaiming her time on KBLA Talk 1580. More First Things First with Dominic DePrima when we come forward.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optimal Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optimal Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-919-9077. 800-919-9077. 800-919-9077.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The State of the People Power Tour is not a moment, it's a movement. 11 cities, one mission. To organize with care, build with strategy, and remind ourselves that we have never needed saving. This Friday and Saturday, the State of the People Power Tour arrives in LA for its final stop. The State of the People Power Tour is not just a series of stops. It's a signal, a shift, a belief that power lies in the hands of everyday people. A belief that if we show up for each other, our communities will be stronger. Join us this Friday, June 6th in Los Angeles at the Seed School and on Saturday, June 7th at Pasadena City College. We need you in the room to link arms with neighbors and leaders from across the country to build something that will last, because we believe if we move together, we will rise together. For more information and to register, go to stateoftheppl.com and join us as we build a new nation where every voice matters.
KBLA Talk 1580 congratulates Pastor and Mrs. William Sachs Epps on their retirement from stewardship at the historic Second Baptist Church. Dr. Epps has faithfully served Second Baptist as its senior pastor for 37 years. What a legacy of love and leadership. Pastor and Mrs. Epps will be honored at a luncheon on Saturday, July 26, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Sheraton Universal Hotel in Universal City, and you're invited to attend. Noted scholar Dr. Michael Eric Dyson is the keynote speaker. For ticket information, please contact epsretirement@gmail.com or call 213-399-2103. That's epsretirement@gmail.com or call 213-399-2103. To Pastor Epps and First Lady Epps, congratulations from all of us at KBLA Talk 1580.
The conversation continues right now with Dominique DePrima on First Things First.
And the momentum just continues. For the first time in history, the state of Washington is going to conduct a study and develop proposals for reparations to descendants of chattel slavery. It's part of the state budget. It was signed into law by their governor last month. It's going to investigate the history of slavery in Washington and identify potential remedies to address its impact. They carved out $300,000 from the budget to fund that study, and this is now the third state out of our 50 that California, New York, and now Washington. There are dozens of cities, counties, and eventually we'll get the feds. But just an update, despite the fact of what's happening in Washington, this momentum continues. Tulsa, first black mayor, has announced a $105 million reparations package. It is not going to individuals as it's laid out now. It's going to rebuild the Greenwood area that was burnt down by what the Department of Justice called a strategic military-style action against the black community there. We got movement. We continue to have movement. In the state of California, which took an early and aggressive leadership role in reparations, we saw the black legislators backtrack last summer for all kinds of reasons. My analysis is mostly personal infighting along with the pressure from the governor. And here we are with the Road to Repair, which is a list of legislation, perhaps the most controversial of which is the California State University research study. Mm-hmm. You say that there's no mention of the Bureau in the research bill and no mention of the research bill in the Bureau. Why then would we not have a sunset clause on this study? Why would it just be an open-ended, ongoing study? And how is it possible to administer any kind of cash reparation if that study is not complete, when the study is meant to show the how of establishing our genealogy according to the standards of the state of California?
Yes. So I think on the sunset piece, we actually don't disagree with you. We agree that there should be some sort of time frame and deadline. We've been advocating for there to be a 2-year time frame in alignment with the task force process. But in terms of
So another 2 years.
Just for this
Because
specific
we spent
part
2
of the
years
research.
on the task force, so now we're going to give them 2 years to investigate how we figure out our lineage.
But that doesn't. Although we would be giving them 2 years to investigate, how folks can prove their lineage, that doesn't necessarily negate some of the other things that can still be moving. Like I think, in the last some of the other priorities that we have that actually made it out of the first house this week were AB 57, AB 62. Those things have made it out, and folks can, process claims for restitution for those racially imminent domain. Currently, there's also this piece around, adding funding and sequestering some of that funding for descendants for home ownership opportunities. And so there are some pieces of reparations that can move even outside of this study. But I think the study also doesn't necessarily, again, stop the BRU from starting to implement something. I think it's trying to help Black folks have a process and understanding of how they trace their lineage and how they prove this.
If that's true, then I feel like there should be an amendment that specifically says that, because you're talking about AB 57, that's Tina McKinner, allocate a portion of the home purchase assistance funds to first-time home buyers who are descendants of American chattel slavery, right? Sounds good. Actually sounds like reparations to me. But if you have a study that's going on that has to determine how you are considered eligible for said funds, how can that move forward?
Well, the BRU would actually be determining whether or not, what is the process for folks submitting forms or submitting claims to prove that they're eligible. So the research, again, I think is really more so about a framework for folks identifying that information. So
it says a genealogical fingerprint for the purpose of verification as a descendant of an enslaved person.
Yes.
So if they haven't decided how you verify that you're the descendant of an enslaved person, how can you get any benefit if you're not verified? It's not logical.
Some folks currently have the ability to verify. So some folks there are already, like, for example, the Black Genealogical Society in COBRA, there are a number of organizations who have already been doing this research and have been helping folks to trace their lineage. So there is a number of Black folks right now, like even my family has kept really great records. We have family reunions every year. So there are folks now that can go back and trace their lineage and show that their connection to slavery and that they are a descendant of someone who was enslaved. And so those claims can start to be processed. But there are also a number of folks who have no idea how to trace their lineage, who were in foster care, who may have been impacted by, fires or things like that destroyed records, who may have had family members who changed their names. And all of those things, there's no right now framework for how we show eligibility for those folks, for how they research, for how they can find their information. And I think that is what this study is about. So the BRU can say these people are eligible, this is how you submit claims, this is how you prove it. And some folks right now can prove it, but many cannot. And so I think that the study is really about those folks who cannot and what is the process for figuring out their genealogical footprint and their background.
It is true that the governor wanted a study.
Yes.
He wanted to slow the whole thing down by doing a study. So how is that not exactly what the governor asked for?
I think, is the goal to just, I guess maybe my question might be just, is the goal to just kind of go against what the governor wants? I think that is partially what the governor wants.
If it's slowing us down, because why can't that study be done within the purview of a bureau?
I think that the DOJ isn't necessarily equipped to do that sort of research or that sort of study in the same way that a
cities and counties and agencies contract with university professors all the time. If you look at the reparations study that the city of Los Angeles just put forth, they contracted with Cal State Northridge, and those professors did that work, and it's actually quite excellent. But it wasn't. They didn't say, okay, we're going to hand this over to Northridge and wait around until they're done. They kept it within the Department of Civil Rights of the city of Los Angeles, which oversaw those professors.
But I think to your kind of earlier point, there is a piece that they're trying to do in terms of separating it, in terms of making sure that the BRU isn't I'm not saying how you're saying it, but that the BRU isn't isn't held up by this study. So if they were combined, then I think it would be another 2 years before folks are able to submit claims, before folks are able to actually, get any sort of benefits. Like written into the BRU language, one of the amendments that they had was that the DOJ would also be processing these like racially eminent domain claims. And so that wouldn't be able to happen if they are incorporating the study into the DOJ, and the DOJ has to complete that. So I think it's beneficial that they're separate, that folks can start to process claims now, but that we are also trying to create some sort of research and information and resources for Black folks to be able to figure out how do they trace their lineage and how do they prove their eligibility. So I think it's not slowing it down, because a lot of the pieces can move currently, but then also it is trying to provide some sort of resources for folks to really understand how they can prove their eligibility.
I hear what you're saying, but I don't see where it's clear that we can move forward. And we've got news, traffic, and sports right now. You've said that you wouldn't mind, the organization wouldn't mind seeing a sunset. I'm interested in what those discussions look like, and I'm interested in your take on some of these other legislative matters that the CLBC is moving at this time. You're listening to Freedman Friday on KBLA Talk 1580.
A safe place to go loud. A great place for progressive politics. KBLA Talk 1580.
I'm Bree Wood with BIN News Now. President Trump has signed a new travel ban targeting 19 countries, citing security risks.
The strength of the restrictions we're applying depends on the severity of the threat posed.
12 nations, including Iran, Haiti, and Somalia, face full bans, while 7 others, like Cuba and Venezuela, face partial restrictions. FEMA's acting chief, David Richardson, is under fire after saying he didn't know hurricane season had started. Critics say it raises serious concerns about disaster readiness, especially for Black and vulnerable communities. FEMA insists the comment was taken out of context. And Texas lawmakers have passed bills restricting DEI programs and curriculum in public schools and universities. SB 12 bans student clubs based on race, gender, or sexuality in K-12 schools, while SB 37 gives state-appointed boards power to reshape college courses. Get BIN News Now on demand 24/7 on the iHeartRadio app.
Every day, a child in poverty waits for a sponsor is another day of hopelessness. There are thousands of kids who've been waiting over a year. End their wait. Sponsor a child with compassion today. Just text the word radio to 83393.
This is the KBLA Sports Minute with Ray Richardson.
Game 1 of the NBA Finals goes to the Indiana Pacers. And it was Tyler Halliburton again who lifted Indiana to a dramatic win. For the 4th time in this postseason, Halliburton hit a game-tying or go-ahead shot in the final 5 seconds to give Indiana a stunning 111-110 victory in Oklahoma City. Indiana never led in the game until Halliburton's shot went through the nets with 0.3 of a second left in the 4th quarter. OKC wasted a game-high 38 points by Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. A couple of head-scratching numbers from last night. Indiana is 4-0 in Game 1s in this year's playoffs. Indiana committed 20 turnovers in the first half. The Pacers ended up with 25 for the game, but OKC scored only 11 points off those turnovers. OKC also failed to hold on to a 15-point lead at home with 9 minutes left. Game 2 is Sunday night in OKC. No debates, no speculation, just the info you need. That's your KBLA Sports Minute. I'm Ray Richardson on KBLA Talk 1580.
This is KBLA Talk 1580. Talk radio. That's music to your ears. We're unapologetically progressive. KBLA Talk 1580.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
you. Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text EQUAL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text EQUAL to 321-321. That's EQUAL to 321-321.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. You ready?
Somebody make some noise in this joint! KBLA Talk 1580 celebrates its 4th anniversary this year on Juneteenth.
Here we go again.
Hard to believe 4 years has gone by so fast. Oh my God! But here we are, still standing, still loving and serving our people as best we can.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
To celebrate our 4th anniversary, we have 4 big events, and you're invited to all of them.
She got a lot to say. Let's do this.
Let's get it on! On Wednesday, June 18th, we go live on C-SPAN for the 2nd consecutive year with our Climate Justice plus Black Health Symposium. Tavis Smiley will moderate an all-star panel of thinkers and influencers as we continue our vitally important climate justice work.
Hey, Tavis Smiley, talk about.
On Thursday, June 19th, you're invited to join us as we celebrate Juneteenth and our 4th anniversary. There will be plenty of food, fun, great music, good vibes, and all of your favorite KBLA Talk 1580 hosts will be there.
Yeah, man.
Hit the beat. On Saturday, June 21st, there are 2 big events you're invited to attend.
I can't wait to hear it.
This year, KBLA Talk 1580 continues its annual partnership with the Empowerment Congress for a community celebration and dialogue to educate, engage, and empower. This year's theme is resilience in the face of chaos.
Can't wait to see what's up next.
Y'all ain't ready for this.
And new this year is our State of Black Women in Los Angeles Symposium, moderated by Dominique DePrima, with a luncheon to follow. Dominique will be leading a dialogue with some of the most impactful Black women leaders in Los Angeles, and you're invited to join.
This is it.
All of these events are free, but seating is limited, so you must register in advance at our KBLA1580.com website, where you can find all the details you need about each event.
Check it out.
It's our 4th anniversary, and we would love to celebrate it with you.
I love you guys so much. There's nothing you can do about it.
We're KBLA Talk 1580.
The only Black talk radio station west of the Mississippi.
Thank you for having our Black. Happy anniversary, KBLA!
Love you. Love you.
This is KBLA Talk 1580, where hate meets a scholarly match.
And from the newsletter, the Evanston Roundtable, we get the information that reparations disbursements, the payouts in Evanston have now reached $6.3 million to ancestors and direct descendants of the Black Evanston community. So that is pretty significant. And it's just another example of momentum that these are actual checks that are going out. And they are centered around housing. They're very specific. We were talking about this during News, Traffic, and Sports with Kristin Nimmers, who's the Policy and Campaign Manager for the California Black Power Network. And you were talking about this concept that we've spoken on many times here on Freedman Friday of the strict scrutiny that the Supreme Court will likely give to any policy that is focused, you said, on one specific race.
Yes, I think that, there is this concern and intentionality around trying to structure the legislation to avoid it getting shot down in court and, potentially to even avoid having to meet strict scrutiny. And so I know that this one doesn't necessarily specify descendants or Black folks, but says, racially motivated eminent domain. And so it's targeted to Black folks. And the hope is that obviously, Black folks, many Black folks will benefit from being able to make these claims, but also want to think about, what does it look like when this gets challenged in court?
That's AB 62, Tina McKinner. How do we know it's targeted toward Black folks?
Because it is coming, I would say because it's coming from the Black Caucus, because it was a part of the recommendations from the task force report, because it is very linked to this reparations piece, and because for the most part, Black folks have been, the most impacted folks in terms of racially motivated eminent domain. So,
okay. But your contention, because some people say that's not reparations because it's for everybody. But your contention is that if it wasn't structured that way, it would be more vulnerable to being disqualified by the U.S. Supreme Court.
Yes, I think it would be more vulnerable. And I also think that it is reparations because it is in alignment with these international principles for reparations. So one of those is restitution. And this is a method for folks to submit claims, for folks to get restitution for past harms, and that is repair.
The Isaac Bryan Bill, AB 7, which would give priority to descendants for higher education, has been attacked as not being reparations. That's a critique I do not agree with. But whether you think it is or think it isn't, that will likely be challenged in court, right? In this today's environment of anti-affirmative action, anti-DEI, anti-Black history, could that be a good thing? I mean, could a challenge to a Bryan bill actually establish a legal precedent for a lineage model?
Yes, I think that it could be a good thing. I think that a challenge to this would go to the courts and not necessarily, I think that it would help us to establish really this like harm-based framework, which is the perspective that we're coming from. And so it would help us to show that descendants of folks who were enslaved have suffered a specific harm, were specifically, kept from educational institutions, and have been impacted in certain ways that requires the government to repair those communities. And part of that repair is giving preference to folks because we know that they're more likely to not be accepted into these institutions.
The package has a lot of different stuff. We're not going to have time to go through all of it. But I asked you about 437 because you said the California Black Power Network, of which you are a key member, is in alignment with this idea that there should be a sunset. You say 2 years. Seems like a while to me since we've already had 2 years of a task force. But let's say it was 2 years. What's the reception from Weber Pearson, and what's the likelihood that we could see that kind of an amendment?
I can't speak on behalf of her office. I think we're still in those conversations. They were trying to get it out of appropriations, which, is where bills go to die. And then this week has been all floor session. And so there have been no amendments on bills as they've been voting on them in the floor. And so as it moves into the next house, it did pass off of the floor. It'll be going into assembly. We have to have more conversations with her office to really hone in on a deadline, on a timeline. It may be 2 years. I feel like that is the maximum of like what we were thinking of. Like, it can't be, longer than this, because at the very least, this is what the task force took to do this research. But we do need to have additional conversations with her office about what the specific timeline could be.
Mm-hmm. You make a solid argument, Kristin Nimmers, but I still am not convinced that a California University independent study to determine verification. Why would, I can say, I actually have a photograph of my enslaved ancestor, right? Which I would think that would be verification. But if it doesn't meet the qualifications set out by the California State University, then it doesn't. So I don't see how we can say we're creating a system for verification and then go ahead and say, but if you know on your own, you can still get this, this, and this. To me, that sounds unlikely.
Well, I think, once the implementation starts, then the DOJ has to kind of decide what are the specific things that could be used to prove it. And maybe a photo could, but also a photo doesn't say that this is actually your ancestor, it just says that you have the photo. And so I think there is some interest in maybe benefit to having a standardized kind of process, to having specific requirements to also prevent folks who shouldn't be eligible from going. Because, folks have done their genealogy studies. And even if you're a white person, you might do a genealogy study and have some sort of trace back to Black folks. But that isn't the same as being inherently connected to slavery and to being eligible for this. And so if we have some sort of standardized process, if we have specific requirements for what folks need to prove, then we also are preventing folks who shouldn't be getting reparations from getting it, while also creating a process for folks who should be getting it.
Do we really think that's going to be, I've always wondered this, do we really think there's going to be a lot of people, like white people and other people, lining up trying to get reparations?
I mean, I think white people have a lot of audacity on a lot of things. So, we've seen that in other cases.
we're not in a friendly time for this type of project, right? Our administration is openly hostile to DEI. They actually just brought in 59 white people from South Africa who are supposedly subject to a genocide. I don't see any strict scrutiny on that. But anyway, what do you make of the efforts to move this stuff forward in this environment?
I think it'll be difficult. HR 40 was reintroduced by Representative Ayanna Pressley. There's also another reparations bill. I'm forgetting the HR, but that is moving through the federal process right now. They have a lot of co-authors. And so there's momentum, obviously, among Democrats. But I think,
neither of those bills have a snowball's chance because Dems don't control the House or the Senate.
But I think part of the federal kind of landscape is keeping the momentum, keeping the conversation current. Like, I think in the last 5 years, this is the most that we have talked about reparations. This is the most momentum that we've had on the state level in California and across the nation. On the local level, California and Palm Springs, they've had a reparations settlement. In Oakland, in San Francisco, and LA, they've had reparations task force and have also made recommendations. And so this is the most momentum that we've built in a really long time. And I think this federal conversation is helping us to continue that momentum. And even though, it won't pass through Congress this year, we're keeping the conversation alive. And I think that that's really important. I think the other thing that's also important is that, folks that are in this reparations movement are also talking about how do we push back against this administration and how do we protect our folks from further and new harms. We know that one of the principles of reparations is guarantee of non-repetition. And we know that harm has not stopped. We've tried 3 times now or 2 or 3 times now to end slavery in California, and we can't even do that. And so we know that even beyond that, there are a lot of harms that are still continuing. And we want to stop as much as we can this administration from creating new harms against Black folks.
Yeah, well, I don't know if we're winning that battle, but the bill you were referring to is the Reparations Now resolution.
Mm-hmm.
It was 2023, Cori Bush, and now reintroduced by Summer Lee with a bunch, as you say, a coalition of other Dems. And I think it's also important beyond the conversation in terms of normalizing the idea of reparations for Black people, because a whole lot of other people have gotten reparations in this country, but for some reason it becomes an issue when we are the ones on the receiving end. And I think I used to talk about this with Mr. Dick Gregory all the time. The normalization is a huge thing. The fact that it's no longer considered a fringe issue or some pie in the sky. That I'm able to report this morning, $6.3 million paid out so far by Evanston. All of that represents progress. I want to continue this conversation, look at some of these other Legislative Black Caucus offerings, since that's what you do as the policy and campaign manager for the California Black Power Network, and give you the last word on things that you came here to talk about. All that is coming up. It's a Freedman Friday on KBLA Talk 1580.
More of First Things First with Dominique DePrima when we come forward. KBLA Talk 1580. We've got a lot to talk about.
KBLA Talk 1580 reminds you that we keep us safe. Every girl deserves a chance to shine. That's the belief behind Forgiving for Living, Inc. Since 1999, this organization has been empowering at-risk girls ages 13 to 18, helping them overcome behavioral and mental health challenges. Founder Wendy Gladney's personal journey inspired the mission to give girls hope and purpose through the power of forgiveness. Through their ambassador program, workshops, and annual conference, Forgiving for Living has touched over 3,000 young lives, providing mentoring, life skills, training, and tools for building self-esteem and confidence. You can make a difference. Visit forgivingforliving.org to donate, volunteer, become a mentor, or find help for a young girl in need. Forgiving for Living, Inc., building brighter futures for young girls. Visit forgivingforliving.org today. This is a community call to action from KBLA Talk 1580.
The State of the People Power Tour is not a moment, it's a movement. 11 cities, one mission. To organize with care, build with strategy, and remind ourselves that we have never needed saving. This Friday and Saturday, the State of the People Power Tour arrives in LA for its final stop. The State of the People Power Tour is not just a series of stops. It's a signal, a shift, a belief that power lies in the hands of everyday people. A belief that if we show up for each other, our communities will be stronger. Join us this Friday, June 6th in Los Angeles at the Seed School and on Saturday, June 7th at Pasadena City College. We need you in the room to link arms with neighbors and leaders from across the country to build something that will last, because we believe if we move together, we will rise together. For more information and to register, go to stateoftheppl.com and join us as we build a new nation where every voice matters.
Are you ready to play? Then jump into the LA 84 Foundation's Free Playday Block Party, a community celebration for all ages, including live music, dancing, LA's pro sports teams, great local food trucks, plus special giveaways for you to take home. Enjoy an exciting, fun-filled day for the entire family. Join on Saturday, June 28th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at 2141 West Adams Boulevard. To register, go to la84.org. We'll see you Saturday, June 28th at LA 84 Foundation's Free Playday Block Party.
Hi, I'm LA City Councilman Kern Price, inviting you to join us on Saturday, June the 14th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. as we cut the ribbon on the brand new Enel Woods Park at 8703 South McKinley Avenue. Thanks to a generous donation from Heal the Bay, the park features smart irrigation, stormwater capture systems, and space for local wildlife to thrive. And we built a walking trail, picnic areas, native landscaping, and quiet spaces for families to gather, relax, and connect. This is part of a much larger effort to expand green spaces across South LA with 3 new parks in the works, a first-of-its-kind community center coming soon, and plans to connect it all through the South LA Greenway. So mark your calendar for Saturday, June 14th, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., and come celebrate a greener, stronger South LA at Enel Woods Park. I'm also pleased to sponsor the Climate Justice Plus Black Health Symposium, moderated by Tavis Smiley, live on C-SPAN, Wednesday, June the 18th, from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Nate Holden Performing Arts Center. Just a reminder to sign up right away at the KBLA1580.com website to join me, Mayor Karen Bass, Congresswoman Sidney Kamlager Dove, Tennessee State Representative Justin Pearson, Dr. Cornel West, former Congressman Jesse Jackson Jr., the Sierra Club's Ben Jealous, and other black influencers in the climate and health fields, as we continue to amplify the connection between climate and poor health outcomes for our people. Thank you for listening. I'm Councilman Kern Price.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
At KBLA Talk 1580, we do more than just talk.
You got a big mouth. Hello, Joe, you're up. Welcome.
We're unapologetically progressive, and we don't black down.
Some great conversation going on YouTube at KBLA 1580. If you haven't been there, check in. If you are there, thank you. And if you don't mind, hit the like button. I think somebody was saying, Daniel Samir, I think, he doesn't understand why more white people don't support reparations. They're the ones that are in the biggest need of repair from what their ancestors perpetrated. And Fahima says if there are reparations for slavery, certainly it's lineage based. However, if your family's land was taken, you were denied education and your family was lynched, then that's harm based. Ronnie Lynn wants to know, why didn't the Dems pass H.R. 40 when they had the House, the Senate, and President Biden in the White House? You know the answer to that. Biden is not a reparationist, or he would have done H.R. 40 by executive order before he went out the door. And also, we didn't really have the Senate because Joe Manchin and Kristin Sinema. But that said, we know the reason. Okay, so let me pass the mic to you, Kristin, because you got... you drew the short straw to come in here with me today and push back on your organization, California Black Power Network, your interpretation of the bills that are part of the California Legislative Black Caucus Road to Repair. So let me just hand you the mic and let you say what you came here to say.
Thank you. Definitely no short end of the stick. It's been great to be here with you.
Thanks for coming. I appreciate you.
I think one of the things that I just really wanted to hone in for folks is that, reparations is really a journey. Like, this isn't going to happen in one legislative cycle. One thing that we're always mentioning is the task force report had in total like 115 recommendations, but then they also have like sub recommendations. So when you break that down, it's over 300 recommendations. There was no way that we could pass 300 bills strictly for Black folks in one single legislative cycle. And so folks need to understand that this is a journey, that this will be a movement, that folks need to continue to stay organized and stay committed to, moving this work and holding our representatives accountable, because it's going to take all of us to really get this passed. It's going to take also, to the point in the chat, non-Black allies supporting Black reparations and coming to the forefront and saying that Black people deserve this repair. And I think that that's just really important to lift, because I want folks to have hope in reparations. Like, we can achieve this. We spend billions on police departments. We spend billions on incarceration. We spend billions on war. And we can spend that same thing on repairing Black folks and addressing the harm that has been caused by California, that has been caused by our federal and, local governments. And so I just hope that folks really see these two sessions, although they haven't been perfect, as building momentum, as us continuing to build power together to be able to accomplish the bigger reforms. I definitely think that we deserve compensation, and we also have to build the power to get to compensation.
When you say compensation, you're talking about cash.
Yes, cash.
Yeah. And of course, no one's tackled that really. But there's been one of the demands of community reparation has been sort of a universal basic income style program for older Americans who are descendants. Where does California Black Power Network stand on that?
Definitely support that. Also think, that in compensation, there should be an equity consideration, that seniors and elders should get theirs first, that there should be potentially, lump sums to folks who might, if there are like any kind of programmatic or other things that, would take longer for folks to benefit from them. So definitely agree with seniors going first, with folks getting cash payments, and potentially with some sort of universal basic income program. So, yeah.
You mentioned that we've had, I think it's 2, but it might be 3 shots at ending slavery in the state of California. It's back. ACA
Yes,
6, right?
Yes, it is back. We'll see if it makes it through the legislature once more, and then it'll have to go to the ballot to voters, and hopefully California really shows up and recognizes that it's important that we end slavery if we're even trying to repair any harm, and also that, this is a benefit to the broader community. So, yeah.
My understanding is that the part of the problem with similar bills is that nobody wanted to talk about slavery, number one, and number two, prisons don't want to pay minimum wage to workers in prison, and a number of state legislators have said it will be too expensive to pay minimum wage. We have to pay them slave wages, or you could just have them in rehabilitative programs if you're not going to pay. To me, this means that regular workers outside of the walls are competing with slave wages.
I actually think that, I agree with you. That is just ridiculous to say that we shouldn't end slavery because we don't want to pay for it. California pays for many things. And I think, it's come up in this conversation as like the fires have happened, and we've been talking about like firefighters who make like $1 a day fighting fires in California, trying to protect folks, and then aren't really getting livable wages or able to become firefighters when they're coming out. And it's really important that we address this. I think, there's just a question of like morality and humanity and ethics. And is it okay to force folks to labor just because the state can't pay for it? Or should we be more conscious about what it is that we're doing and what we're putting folks through? And like you said, really focusing on rehabilitation. How can we give folks jobs that will actually help them when they come back to their communities?
Boy, we don't really have time, but I'm going to say it anyway. ACA 7 says it's going to clarify Prop 209 to ensure state, county, and local institutions understand the intent and parameters. How is that reparations?
I think it's trying to make adjustments to Prop 209 so it reforms it and it eliminates, I think that it doesn't just say education, it kind of changes it to say higher education, so that in terms of elementary, public schools, K through 12, there can be some consideration. And I think the goal is that there could be some more concentration and focus on Black students who are most impacted. And I think that's reparations because it's addressing this kind of affirmative action piece in California. So Prop 209 really limits the ability of folks to focus on and concentrate on Black folks. And so it's trying to...
I mean, Prop 209 eliminated affirmative action in the state. But again, that's affirmative action. This is not really reparations. I understand your perspective. We've got 60 seconds here, Kristin Nimmers. What would you like to leave us with this morning? Can be about reparations, can be about the California Black Power Network, or it can be about your Friday night party plans.
Okay, well, maybe both. Okay, so stay connected to the Black Power Network on all of the social media platforms except for X. We don't really mess with that. We are BLK Power Network, and then our website is blackpowernetwork.org. And then the other thing that I'll say is tonight and tomorrow we are helping convene the State of the People along with some national folks to really organize folks and talk about what is the state of Black folks right now, 100 and so days into this administration. How can folks be organized? How can folks push back? And so today it will be in LA at the Seed School. Tomorrow it will be in Pasadena. And you can find more information about the State of the People at stateofppl.com.
All right. Wow. That was exactly a minute. Do you do radio?
No, I don't.
Attorney Kristin Nimmers, thank you so much for joining me this morning. Appreciate the conversation. All right. Well, the phone lines are open. If you heard something you want to comment on, this is the time. Or we can spend the hour talking about the deterioration of the Trump-Musk bromance and all of the delicious little and big confessions and revelations that are coming out of that. Well, what does it really mean for us? There's a lot of other stuff going on. We got a lot to talk about. This is KBLA Talk 1580.
KBLA 1580 Santa Monica.
I'm Bree Wood with BIN News Now. President Trump has signed a new travel ban targeting 19, including Iran, Haiti, and Somalia, face full bans, while 7 others, like Cuba and Venezuela, face partial restrictions. FEMA's
a stunning